What if Naruto was attacked by Konoha in front of Minato Part 1? Naruto. A calm voice called. Yes, father. A small voice replied. A 5-year-old Naruto sat cross-legged on a brown couch with his back towards the kitchen. To the boy's right was a small dining room with a square table and 4 green chairs. Behind him was a small standard kitchen. Across was another couch and a bookshelf behind that. Naruto had an unrolled scroll in his lap. Minato appeared from the kitchen wearing a pink apron over his standard shinobi uniform, holding a plate he was drying with a small dish rag. The elder blonde cocked his head at the scroll his son was reading and walked over after setting down the plate and rag on the counter. He stood over his son. What have I told you about going into my library? Minato asked. No to, father. I didn't go to your library. I found the scroll in my room, Naruto explained without looking up. In your room, Minato sat beside his son. He picked up the end of the scroll and started reading. It's from Mom, Naruto whispered. In his mind, Minato agreed that the scroll was Kushina's handwriting. He momentarily wondered when Kushina had written it. May I? Minato asked, and when Naruto nodded, he pulled the scroll into his lap to continue reading it. My dearest Naruto, if you are reading this, something has happened to me and your father. There are several things I want you to know. The first is that we love you very much. The second is to never give up on your dreams. Your father's dream of becoming Hokage came true, yours can too. When you are older, ask the current Hokage for information on your parents, especially me. I don't know how old you will be when you read this, but I assume you are too young to know many things about me. If your father is still alive, he will explain why I have moved on to the next world. I do hope that your father is still alive. A young boy needs his father. There are several scrolls one have written for you about my past and your father's, in case anything ever happens to me. They are stored in a small scroll in your father's library. Your father or the current Hokage can retrieve them for you. Naruto, I love you very much. Your loving mother. Kushina. Minato blinked at the scroll. He read it repeatedly, and after a few minutes, he looked at his son. Naruto gave him a worried look, which he returned with a smile. Naruto, how much do you know about your mother? Minato asked, handing back the scroll. Not very much, father. Naruto shook his head as he pulled the scroll into his lap, just what you have told me. I see. Minato pulled his son into his lap so the little blonde sat across his knees. Naruto looked up at his father. He looks so much like Kushina but acts too much like me. Your mother was the most beautiful woman in the village. She was a little rowdy at times but very loving. She loved you so much. Minato smiled at his son. What happened to mother? Naruto asked. Minato sighed. He knew Naruto was too young to understand what happened that night. He was also too young to know about the Kyuubi. He would explain everything to Naruto one day but now was not the time. I'm sorry, Naruto. Minato shook his head, you're a little young to understand. I promise that when you are older, I will explain everything. For Naruto's age, he was surprisingly quiet and mature. He understood that his father thought he was too young, so he didn't protest. Naruto just nodded in agreement, surprising Minato. Still sitting on his father's lap, he pulled the scroll over and re-rolled it. They sat there for a long time until Naruto finally hopped down. What's for dinner? Naruto asked quietly. Your favorite, Minato replied, standing up. The older blonde grabbed Naruto's hand and walked him into the kitchen. Ramen. Naruto's eyes brightened as he walked into the kitchen and smelled the ramen cooking. Although Naruto was mature for his age, he was still quite simple-minded sometimes. Yes, your mom's famous recipe, Minato smiled at his son. The following day, Naruto sat cross-legged with another scroll in his lap in his father's office. He was reading something about chakra nature. He was usually so quiet that most didn't even notice him or chose to ignore him. Minato sat at his desk, doing the typical paperwork quietly. After a while, Minato looked up at his son and frowned. A young boy his age shouldn't want to sit and read constantly. Minato shook his head. Even when he was young, he still wanted to go and play with the others his age. Naruto, why don't you go outside and play with your friends? Minato asked. Naruto looked up from the scroll and said, I don't have any friends. What about Kiba, Shikamaru, Choji, Sasuke? Minato questioned. I don't know. They used to play with me, and now they don't, Naruto shrugged. Did something happen? Minato cocked his head. I don't think so. Naruto replied. Maybe I'll ask Shikaku or Sume what's going on, Minato told himself. Please don't, father, Naruto said. Why? Minato asked. I can make new friends, father, Naruto lied. Alright, then, Minato nodded and returned to his paperwork. Naruto went back to reading the scroll. Occasionally, Minato would glance up at his son, still worried about the young boy. Several hours passed, and Naruto would exchange the scroll for a new one now and then, checking first with his father to ensure he could read those scrolls. The young boy still sat in the same position. Father, Naruto asked. Minato looked up at his son. Yes. Why am I named Uzumaki and you Namikaze? Naruto asked. Minato blinked at his son. He didn't think Naruto would notice yet. Minato smiled and motioned for his son to come over. The little one did as he was told and trotted to his father. Minato helped his son onto his lap. I didn't think you would notice just yet, Minato admitted, but your mother thought it was a good idea for you to be named after her and not me. Why? Naruto blinked, confused. Because many people and shinobi are out there who don't like me and would want to hurt me. There aren't a lot of Namikazes in the world. If you were a Namikaze, many of my enemies would come after you to get to me, Minato explained. Naruto nodded. Oh, but when you are older and able to defend yourself properly, you can change your name to Namikaze if you would like. Minato smiled and brushed a few strands of hair out of Naruto's face. Naruto smiled and nodded again. Minato brushed a few more strands of hair from Naruto's face and laughed. You did get my unmanageable hair, you need a haircut. Naruto's eyes widened, and both hands flew up to his hair, making Minato laugh even more. Naruto jumped down from his father's lap and ran to the door. However, he wasn't very fast. Minato came up behind the little blonde and scooped him up in his arms, both still laughing. Minato had stopped laughing before his son. It was a joy to Minto to watch his son laugh so carefree. He noticed that Naruto laughed just like Kushina. Naruto? Minato asked, pulling Naruto out of his laughing fit. Yes, Naruto replied. Would you like me to enroll you in the academy? Minato asked. You are the right age. Naruto's eyes widened, and a large grin spread across his face. Yes. Minato chuckled at Naruto's enthusiasm. All right then. You can start this upcoming year. Naruto's grin grew, and he threw his hands around his father's neck. Thank you, Tu-san. Tu-san, I didn't get your call Tu-san. Usually, it's, father, or, Otu-san. Why the sudden change? Minato laughed. Naruto pulled back and looked at his father with his arms still around his neck. He honestly couldn't think of why, so he just shrugged. Minato smiled gently at the boy. You don't have to be so formal with me, ya know. Naruto only smiled in response. 6 years later. Naruto. Iruka yelled as he chased a blonde preteen. Naruto glanced back at his sensei. He was catching up. Of course, Iruka sensei would catch up. He's a chunin, and Naruto was still an academy student. Did he think he could outrun his sensei? Of course not, but Naruto firmly believed he could outmaneuver him. Naruto glanced around to try and find a way to escape Iruka sensei but found none. So, for now, he just kept running. Naruto, I said come back here. Iruka continued to yell. The blonde knew he needed to do something. Naruto glanced back once more and shook his head. He continued to run until he ran into something, or rather someone. Naruto bounced back and landed on his butt. The blonde put his hand back to his head to steady himself and then snuck a glance at who, instead, he ran into. At the sight of the person's face, Naruto looked away as Iruka finally caught up to Naruto. Is there a problem here? The voice called. No, Hokage-sama. Iruka bowed. One of the academy students refused to take the graduating exam and bolted from the classroom. I was just about to return to the academy with him. Nothing to worry about. I see, Minato nodded, then pointed to Naruto, who still sat on the ground, and this would be that student. Yes, sir. Iruka glanced down at Naruto and nodded. Come on Naruto. Let's get back to the academy. It's all right, Iruka, Minato smiled, I'll speak with him. Iruka looked back up at the Hokage. But, sir, Iruka started, but after seeing the look on Minato's face, he nodded in agreement. After one last look at Naruto, who was staring at the ground, Iruka turned and jogged back to the academy, where he had students waiting on him. Minato sighed, crouched in front of his son. Naruto. Naruto looked up slowly and caught his father's gaze. Naruto had not said a word this entire time. Minato was beginning to get worried. Naruto rarely spoke when he was out in the village, but he was always chatty at home. He held out his hand to help the little blonde up. Naruto took it, and soon they were walking side by side. Minato noted that Naruto seemed nervous. They walked silently for some time. Look, Naruto, I know that I've been busy recently, and we haven't spent much time together. Minato broke the silence after a while, but this is the third year in a row that you have refused to take the graduation exam. I need to know, is there something going on? When Minato didn't get a response, he looked down at Naruto. His son walked slowly with his hands in his pockets, staring at the ground and the rocks he was kicking. Something was bothering him, and Minato was determined to find out. The Hokage sighed and stopped walking, causing Naruto to do the same. You're not going to talk unless we are at home, are you? Naruto, taken by surprise, looked up at his father. He blinked in confusion. Was he really that quiet outside of his home? Yeah, he didn't like the village, but he didn't think the difference in personalities was that noticeable, especially since it had been years since he and his father had spent time together outside their home. Seeing Naruto's surprise, Minato took a deep breath and shook his head. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Minato asked. Naruto looked away, refusing to answer. He turned and walked away. After a few minutes, Minato caught up to his son, and Naruto felt his father place a hand on his shoulder. He stopped walking, knowing what his father was about to do. Let's go home, Minato said quietly, and they flashed to their home. After landing in their living room, Naruto still refused to look at his father. Naruto, will you talk to me now? Minato asked. Yes, Otusama, Naruto replied, still looking at the floor. Minato sighed, and Naruto realized his father was getting frustrated with him. What have I said about being so formal with me? Minato's voice had a slight bit of irritation in it, even though he was usually very good at masking his emotions. I'm sorry, Tsu-san. Naruto looked up at his father. Minato smiled at his son, so tell me, why have you refused to take the exam again? For the third time, might I add? I just don't feel ready to graduate yet, Naruto answered with a shrug. Why? Minato pushed. I don't know, Naruto replied quietly, I don't like the class one I'm in, and they don't like me. Quote. What do you mean they don't like you? Minato repeated. Naruto shook his head, he didn't want to answer. The memories of the cold stares and whispers he always heard around the academy and in the village flooded his mind. Naruto, Minato pushed for an answer. Naruto shook his head again. Answer me, Naruto, Minato stated, bringing out his Hokage voice. They just don't. We don't get along, Naruto finally replied, his voice getting louder, I just don't fit in, okay. Minato sighed again. It was the same answer Naruto gave every year. He wanted to contact the academy and find out what was going on, but he knew that Naruto would say something to stop him. He would tell his father that he would take care of it, make new friends, or be the Hokage's son. Of course, he could take care of it. Naruto, this time, I want to speak to your sensei, Minato tried again. Please don't, father, Naruto begged. Alright, Minato sighed. He wanted to let Naruto handle things as he could, but this was the last time he wouldn't step in, but next year, you promise me that you will take the exam, alright? Minato smiled, you are old enough and skilled enough to become a shinobi. Naruto nodded as Minato pulled him in a hug. Naruto pulled back and stared into his father's eyes, Tsu-san. Minato replied cocking his head. You are worried about me? Naruto asked. Minato gave the boy a sheepish smile and nodded, you're my son. Of course, I will always worry about you, but you are just so quiet all the time, especially when we are around the village. Oh, Naruto nodded. Can you tell me why? Minato asked. Naruto just shook his head. Minato chuckled slightly, why not? Naruto just shook his head again. Minato sighed in defeat. Maybe one day, Naruto would tell him. A few months later, Naruto had started back at the academy again. It was October, and Naruto knew what would come on the 10th day of October. It was a day he secretly dreaded. He never understood why that day was so much worse than the rest, besides, it was his birthday. Maybe they hated that he was born. Maybe they blamed him for the whole thing that happened that day. Maybe they believed that if Naruto wasn't born, his dad would have fought better, and people wouldn't have died. Although Naruto hated that day, his father didn't understand why until this year. The year Naruto turned 12 years old. That day, Minato would go to the yearly festival to celebrate the defeat of the Kyuubi, leaving Naruto at home per his request. It was a mystery to Minato why Naruto never wanted to attend the festival. When Naruto was younger, he just thought the festival was too late in the evening, and the boy was tired, but as he got older, Naruto would always give an excuse. His stomach hurt from too much birthday cake that they had earlier, or he would complain of a headache, or he needed to do his was always an excuse. As far as he knew, Naruto had no bad memories of that day as Minato did. Minato could never figure out why. Did Naruto know more about that day than he realized? Of course, Minato reluctantly had to attend as the Hokage and the savoir of that day. So, like every year, Minato would dress in his formal robes, a top wrapped around his body, and a light blue shirt that went past his hips. It had a black band in the center. The pants were the same color as the top and went to his ankles. He wore a pair of black ninja sandals. Over the top was a long, sleeveless white cloak piped with dark blue. The back of the cloak had the words, "Fourth Hokage." Minato stepped out of the long hallway and saw his son sitting on the couch with the scroll from Kushina in his lap. Minato smiled gently at the scene as Naruto was engrossed in the scroll. Minato walked over and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Naruto looked at his father and gave him a weak smile, which Minato returned. "Naruto, I am going to the festival. They are expecting me soon. Are you sure you don't want to come this year?" Minato asked. Naruto shook his head. Unknown to Minato, the young boy would be safer at home than in the village. Minato sighed and nodded. "Is there anything else you want for your birthday this year?" Minato asked, kneeling beside the couch. Naruto stared at his father for a minute, then looked at the scroll. Naruto knew exactly what he wanted from his father this year. "I want to know everything," Naruto murmured, still looking down at the scroll. "What do you mean?" Minato asked. Naruto didn't reply. Naruto knew that his father needed to know what the villagers do. Minato needed to know that the village didn't know who Naruto was and that they believed him to be a demon. Why do they treat me this way?" Naruto thought to himself. Naruto clenched his fists, which startled Minato. "I want to know what happened to Mom," Naruto answered. Minato nodded. "I can make that happen. Is there anything else?" "I want to know why everyone in the village hates me," Naruto whispered. Minato's face suddenly turned serious, and he grabbed Naruto's wrist. "What are you talking about, Naruto?" Naruto looked at his wrist, then back up at his father. The boy's expression told his father that Naruto didn't realize he had said that out loud. Naruto looked away quickly. "Never mind," Naruto shook his head. Minato suddenly moved in front of Naruto, still kneeling, and grabbed Naruto's shoulders so the boy was forced to face him. He searched Naruto's eyes for emotion but only found a blank stare. Damn, he was getting good at masking his emotions. Minato's face went from serious to worried, then mad. "Naruto, you need to explain," Minato demanded, his voice changing to his Hokage voice. "I said never mind, Otusama," Naruto replied, unshaken by Minato's harsh voice. Minato took a deep breath and looked at the kitchen clock. He needed to go, or the Anbu would start to look for him. Minato hesitated before letting Naruto go and standing up. "We will talk about this when I get home. Do you understand?" Minato stated. "Yes, sir," Naruto nodded without looking at his father. "I'll be back soon," Minato softened. "Okay." Naruto nodded again, still not looking at his father. Minato stepped outside his house and placed the necessary seals to protect his son. Then he called for an Anbu member, which happened to be an old student of his. "Kakashi, keep an eye on Naruto," Minato ordered, "make sure no one comes near him, understood?" "Yes, sir," the silver-haired Anbu member replied, then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Minato sighed. At least Naruto would be safe until he returned. Minato turned and headed to the festival. He and his son would have a long talk when he returned. When Minato returned that night, he found Naruto asleep in his bed. He seemed to be safe and unharmed. Minato pulled the yellow comforter up and covered the rest of his son, careful not to wake him. Their conversation will have to wait till the morning, but he needs to talk with a certain Anbu member. Minato walked out of Naruto's bedroom and quietly shut his door. Making his way down the hall, he searched for any chakra signatures. Once he reached the living room, he called for Kakashi. The silver-haired appeared in a puff of smoke in a kneeling position. Kakashi, I would like a report of any incidents this evening, Minato stated. You're not going to like what you hear, sensei, Kakashi replied, standing up and removing his dog mask. Kakashi, Minato said in a warning voice. No one came near the residences, but several shinobi had passed by, and they were looking for. Kakashi trailed off. What were they looking for? Minato asked, becoming concerned. Naruto, Kakashi replied. Naruto. Why were they looking for Naruto? Well, Kakashi stuttered. Kakashi, Minato warned. I heard whispers about beating the shit out of him, and making him pay for what he did, or something along those lines, Kakashi replied, but they were all intoxicated, sir. Beating him, Minato almost yelled, but remembering his son was sleeping, he returned to a normal voice. Yes, sir, Kakashi nodded. Minato placed his hand on his head and sighed, all shinobi. Well, no, Kakashi replied simply. No, civilians, too, Kakashi nodded. Damn, Minato shook his head, I can't do much about the civilians, but please get me a list of those shinobi in the morning. The ones that you remember. Yes, sir, Kakashi nodded before being dismissed. After standing there silently, Minato knew he couldn't do anything tonight, so he checked on his son before heading to bed. Minato sat at the dining room table with a simple bowl of rice in front of him. His hands were laced together in front of his face. His expression told that he was deeply thinking about the information he had received the night before. The shinobi and the villagers were hunting down his son last night. The Hokage's son. How could I not have known about this? I am the Hokage, for God's sake. How could I not see the way the villagers had treated Naruto? Minato slammed his fist on the table, knocking over the rice bowl. He was more than upset with himself. He was sucked out of his thoughts when he realized his son was still sleeping. The man sighed and cleaned up the rice. Is this why Naruto's always so quiet in the village? Minato shook his head. Everything that he had ever wondered about started making sense. It was why Naruto was always so quiet outside their home. The reason Naruto never liked celebrating his birthday. The reason Naruto rarely went out in the village. The reason Naruto didn't have many friends and why he lost his friends rather quickly. Minato always thought he caught on to things like that pretty quickly, but how could he have missed this? Minato thought about it a moment, and then the answer came. Naruto was never in the village with Minato. He rarely saw Naruto outside of their own home. No one was ever able to make the connection. When Naruto was younger, Minato did it on purpose so that his enemies wouldn't know about him having a son, but mainly for those outside of the village. He didn't do as purposely for his own comrades. As Naruto got older, Minato didn't purposely hide him anymore, he stopped around the time Naruto went into the academy. So, did Naruto continue it on purpose? Or was it simply a coincidence? When he heard feet pad down the hallway, Minato was shaken out of his thoughts again. Soon, a young blonde appeared in the doorframe. The elder smiled at the young boy and motioned for him to sit down. Are you hungry? Minato asked as Naruto took a seat. The young blonde shook his head and looked down at his lap. Minato sighed. Naruto, about last night. Don't worry about it, Naruto interrupted. Minato stared at his son, waiting for Naruto to look at him. Did you know? I know that shinobi and the villagers look for me the night of the festival, Naruto replied without looking up. How did you know? Minato asked. I heard about it one day when I was a kid, Naruto explained. I was in the market, and I overheard two shinobi planning it for the night of the festival, and what they would do to me when they found me. Do you remember who the two shinobi were? Minato asked. If they were planning it, then it wasn't from being drunk. Naruto shook his head. Naruto, look at me, Minato asked. His son hesitated, but when Naruto finally looked up, Minato finally saw the pain in his son's eyes. Why, Naruto? Minato pushed. Why do you want to continue to bear this weight? This pain. It's nothing I can't handle, Naruto stated. I am the Hokage's son, your son, after all. Naruto, you shouldn't be afraid of the villagers. Minato just about yelled. It's not the villagers, Naruto whispered, they're harmless. It's not the villagers. Minato repeated, what do you mean? What do they do? They just call me names, like demon, murderer, monster. They tell me I murdered people, and things like that, but they never actually do anything. They are too scared to, Naruto explained. Okay, Minato's anger was starting to rise again, but he didn't want to scare his son into not talking, so he pushed it back down and regained his composure. Has anyone ever caused you physical harm? Naruto hesitated a few moments but then nodded slightly. If it's not the villagers, then. Minato was becoming more rage-filled as he started to understand who exactly had caused harm to his son. Naruto shook his head and looked back into his lap. The young blonde played with his fingers, hoping his father wouldn't ask the question, but. I need you to confirm, Naruto, Minato stated. The shinobi, Naruto said, barely audible. Minato's eyes widened in anger. Part of him knew what the answer was but another part of him had hoped he was wrong. How could the shinobi attack his son? How could his men attack his own son? Minato attempted to regain his composure once more. He was never the one to lose his temper. That was until it came to his son. Is there in anyone particular? Minato asked. The younger ones, Naruto answered. The younger ones? Like who? Minato pushed. Naruto said, looking around, trying to avoid his father's eyes. Naruto, Minato warned, who? Mizuki-sensei, for one, Naruto whispered. Mizuki, your teacher at the academy? Minato asked, surprised. Naruto nodded, turning his head down into his lap. His long hair shaded his eyes. Yes, he beats me sometimes, after school, Naruto stuttered. Minato realized that Naruto was starting to lose control of his emotions. He beats you, after school? Minato asked as his voice became shaken. His own sensei beats him. How did I not notice? Naruto nodded, unsure of his own voice. Minato suddenly stood up, knocking over his chair. Surprised at the sudden noise and movement, Naruto shot his head up. Minato could now see the tears streaking down his son's face. Minato walked over to him and pulled him into his arms. How could he let his son get this hurt by the village he was in charge of? Minato didn't know, but he knew he would be doing something about it. The young boy continued to cry into his father's chest. Naruto always kept all the emotion from the beatings and name-calling bottled up. He never wanted his father to know for reasons he wasn't sure of. He assumed it was because he didn't want his father to feel like a terrible Hokage. But again, this was just an assumption. Maybe it was because he was embarrassed that he couldn't protect himself. Whatever the reason, Naruto had one thing that he swore never to tell his father, and even now, he didn't want him to know. Why are the villagers treating Naruto this way? Minato closed his eyes and furrowed his eyebrows when he came up with the answer. The Kyuubi. The villagers somehow knew Naruto was the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi. Minato realized this was the very reason why Kushina kept it a secret. She would have gotten the same treatment from the village. Or maybe not, the Kyuubi never attacked the village before that night, so the villagers had no reason to hate her as much as they did Naruto. Even so, she still would have gotten similar treatment for being a Jinchuriki. The more and more Minato thought about the whole situation, the more questions he would come up with. Was it all the villagers? How did they know? When did the treatment start? Have a lot of the shinobi physically harmed Naruto, like Mizuki had? Why didn't Naruto tell him? Hundreds of questions like these ran through Minato's mind. Would they treat him the same if he was around? Of course not, but Minato needed to know. He would have to send Naruto into the village himself. He knew how much pain this would cause his son, but he needed to confirm this. He knew how much he was asking of his son. Of course, if someone tries to harm him, the Hokage would have to step in. Minato sighed as he knew what to do. Naruto. He gently pushed his son away from his chest. Naruto's red swollen eyes looked up at his father. Yes, To-san. I need you to do something, for me, Minato reluctantly said. What? Naruto asked quietly. Minato closed his eyes and slowly opened them again. He prepared himself to ask his son to put himself in harm's way. Naruto did as he was told and walked through the village without any protection. He knew what was coming, and he just prepared himself for it. When his father asked him to show him how the villagers treated him, Naruto thought his father didn't believe that his villagers or shinobi would do something like that to his son. That is until Minato explained that he had to have evidence to punish someone. It was just politics. Naruto understood and did what he was told. As Naruto walked, he glanced around and found the villagers were giving him those icy stares like they always did. Naruto wasn't too worried about being hurt, he was more worried about his father finding out the one thing Naruto wanted to keep hidden. A few villagers shouted at him, calling him a demon and murderer. Naruto was praying his father was hearing all of this and noticed the glares and stares he received. Naruto sighed to himself and continued walking. He was replaying the scene where his father asked him to do this. Naruto remembered his father promising to explain everything once they returned home. He promised to explain why the villagers treated him badly, why Mizuki had beaten him, and why they called him a demon. Naruto silently hoped he wasn't a demon like the villagers often told him he was. Naruto looked at the shop he walked by and noticed a familiar Anbu mask hanging on display. It was similar to the one his favorite silver-haired Anbu member wore. It reminded him of the man who was always assigned to watch him when his father was away. Naruto smiled and walked up to the counter, but he wasn't expecting any customer service. This was a good way to show his father how the villagers would interact with him. "Excuse me, sir," Naruto said as he approached the counter. A large man turned around and glared at the blonde. "Hey, what do you want, demon brat?" the man yelled, causing a few people to turn around and stare at the scene. Naruto acted like nothing was wrong and continued, "I was wondering how much that mask was." Naruto pointed to the Anbu mask. The man reached up and grabbed the mask. "You want this?" Naruto nodded, but suddenly, the man pushed him out of the shop. Naruto landed on his hind end with a thud. Naruto put both hands behind him to steady himself. Then, he felt something hard hit his head. He lifted his hand to the place where he was hit. He looked over and noticed the mask was sitting next to him. The man had thrown the mask at him. As the man stepped out from behind the counter, Naruto thought he would be hit again. Naruto closed his eyes and put one arm before his face, bracing for impact, but nothing came. Naruto opened his eyes to see a familiar cloak in front of him. "That's not how you treat a child," a voice boomed. "To-san," Naruto whispered. Naruto knew that voice all too well. His father was pissed. Hokage-sama, the man stuttered as he backed up slightly. Minato turned around, crouched before Naruto, and offered his hand. Naruto grabbed the mask and then took his father's hand. They both stood up and turned to face the large man. Naruto tried to hand the mask back, but Minato stopped him. The elder pulled out some money, enough to cover the cost. Then he turned to his son and pulled him away from the scene. A few steps later, the two blondes flashed back to their home. Naruto hung his head and stared at the mask. He suddenly felt a pair of arms around him. "I am so sorry, Naruto," Minato whispered, "I had no idea the villagers treated you this way." Naruto pushed his father off him. "There is nothing you can do." Surprised, Minato blinked at his son. "What do you mean?" "Unless you are with me always, the villagers will continue to treat me this way. That is until they come to acknowledge me," Naruto explained. Minato sighed, "But I can do something about the shinobi who are bothering you." "What?" Naruto asked. "Well, beating the Hokage's son can be considered treason," Minato explained. "No," Naruto said. Even someone as young as Naruto knew what would happen if you were found to be treasonous. "What?" Minato was again surprised by Naruto's actions. "Please don't kill them," Naruto begged. Minato sighed. "Why not?" "Because." Naruto started to reply, but he didn't want his father to find out about his secret, so he came up with a lie, "Because you still need shinobi to protect the village." Minato thought momentarily. He knew it wasn't a good enough reason, but he believed it was partly Naruto's choice. "Okay, but they will still need to be punished. I won't back down on that." Naruto nodded, relieved that his father agreed, then pulled the mask to his chest and held it close. "Thank you for the mask, To-san." Minato chuckled lightly. "You're welcome, Naruto. Tomorrow, you will take the graduation exam to become a genin. I am sure you are all prepared enough to take the exam." Iruka spoke to his class and then glanced at Naruto. "Are you going to take the exam this year, Naruto?" The blonde looked up at his sensei with a bored expression. He glanced around and noticed that his classmates were now staring at him, waiting for an answer. Naruto was loosely paying attention in the back with a few other students. The later-known Rookie 9 was seated in various positions. Shikamaru and Choji were, of course, sitting together on one side of Naruto. Ino and Sakura had fought over who got to sit by Sasuke, which neither won. Kiba was playing with his dog, not paying attention. Before he could speak, someone interrupted him. "I don't see why he should. I mean, he's just going to fail," Sakura said with a cocky attitude. Naruto raised his eyebrows slightly at the comment from the pink-haired girl. "For once, You're right, billboard brow, Ino agreed, crossing her arms. Shut up, Ino pig. Sakura countered. Naruto looked over at the blonde-haired Yamanaka and rolled his eyes. He didn't need to respond now, the girls were doing it for him. Come on, guys, I'm sure he'll just bolt from the classroom again, Kiba laughed as Akamaru barked in agreement. He might say something now. Actually, Naruto said as he leaned back in the chair and crossed his arms, I plan on taking the exam this year and passing, of course. I promised my father that I would. Your father? Iruka asked. He had assumed that Naruto was an orphan this whole time, but apparently, he has parents, or a father at least. Naruto nodded. HNN, dead last, Sasuke murmured, I doubt you'll pass. We will see, Naruto shrugged. Alright then, Iruka tried to regain his students' attention, the exam will be in 3 parts. The first is a written exam, the second an oral exam, and the third is a performance test. Other side of the academy. A Chunin-level shinobi stood at the front desk of the academy, filing paperwork. He heard the door open and close and then blankly asked without looking up, something I can help you with? Yes, I'm sure you can, the voice boomed. The man recognized the voice and shot his head up, Hokage-sama. Minato looked at the man, you're Mizuki, aren't you? Why yes, sir, Mizuki nodded. Aside from the reason I am here, I need to speak with you later in my office, Minato stated, I will summon you. Yes, sir, Mizuki nodded again, what can I help you with? I need to speak with my son, Minato said. Your son, sir? Mizuki asked, slightly confused. Yes, Uzumaki Naruto, Minato said. Mitsuki's eyes widened, and Minato made note of this reaction. They honestly did not know that Naruto was his son. Naruto? Mizuki asked in surprise. Yes, Minato replied, can you retrieve him for me? Of course. Mizuki nodded and jogged off to retrieve the little blonde. Back in the classroom, Iruka continued to talk about the exam to his students. Sitting in the back, Naruto was trying to pay attention, but since he heard this lecture 3 times before, the blonde was having a hard time. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Iruka yelled to come in. Naruto noticed that it was Mizuki, the one who would beat him almost every day after school. Naruto unconsciously narrowed his eyes and tensed up. Shikamaru and Sasuke were the only ones to notice. Iruka and Mizuki briefly discussed something before turning their attention to the blonde. Their eyes showed the same expression, shock. Naruto closed his eyes and shook his head, shit. Again, Shikamaru and Sasuke caught on to his reaction and knew something was up. Sasuke was closer and was about but was cut off by Iruka calling Naruto's name. Yeah, Naruto replied hesitantly. At this point, all the students had picked up on their instructor's expression and had turned their attention to the blonde at the back. Naruto swallowed hard at suddenly being the center of attention, and not in a good way. Your father is here to see you, Iruka said. What? Naruto's eyes suddenly widened. Why was his father here? Your father has come to retrieve you, Mitsuki repeated, narrowing his eyes at Naruto. Alright, Naruto nodded and stood. He made his way down the stairs to the door of the classroom. Iruka continued to stare at the blonde until they had walked out of the classroom and Mizuki closed the door behind them. Once they were alone in the hallway, Naruto had stiffed like he was preparing for one of the beatings from Mizuki. He flinched when he felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked up and found Mizuki staring ahead as they walked. The blue-haired man looked pissed. Why didn't you tell us who you were, Uzumaki-sama? Mizuki snarled as he tightened his grip on the blonde's shoulder. Don't call me that, Mizuki-sensei, Naruto snapped back, trying to free his shoulder. What, Uzumaki-sama? Mizuki smirked and looked down at him. Yes, that, Naruto snapped again. We'll have to see about that, Mizuki said as they reached the principal office of the academy. The blue-haired shinobi removed his hand from Naruto's shoulder before Minato noticed them. Minato stood staring at the wall of photos of the academy teachers behind the main desk. The Hokage heard footsteps coming down the hall and turned to see the two approaching. Mizuki had an expression on his face that Minato did not appreciate, but he would deal with him later. Right now, he had something more important to do. Naruto. Minato smiled at his son as Naruto walked up to him. To-san, Naruto replied. Minato placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder, the same one Mizuki had placed his hand on. Naruto unconsciously flinched at the touch. Minato noticed but didn't acknowledge it or remove his hand. He knew precisely why Naruto had flinched, and he didn't want Mizuki to see that he was aware. The two blondes walked out of the academy together and made their way to one of the few places where Naruto felt most safe, the large field just beyond the Hokage monument. "To-san?" Naruto asked as they walked through the village. "Yes, Naruto," Minato replied. "Why did you pull me out of school?" Naruto asked. "We could have come afterward. Because I have a meeting this evening with the heads of the clan, and the day after your graduation, I have to leave for a few days. I promised to explain everything, and I have put it off long enough. I had some free time this afternoon, so I thought we could talk. Plus, I bet you have heard the pre-exam lecture enough already, huh?" Minato replied. "Yeah, I guess," Naruto shrugged. They walked up the tall stairs up the mountain and through the town just behind the heads of the Hokage. "Naruto, another reason I pulled you out of school was because I am dealing with some of the shinobi that have harmed you later this afternoon when they are all back from their missions," Minato said. Naruto looked at his father. "What do you plan to do, father?" "I'm not going to kill them, per your request, even though I want to, I'm simply going to demote them. Those who are Chunin will now be Genin, and Jonins will be Chunins again. None of them will be getting any mission higher rank than C, but mostly D rank," Minato explained. "This way, their entire lives will be uprooted." "Oh," Naruto nodded. "But there is a particular one that I want to talk to you about," Minato said through his teeth. "Mizuki-sensei," Naruto whispered. "Yes," Minato explained, "I gather that he is the one who has caused you the most pain. What do you want me to do?" "Whatever you want, father," Naruto said simply. "Okay, why the sudden change?" Minato asked. "Father, I didn't want you to kill the shinobi for treason because I didn't want you to lose some good shinobi. The village still needs to be protected, but since Mizuki is only an academy teacher, I don't care what happens to him," Naruto explained. "The village won't suffer due to the loss of one shinobi and academy teacher at that." "I see," Minato nodded. It was strange that Naruto cared about the village itself, even when he was treated so horribly. "Why do you care so much for the village, Naruto?" Naruto looked up at him, a little confused about the question, and replied in a tone that indicated that the answer should have been obvious. "Because you do, father." Minato smiled at him. "Since it is not a high act of treason, I don't think that the council will appreciate me killing him, so I think I will send him to Hozukiho." "Hozukiho?" Naruto asked. "Yes, it's more commonly known as blood prison," Minato nodded. "It isn't a fun place to go. He will serve a life sentence." Once they finally reached the field, Naruto trotted past his father and sat cross-legged in the middle. Naruto turned his face to the sky and took a deep breath with a genuine smile. Minato continued to walk at the same pace and take in the scene unfolding before him. He loved seeing Naruto this happy, and it was a rare sight, so he took his time. Right before he reached his son, he had made sound barriers, preventing anyone from hearing their conversation. Naruto had made the connections to why his father would bring him here. Normally, they only came here on rare occasions, like Minato's birthday, when he wanted to escape the village. This is the place where everyone knows not to bother them. Minato smiled at his son again and sat cross-legged in front of him. Naruto returned the smile with a large grin of his own, one the Minato wouldn't see very often. The little blonde truly loved being here. "Naruto," Minato started. "You're going to tell me what happened to mom, right?" Naruto interrupted. Minato chuckled lightly. "Yes, I am, but I will also tell you why I believe the villagers treat you like they do." "Oh," Naruto replied. "But I will start at the beginning." Minato took a deep breath. "The beginning?" Naruto repeated. "Yes," Minato nodded. "Naruto, have you ever heard of the Kyuubi?" "The Kyuubi? Yeah, they talked about it in the academy. The Kyuubi attacked the village around the time I was born, and you killed him," Naruto thought out loud. "Well, that's what we told them to teach," Minato corrected. "What do you mean, To-san?" "When the Kyuubi attacked the village, I knew there was no way you could kill a tailed beast," Minato explained. "Wait, a tailed beast? Are there more than one?" Naruto asked. "Yes," Minato nodded, "there are 9. The Ikibi, Nibi, Sanbi, Yonbi, Gobi, Rokubi, Nanabi, Hachibi, and the Kyuubi." 1 through 9, Naruto repeated. "Exactly," Minato nodded. "But how did you defeat the Kyuubi if you can't kill a tailed beast?" Naruto asked. "You must seal the tailed beast into an object, most common as a person," Minato explained. Oh, and you sealed the Kyuubi into someone? Naruto asked. Yes, I did, Minato nodded. A person with a tailed beast sealed inside them is called a Jinchuriki. A Jinchuriki? Naruto repeated. Yes, Minato nodded. Who did you seal the Kyuubi in, To-san? Naruto asked. Minato breathed deeply. Naruto, I sealed the Kyuubi into you. After a moment, with no response, Minato repeated, Naruto, you are the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi. I'm the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi. Naruto repeated in disbelief. I'm the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi. Naruto repeated again, but this time with a louder voice, he was almost yelling. Naruto suddenly stood up and placed his hand on his stomach. Naruto's eyes started to water. Minato also stood up and tried to place a hand on his son's shoulder, but Naruto moved away, not wanting his father to touch him. Naruto stared up at him with a mixture of emotions in his eyes. I am a demon, Naruto murmured. No, you're not, Naruto, Minato tried, but his son wasn't listening. They were right, Naruto continued, I'm a monster. No, they aren't. Minato grabbed both of Naruto's shoulders. Naruto looked up at his father with watering eyes and a mixture of emotions until one took over. Anger. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the elder blonde and did something Minato wasn't expecting. Naruto clenched his fists, then sent one into his father's stomach, which made Minato release his son and double over in pain. Surprising Minato more than anything. How could a 12-year-old's punch be so strong? How could you seal the Kyuubi into your own son? Naruto yelled at his father. Naruto, Minato started to respond but was cut off. How could you? Naruto said again, softer this time. Naruto started backing up slowly as Minato steadied himself. Minato noticed what Naruto was about to do. Naruto, wait, Minato held out his hand, but it was too late, Naruto had bolted. Minato started to go after him but stopped. Naruto needed to let this sink in. He had hoped Naruto would let him explain why the Kyuubi was sealed inside him, but he didn't get the chance. Suddenly there was a puff of smoke beside Minato, and a silver-haired Anbu member was next to him. Do you want me to retrieve him, sir? The masked man asked. No, just follow him and make sure he is safe, but let him come home on his own terms, Minato ordered. Yes, sir, the masked man nodded and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Minato sighed. That didn't go well, Kushina. I wish you were here. You would have explained it better, and maybe he wouldn't have bolted like that. Minato decided to go home, he would deal with the shinobi later. He already gave the missions department a list of shinobi who were not allowed to go on missions until he dealt with them, so there was no rush. He would need to be emotionally composed to do so. He thought about flashing home but decided to walk. He needed time to think, and Kakashi would ensure that Naruto was safe. He knew that Kakashi would let him come home when he was ready. Although Minato knew Naruto was safe from harm, he still worried about him. He truly didn't think Naruto would react that way. He was normally one to think first, like himself, but at that moment, Naruto had acted like his mother. He reacted first instead of thinking, just like Kushina. Maybe there is a bit of her in him, Minato thought. Minato walked slowly back to his home to wait for his son. Minato walked up the stairs to the door, silently hoping Naruto had already beaten him home, but that wasn't the case. He walked into the house, took off his shoes, and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. I'll make Naruto's favorite, that may help. Minato smiled as he pulled Kushina's cookbook out and opened to the most used page. Minato started making Naruto's favorite dish, Kushina's homemade ramen. Even if Minato didn't make it as well as Kushina did. Naruto still hadn't come home several hours later, and Minato started to worry. Did something happen to him? Is Kakashi protecting him? What if something happened? Minato's head was filled with the worst-case scenarios. It was getting dark out. He considered looking for his son until he remembered that Kakashi always carried one of his special kunai. Minato could flash to Kakashi, and Naruto would be nearby. Minato could check on his son without him knowing he was there. Minato closed his eyes and searched for the kunai. Once he found it, he flashed to it. He landed on a tree branch on one of the training fields next to Kakashi. The silver-haired Anbu didn't seem fazed by the sudden appearance of his sensei. Minato looked over at his student. Kakashi had slid his mask to the side of his head. The blonde followed Kakashi's gaze and found Naruto sitting cross-legged at the stream's edge. Minato looked around and noticed they were at Training Ground 7. It was strange for Naruto to come to this place where Minato had several memories. He hasn't moved for several hours, maybe you should go talk to him, sensei, Kakashi suggested as he glanced at Minato. I guess that I should. I was hoping Naruto would come to me, but it's getting late, Minato agreed. The blonde hopped down from the tree and landed silently. He strolled over to where his son was sitting. Upon Minato's arrival, Naruto looked up. His eyes were red and swollen. His cheeks were stained with tears, and his nose was still runny. Minato tried to take a deep breath, but his breath hitched. I talked to him, Naruto said quietly. To whom, Naruto? Minato asked. The Kyuubi, Naruto said as he gazed at the river. Flashback. Naruto took off away from his father. He knew the elder would try to follow him, but he hoped his father would leave him alone. Minato had done enough already. He ran through the village, down the stairs, and headed to the training grounds. It was getting late, so he prayed they would be empty. He picked a random one and headed there. He slowed to a walk and noticed his father hadn't followed him. He found a small clearing in a random training ground. He looked around and noticed the large stone in the center of the clearing. He walked over and found it was a memorial stone. He looked and found a familiar name. Uzumaki Kushina. Mom, Naruto muttered. The tears that had slowly stopped started forming again. Mom, why did you let Otusama make me the Jinchuriki? Why? The village hates me. I am a demon. Naruto slid down to his knees. His eyes and nose started running again. After an eternity, his eyes finally dried as they ran out of tears. The young blonde stood up and unconsciously approached the small stream. He sat down and crossed his legs. He sat there staring at the clam water until he got an idea. The blonde closed his eyes and tried to enter his mindscape. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a long hallway. It was dark except for the slight yellow glow from the dim light bulbs in the ceiling. He looked down and noticed he was standing in ankle-deep water. Looking back up, he found himself drawn to one adjoining hallway. The water splashed at his feet as he walked to the hallway. He stopped at the opening and took a deep breath. He continued making his way until he came to a very large cage. So, my vessel has decided to grace me with his presence, a husky voice thundered out of the cage, followed by two red eyes. You're the Kyuubi, Naruto's small voice replied. I am, the Kyuubi snarled. I'm sorry you have to be sealed inside me. I don't want you here any more than you want to be here, Naruto said. What's this? A Jinchuriki apologizing to a tailed beast. The Kyuubi laughed. But since we are stuck with each other, we might as well get to know each other, Naruto shrugged. I am the Kyuubi, the nine-tailed demon fox. Why would I want to get to know a weak little kid like you? The large fox laughed. Because you're stuck with me, Naruto replied simply. You're just a little kid. What makes you think you can control me? The Kyuubi continued laughing. I have for 12 years so far, Naruto replied, remaining surprisingly calm. The Kyuubi didn't reply. Besides, we are alike, ya know. Everyone hates me, just like they seem to hate you, Naruto continued, maybe one day we can even become friends. Ha, friends. Don't make me laugh, kid. The Kyuubi laughed. Naruto walked closer to the cage and found the Kyuubi lying down with his head resting on his front paws. Do you have a name? Besides Kyuubi, or is Kyuubi your name? HN, was the only reply. I have to go now, Naruto said, Tsu-san will start to worry about me. Maybe one day you will tell me your name. End flashback. Tsu-san, yeah, I'm sorry I took off like that, Naruto said. It's alright, Naruto, Minato smiled, you needed time to process. The moon was bright, and it shined off the stream. The two blondes sat there in silence for some time. Minato took a deep breath as he decided to break the silence. Naruto, I wouldn't have made you the Jinchuriki if I didn't have a good reason, Minato stated. I know, Tsu-san, and I should have realized that earlier, but I took off. I'm sorry, I didn't let you explain, Naruto looked down into his lap. Minato sighed, I honestly wasn't sure how you would react, so I was prepared for the worst. Although it didn't even cross my mind that you would punch me. Naruto reached up and starched the back of his head, sorry about that. Minato laughed, I'm the Hokage, I think I can take a punch from my 12-year-old. So, why did you seal the Kyuubi in me? Naruto asked. Because I believed that you can control him. I trust you with him because you are my son, Minato explained. Oh, Naruto, I also couldn't ask any of the parents in the village to do something like make their child a Jinchuriki if I couldn't do it myself. It wouldn't be fair, Minato continued. I see, Naruto nodded. Your mother didn't want to make you the Jinchuriki because she knew the burden it would be on you. Minato frowned at the memory of Kushina yelling at him that night. What do you mean, Tu-san? Your mother was the Jinchuriki before you, Minato said. She was? Naruto asked. Yes, so she knew full well what we were asking of you, but I knew you could handle it, Minato continued. Oh, also, I knew if a strong woman like your mother could control the Kyuubi, then her son could too. Minato smiled and placed his hand on Naruto's head to ruffle his hair. Wait, if she was the Jinchuriki, how did the Kyuubi attack the village? How did mom die? Naruto asked from underneath his father's hand. It's a long story, Naruto. It's getting late, and you have a graduation exam to take. Minato smiled. I'm sorry, Naruto. It's going to have to wait. Oh, but aren't you going out of town? Naruto asked. We will figure it out, Minato shrugged, then gave him a smile. Minato stood up and offered his hand to his son, who took it. Once they were both standing, Minato flashed them back to their house. Minato reheated the ramen he made for the two of them. As they ate dinner, Naruto would randomly make a face. What's wrong, Naruto? Minato asked once he made another face. I keep trying to talk to the Kyuubi, but it's like he is refusing my call or something. I can't quite explain it, Naruto explained. Kushina told me about this. Your connection in your mind is like a conversation. You both have to want to talk. Does that make sense? Minato tried to explain. So he's just not wanting to talk? Naruto asked. I guess so, but Naruto, Minato started. Yay. Don't talk to the Kyuubi too much, he's not a good influence. Minato waved the chopsticks in his face. Naruto gave a small laugh and then agreed. Oh, and one more thing, Minato's expression suddenly got serious. What? The Kyuubi stays between you and me. It is not to be shared. If it got out that you were the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, it could put you in a lot of danger, Minato said with a very serious tone. Just like I would be if I were named Namikaze? Naruto asked with a little bit of sarcasm and anger in his voice. Naruto hated that he wasn't named after his father, even if it did make it easier to hide who he was. Minato sighed, picking up on the anger. Yes, Naruto, just like that. But the shinobi and the villagers already know, Naruto asked. Yes, some do, Minato nodded, but it's more outside the village that I am worried about. Villages have tried to kidnap the Jinchurikis from other villages before. We don't want that happening again. After the night when the Kyuubi attacked and you became the Jinchuriki, I made a law that forbids anyone from speaking about the Kyuubi. It will stay in effect until you are old enough to defend yourself. Oh, Naruto said, playing with his food. Minato sighed, we will discuss this more later. Let's get to bed, you have a graduation exam in the morning. Naruto nodded and helped his father clean up dinner. They both washed up and headed to bed. The blonde Hokage sat at his desk with his elbows at the edge, and his fingers laced in front of his face. Although he was a shinobi and couldn't let his emotions take over, he had difficulty hiding his angry expression. Minato was terrifying when he was angry. His usually bright blue eyes were now dark and filled with rage. Today was the day he was waiting for. The day the shinobi who hurt his son would be punished. The day his son could walk around the village without fear of being beaten by the shinobi, or at least that was the goal. Several shinobi of various ages stood in front of the fuming Hokage. Many of them had never seen Minato this angry before, while the elders had not seen him like this since he found Jiraiya-sama peeking into the women's bath while Kushina was there. Even though several were terrified of the livid Hokage, their expressions didn't show it. Finally, the last shinobi that Minato had summoned arrived, and it was time to get down to business. Minato dropped his hands on his desk with a loud thud. Do you know the punishment for a shinobi accused of treason? Minato asked with a booming voice. Yes, sir, the room chorused. Of course, being shinobi themselves, they knew the answer. Did you know harming the family of a Kage is considered treasonous? Minato continued. Yes, sir, was the answer that rang out. Then each of you should know that by harming my family, a child nonetheless, all of you have committed a treasonous act. Minato's voice echoed throughout the room. Every one of the shinobi in the room was taken aback by what Minato said. The expressions were alike, but none were brave enough to speak up. Minato was very surprised by the reaction of the shinobi standing in front of him. Most were shocked, while others were confused, not the expressions Minato expected. The blonde narrowed his eyes at the men, hoping at least one would be brave enough to say something. Finally, one of the men in front had enough courage to speak. Sir, I believe I speak for everyone here when I say that we aren't sure what act of treason you are referencing, the man defended. You don't know what act of treason I am referencing. Minato snapped and stood up, slamming his hands on his desk. No, sir, the man shook his head. I am referencing to the fact that all of the shinobi standing before me have abused my son somehow, Minato yelled. You have a son, sir? The man asked as his voice wavered. Minato was taken aback by the question. Of course, he had a son. What kind of question was that? Yes, I have a son. I understand if the villagers weren't aware of him, Minato gritted his teeth, he was seething, but my own men. Hell, he sat in the corner of my office every day until he went to the academy. Sir, we didn't know you had a son, honestly. A couple of the shinobi tried to reason. Who is your son, sir? One asked. Uzumaki Naruto is my son. Minato replied. The man he was speaking to suddenly could not talk as his eyes widened in obvious realization. The rest of the shinobi in the room had the same or similar reactions. Minato narrowed his eyes at the men. That kid is your son? One of the men asked. Yes, Minato snapped. I swear to God that and I assume the other men here, didn't know that he was your son, another said. How could you not know that he is my son? For God's sake, we even look alike. Minato continued. The boy never said anything, Hokage-sama, a voice said. Minato turned and looked at where the voice came from. Mizuki, Naruto's sensei, would beat and abuse him after school. Minato had hoped to deal with him separately, but it didn't look like that would be the case. He never said anything, Minato repeated. No sir, Mizuki shook his head. When asked about his parents, he would stay quiet or make very vague replies. Minato furrowed his eyebrows at Mizuki's answer. Although he didn't believe a word they were saying, how could they not make that connection? He had no proof that they did know Naruto was his son. Minato then remembered Mizuki's reaction when he went to pick up his son from school. Maybe they were telling the truth, and maybe not. For now, Minato would give them their punishment anyway. Regardless, Naruto is a child, and he suffered forms of abuse from all of you, so as punishment for causing physical and mental harm to my son, you all will be demoted, Minato said. What? A few chimed. Those of you who are Chunin will now be Genin. Jonins will now be Chunins. You will not be allowed to advance in ranking for at least 5 years, Minato continued, your missions will not be higher ranked than C. Are you kidding? A few gaped in awe at their punishment, that's not fair. You should be thanking my son that you are not dead. Minato yelled. The room went silent. When I found out that all of you have beaten and abused my son, I wanted to have you all executed that moment, but my son stepped in and wouldn't allow it, Minato explained. Now I ask, what would you have done if you found out that your child was beaten and abused by your comrades? By men you grew up with. That you went to school with. That you fought alongside. That you would have given your life for. What would you have done? A few men shook their heads while others remained silent. Exactly, Minato said, I am the Hokage, and my men, the ones I am in charge of, have done this to my son for years. He received mistreatment for nothing he has control over, for things he has never done. What do you expect me to do? Your punishment isn't harsh enough for beating a child, let alone my son. But Naruto disagreed. You should be thanking him for sparing your lives. I wanted to have you all executed or thrown in prison. Naruto is the one that saved your asses. When only silence came Minato's way, he continued. The little boy you used to beat, hit, kick, abuse. That little, helpless boy, ending up being the one to save your life. You should be ashamed of yourselves for harming a defenseless child, whether he was my son or not. Minato's voice started quieting down. He's not the demon you think he is, in fact, he's the only thing keeping the Kyuubi at bay. Instead of hating him, you should be in awe of him for bearing the weight of the burden we placed on him. He is stronger now than any of you will ever be. Minato sat back in his chair, exhausted from the yelling he did. He leaned up on the desk, laced his fingers together, and placed his forehead on the fist he made. He took a deep breath in and glanced back up at the men. They now had the expressions Minato was expecting. They looked degraded, and ashamed, and humiliated. Minato took another deep breath, satisfied at making those men feel horrible for what they did. Their punishment should teach them well, even if he did think it wasn't enough. You're dismissed, Minato stated, and Mizuki, I will speak with you separately. All the men exited the office, leaving one blue-haired shinobi in the center. Minato breathed out an angry breath. He hated the man standing before him, but being the Hokage, he couldn't let personal feelings interfere. Minato gritted his teeth. You were one of Naruto's senseis at the academy, correct? Minato asked. Yes, Hokage-sama, Mizuki nodded. Mizuki, Naruto told me about what you did to him. He identified you as one of the worst when it came to the abuse he received, Minato explained, therefore, you will receive the worst punishment. Mizuki only nodded in response. Thanks to the council, your life will be spared, but you will stripped of your shinobi status and sent to Hozukiho, Minato stated. Mizuki's mouth dropped open at the mention of the prison. Anbu, Minato called. Suddenly, a silver-haired Anbu member with a dog mask and a brunette with a cat mask appeared, taking Mizuki on either side. Your chakra will be sealed away, Minato explained, I will let Inoichi and Ibiki do what they will with you before you are sent to Hozukiho. Mizuki continued to stare in disbelief. Take him away, Minato stated. With a puff of smoke, the three men disappeared. Minato sighed as he looked at the clock. I need to get to the academy. They should be expecting me soon. Alright, for the final part of the graduation exam, you must demonstrate one of the three basic jutsu. Kawarimi no jutsu, Bunshin no jutsu, or Henge no jutsu, Iruka explained to the class. We will be going backward alphabetically, first up is Yamanaka Ino, Iruka finished. That means I will be next, Naruto thought to himself. Ino stood up and followed Iruka to the next room, but not before Sakura called her Ino pig and told her not to fail. A few moments later, Iruka returned to the room. Next, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto stood up with everyone's eyes on him. Naruto was used to being stared at, so he didn't react but walked down the stairs to follow Iruka to the next room. Don't fail, dead last, Sasuke commentated as Naruto walked by. I don't plan on it, Naruto replied casually. Don't call Sasuke-kun that. The pink-haired girl called out, which Naruto ignored. Iruka held the door open for the blonde as he stepped through. Are you ready, Uzumaki-sama? Iruka asked as Naruto walked by. Naruto stopped, and the world stood still momentarily before he shot Iruka a look. Don't call me that. Oh, I'm sorry, Naruto. Let's begin, Iruka said, closing the door. Uzumaki-sama, what's that all about? Sakura asked no one in particular. Who knows? Kiba snorted. Naruto's probably hiding something, Sasuke smirked. It probably has something to do with the name Uzumaki, Shino commented, why? Because there is no one else in the village with that name. What about his parents? Choji asked. Isn't Naruto an orphan? Sakura replied. Naruto-kun doesn't talk about his family much, Hinata whispered. That's probably because he doesn't have any, Kiba said. I bet Naruto is going to surprise us all, Shikamaru said. What do you mean, Shikamaru? Choji asked, munching on a bag of potato chips. Just watch, Shikamaru smirked. Naruto followed his sensei down the hall into a large classroom. It was empty except for a table at the front. Iruka instructed him to the center of the room. Naruto didn't glance over at the table because he knew who would be sitting there. Mizuki. Naruto made his way slowly to the center and kept his gaze down. Please perform the Henge no Jutsu, a familiar voice called. When Naruto heard the voice, his head shot up, To-san. Naruto, Minato nodded. Why are you giving the final test of the exam? Naruto asked. Minato leaned forward and placed his hands on the table. Mizuki was occupied, and I couldn't find a replacement teacher in time, so I filled in. Now, if you could perform the Henge no Jutsu, please. Naruto smiled, nodded, and placed his hands together in a ram sign, Henge no Jutsu. Naruto had transformed into the fourth Hokage with a puff of smoke. After a few seconds, there was another puff of smoke, and Naruto returned to normal. Very original, Naruto, Minato chuckled lightly. Hey, I didn't have to change much, Naruto scratched his head. The henge was complete, Hokage-sama, Iruka nodded. Indeed it was, Minato agreed. Does that mean I graduated, To-san? Naruto asked, giving his father a large grin. Well, We have to add up the rest of your scores to determine that, Naruto, Minato explained, please move to the waiting area. It's next classroom down. Naruto nodded and headed out the door. He didn't mind revealing his identity to Iruka since he already knew when his father picked him up from the academy. Still, he didn't appreciate Iruka calling him, Uzumaki-sama, in front of the classroom. Naruto made his way to the next classroom slowly. He slid the door open and noticed Ino was sitting at one of the desks. How'd it go? She asked politely. Well, I think, Naruto shrugged, you. Good. Which did you have to perform? She asked again. Henge, you, clone, Ino replied. Glad I didn't get that one, I suck at clones, Naruto laughed. Naruto took a seat a little ways from her. The next to enter the classroom was Sasuke, who surprisingly sat next to Naruto. The blonde shot him a look, which was replied with a glare. Naruto understood that the Uchiha wanted to avoid sitting next to Ino. Next was Shikamaru, who murmured something about troublesome, followed by Kiba, who ranted about it being easy. A few others followed suit. Slowly, everyone arrived in the classroom and took various seats. Once all the students had arrived in the classroom, Iruka followed. All right, take a seat and be quiet, Iruka ordered. Everyone did as they were told and took their seats. Ino woke Shikamaru up while others adjusted them. Once everyone was quietly seated, Iruka spoke up. All right, we tallied all your scores from the 3 exams, Iruka started. There was a short silence, and Naruto took a chance to say something. What? Is the Hokages not going to tell us who passed and who didn't? Naruto asked. Iruka chuckled lightly. No, sorry, Naruto. The Hokage said he had some business to take care of. Naruto nodded as he understood, and Iruka continued. All right, I will announce who all passed and who didn't. Those who passed will be ordered from highest score to lowest. If you don't hear your name, you didn't pass, Iruka explained. The students sat there waiting for Iruka to continue. Afterwards, those who didn't pass need to leave, the others remain here for further instruction, and your Hitai, understood? Hi, was replied in unison. All right then, let's begin, Iruka nodded, the highest score and the first person to graduate is. You could almost feel the tension in the room rise as the class waited for the first person's name to be called. Most figured Sasuke or Shikamaru would score the highest, but no one expected the result. Uzumaki Naruto, Iruka finished, a little surprised himself. A few gasps were heard throughout the room, and Naruto could feel everyone staring at him. Naruto looked up at his sensei and smiled. Iruka only nodded in response. Dead last, finished first. Sasuke smirked. I guess so, Naruto murmured. Uchiha Sasuke, Aburame Shino, Iruka continued to call names for 10 minutes. Once he was finished, several students got up and left, leaving the rookie 9 and a few others in the classroom. Congratulations on graduating, Iruka smiled, now the real fun begins. Real fun, Kiba repeated. Tomorrow, all of you will report here for your first assignment, Iruka continued, smiling, please come forward to retrieve your Hitai Atesh. Everyone did as they were told, grabbed a Hitai Atesh, and exited the academy. A group of parents were standing in the courtyard waiting for their children. Naruto was the last to leave the building. He looked around and didn't see the yellow spiky hair he knew all so well. He sighed and looked down at his Hitai. Congratulations and special dinners were heard throughout the group. Naruto glanced around once more and then heard some familiar whispers. They let him become a ninja. You know what could happen if that kid starts learning jutsus. That's him. That's the shish. It's taboo. Naruto shook it off, but it still hurt no matter how much he was used to it. He stuffed his Hitai 8 in his pocket and made his way out of the group to head home. He would see his father tonight, but he must be busy right now. Naruto lowered his head. Naruto, a soft voice came from the other side of the yard. Surprised at the voice, Naruto looked up and saw his father standing there with one hand on his hip. Minato gave him a huge smile and beckoned him forward. Naruto returned to the smile and trotted up to his father. Naruto stopped short of his father and pulled the Hitai 8 out of his pocket. Minato crouched down and hugged Naruto. Congratulations, son. Naruto returned the hug. Thanks, Tsu-san. By now, Naruto knew the whole village would soon discover he was the Hokage's son. He would have some explaining to do to his father. And hopefully, he wouldn't be too hurt or too mad. Naruto pulled back, and Minato stood up. Minato looked over to the group of parents and found it strange that they were staring at him like he was a ghost. Minato saw Shikaku Sume, and several other clan leaders and nodded. He did the same to the other shinobi. Didn't know the Hokage had a son, Shikaku commented, watching Minato with the little blonde-haired boy. Especially his son being the demon child, Sume agreed. I knew Naruto was Hokage-sama's son, Shikamaru shrugged, but what do you mean, demon child? Never mind that, how did you know? Shikaku raised an eyebrow. Well, it's kind of obvious, Shikamaru said, I mean, they look and act alike. Shikaku nodded in agreement. "To-san, can we go home?" Naruto asked. How about we go to the field and finish our discussion instead? Minato smiled. Naruto smiled and nodded in agreement. He looked down at his hitai-8, placed it on his head, and tied it. Now I look like you, Naruto laughed. Minato ruffled Naruto's hair, you've always looked like me. Minato placed his arm around Naruto as they descended the familiar path to their favorite spot. Minato sat across from his son as he chatted about the easy exam he had taken only hours earlier. Minato would laugh or ask a question occasionally. He was happy that Naruto was starting to open up more. A few months ago, Naruto would not have been this chatty. Minato sighed. He's becoming more and more like Kushina every day. Who knew the villagers kept this bubbly personality bottled up in his son? Naruto finished his monologue, ending with everyone being surprised that Naruto had the highest scores. There was a moment of silence, and Minato took it. I'm glad school went well for you, Naruto, Minato smiled, but tomorrow, your real test starts. What do you mean, To-san? Minato laughed at the memories, you'll just have to wait and see. Naruto crossed his arms and made a humph sound, which only made Minato laugh more. The laughing soon became contagious as Naruto started laughing too. Once the laughing subsided, Minato knew it was time to get serious. Naruto needed to know what happened to his mother. He promised it, and it was time to tell him. Naruto, I promised I would tell you about your mother, Minato started, I think you are old enough now to understand the whole story. Naruto nodded and pushed Minato to continue. As you already know, Kushina, your mother, was the Jinchuriki before you. Before I tell you what happened the night you were born, it would be best for you to know more about your mother's history, Minato said. Mom's history? What do you mean? Wasn't she from Konoha? Naruto asked. Yes, she lived here, but it's not where she was born, Minato shook his head. Oh, your mother was chosen as the second Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. She was brought to Konoha for that purpose, Minato continued, she was originally from the Whirlpool country, and she lived in the village hidden in the eddies. Wait, why was she living in Konoha if she was from another country? Naruto asked. The Whirlpool and the Fire country, as well as the Hidden Eddies and Hidden Leaf, have solid ties to one another, Minato explained, the Uzumakis and the Senjus, the leaders of the villages, were distant blood relatives. The people of the Eddies had astonishingly long lives, giving them the nickname of being the village of longevity. The Uzumaki clan specialized in sealing. The seal I used to seal away the Kyuubi inside of you was based on her clan's technique. Kushina taught me several sealing techniques, allowing me to become a seal master. Wow, Mom must have been an amazing sealer, Naruto commented. Minato chuckled, yes, she was. The symbol on the shinobi uniform was the symbol of the Eddies. It now symbolizes friendship and goodwill. However, during the war, her village and country were destroyed. People began to fear their sealing techniques. The few survivors spread across the globe. But why was she chosen? Naruto asked in a rather loud voice. Kushina was born with a powerful chakra that could suppress the Kyuubi. The Jinchuriki before her was also an Uzumaki. Her predecessor was the first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mito. Really? Naruto wondered. Yes. Naruto, you were taught about the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in school, correct? Minato checked. Yes, Naruto nodded. During their battle, Hashirama gained control of the Kyuubi, and to aid her husband, Mito sealed the Kyuubi into herself, becoming its first Jinchuriki. From then on, Konoha had a procession of the Kyuubi. When Mito was nearing the end of her life, Kushina was brought here to become the next vessel, Minato continued, she never told me much about how she became the Jinchuriki. That's something you are going to ask her. What do you mean? Naruto suddenly became confused. Minato shook his head, I'll have to explain that later. Wait, if Mom was the Jinchuriki, how did the Kyuubi attack the village? Naruto asked. 12 years ago, when the Kyuubi attacked the village, a man had control of it. He somehow knew the one thing that could naturally weaken the seal, Minato said. What? Childbirth? Minato stated. You mean when I was born? Naruto asked. Minato nodded. Yes. A full-term pregnancy for a female Jinchuriki is about 10 months. As the baby grows, the chakra that supports the seal is redirected to nurture the baby, so the seal weakens in direct proportion. We took precautions for the Kyuubi in case anything were to happen. We moved Kushina out to a vacant cave nearby with only me, Bawako, the third's wife, an Anbu member, Taji, and your mother knew the location. The man somehow knew that Kushina's seal would be the weakest the moment you were born. He could take down the Anbu members we placed outside and enter the cave without anyone's notice. I was born in a cave? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. You're missing the point, Naruto. Minato shook his head and continued, I won't go into the details about your birth. You're a little young for that, but right as I was about to redo the seal, the man took down Bawako and Taji right after you were born and took you from us. He threatened to kill you. I got you back, but he put you in harm's way to get me away from your mother. I flashed home to put you somewhere safe to save your mother. But you were too late. Naruto assumed. Not exactly. Minato's voice started to shake as he relived those painful memories. The man took her to a place right outside the village and ripped the Kyuubi from her. I managed to get there right after the Kyuubi had been extracted and move her to a safe place, but the man and the Kyuubi were headed to the village. To-san, Naruto called, noticing the tremble in Minato's voice. When the elder blonde lifted his head, Naruto noticed tears running down his face. You don't have to tell me the rest if it hurts too much. No, it's alright, Naruto. Minato shook his head, wiped the tears from his face with his sleeve, and took a deep breath to continue. I took your mother to where I had left you, then went to face the man and the Kyuubi. Once I arrived at the village, the Kyuubi was already on a destructive path. I had to stop him from destroying the village anymore. But that man had other plans. He moved me away from the village and fought me one-on-one. I can't go into detail here because they are classified, but I will say I was able to injure him and get back to the village, but not before I made him lose control of the Kyuubi and summon Gambunta to help me handle the Kyuubi. What do you mean summon Gambunta? Naruto asked. I have signed the toad summoning contract. Gambunta is one of the toads. I will explain that more when you are ready. Minato answered Naruto's question, then continued the story. Gambunta was able to hold down the fox long enough for me to build up chakra to teleport the Kyuubi outside the village. I also was able to get both you and your mother. I brought you too because I had a plan. I may have been able to injure the man, but I knew he'd be back. Kushina used the last chakra to put a barrier around the Kyuubi to hold him down. Kushina was prepared to use the last of her chakra to reseal him inside her and have him die alongside her. But you didn't let that happen? Naruto asked. No, my original plan was to seal half in me with the dead demon seal and half inside you because you were so young. I didn't think your body could handle all of the Kyuubi's chakra, Minato explained. But mom wouldn't let you do that either, Naruto assumed. No, we came up with a different plan. She would seal half of the chakra inside her and the other half inside you, Minato continued. I thought that having the chakra inside would help her live, but she died, Naruto finished for him. She did. She knew she was going to die and had me seal her remaining chakra inside you so that you may one day be able to speak with her, Minato said as he placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. She didn't want to place such a heavy burden on you, but in the end, we both knew that you would be able to handle the Kyuubi. Because I'm the son of two heroes, Naruto smiled. Yes, you are. Your mother died with the second half of the Kyuubi inside her, but since she didn't have the soul of the Kyuubi, it will remain with her, Minato explained. She loved you so much, Naruto. She had so much she wanted to teach you. You loved her so much, didn't you too, San? Naruto asked. Yes, my son, I did. I loved her more than anything. She made me her husband, she made the Hokage, and she made me your father. I wouldn't be the man I am today without her. I wouldn't have you without her. Minato ruffled Naruto's hair again and smiled as tears ran down his face. I think I would have loved her a lot, Naruto whispered. I think so, too, Minato agreed. Naruto and Minato sat for a long time in silence. Naruto was taking in what his father had just told him, while Minato was trying to regain his composure after reliving those painful memories for the first time since that night. It was getting late as the sun was starting to set. The elder blonde took a deep breath. They both had a long day to prepare for tomorrow. Naruto had his first day as a genin, and Minato had to go to Suna to meet with the Cage. Minato could tell Naruto was in deep thought, and although he didn't want to disturb him, they had to go home. Minato was about to speak when Naruto interrupted him. "To-san," Naruto called. "Yes. You said you sealed the rest of Mom's chakra into me so that I could speak with her one day," Naruto thought aloud. "I did," Minato nodded. "When do you think that will be?" Naruto asked. "To be honest, I am not exactly sure," Minato placed his hand on his chin as he thought, "but one day soon." "Oh, okay," Naruto nodded. "How about we go home?" Minato suggested. "We both have a long day tomorrow." Naruto nodded in agreement and then went to stand up. Minato wrapped his arm around his son as they headed towards home. Naruto didn't seem as afraid to go into the village as he did a few months earlier, for which Minato was grateful. Naruto's true personality was starting to shine through, but it would be a while before anyone besides Minato would get to see the real Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto walked beside his father with a newfound confidence. The young blonde was unsure where this self-assurance came from. Maybe it was the fact that he was a genin now. Maybe it was because he felt safe walking beside his father through the village. Maybe it was because he felt he didn't have to hide who he was. The gossip would spread like wildfire through the village. Naruto was so consumed in his thoughts that he didn't even acknowledge the glares he was getting. He paid no attention to the whispers. Although Naruto didn't hear or see them, Minato sure did. But it made the elder blonde feel a bit helpless, that he couldn't do anything to change the way the villagers felt towards his son. Only Naruto could do that. Minato glanced at the sun, which was starting to set in the sky. He guessed the time and realized he had a meeting with the clan heads that evening. Their path would lead the elder in the opposite direction he needed to be going. Minato worried momentarily, then pushed it aside, knowing his student was never too far from his son. "Naruto," Minato called as he stopped. Naruto took a few steps before he noticed his father had stopped walking and called his name. The blonde stopped and turned to face the elder. "Yeah," Naruto replied, walking back up to his father so that he was only a foot away. "I had forgotten I have a meeting with the clan heads this evening. Will you be alright walking home by yourself?" Minato placed his hand on Naruto's head to ruffle his hair. "I'll be fine, To-san," Naruto smiled beneath Minato's hand. "I'm a shinobi now." Minato chuckled lightly. "I guess you are. Besides, you know what to do if something." "I know, To-san." Naruto interrupted as he continued smiling. "Alright." Minato smiled and removed his hand. "I will see you at home in a few hours." Naruto nodded, turned around, and started walking in the direction he was heading. Minato watched momentarily before reassuring himself and walking back to the Hokage Tower. Naruto walked through the village a little less confident than he was earlier. His father would be home soon, and he knew his favorite Anbu would be watching until he did. The sun was completely set, and the streets were empty, for which Naruto was thankful. It was silent except for the occasional voices coming from the houses. Unexpectedly, Naruto found himself flying backward and pinned to the wall of an ally he had just passed. His throat was crushed by a strong arm, and his arms felt numb as they were restrained behind him. Naruto forced his eyes open to face his attacker. His eyes widened even more when he recognized his assailant. He tried to speak, but his throat was numb from the pressure. "You listen here, demon," the man demanded. "You are going to retrieve something for me." Naruto gathered enough strength in both legs, shoving them into the man's stomach. The man slid backward as Naruto fell to his knees. The blonde coughed as his throat regained its feelings, and his lungs gasped for air. "Why you?" the man started. "I'm not doing anything for you, Mizuki." Naruto tried to yell, but his voice failed him, and his words were barely above a whisper. "Oh, I think you might." Mizuki's voice suddenly got very confident. Naruto looked up at his former sensei to find a very devious smirk on his face. The blue-haired man put his hand in his pack that sat on the small of his back, pulling things out. Naruto watched as he kept trying to get his breathing under control. When Mizuki showed the young boy what he had pulled out, a small scroll, Naruto's eyes widened to an almost unnatural size, and his mouth dropped open, ready to speak, but no words came out. "This is important to you, no?" Mizuki snarled. How did you get that? Naruto said as his voice finally came back to him. How is not important, Mizuki stated. Now, you are going to retrieve something for me. What do you want? Naruto asked, almost pleading. The forbidden scroll from your father's library, Mizuki stated. No, Naruto said bluntly. Then I guess you're not getting this back, Mizuki shrugged as he placed the scroll back. Please, Naruto pleaded, then hesitated momentarily. Alright, I will get it for you. Good, Mizuki nodded. Naruto raced home as thoughts flew through his mind. What was he going to do? Where was the Anbu that always watched him? Where was his father? He couldn't give Mizuki the forbidden scroll. His father would never forgive him. But that traitor has his scroll, something he couldn't live without. How was he going to get out of this one? Naruto shook his head as the small house came into view. He raced up the stairs, fished out his key, and rushed into the house. He didn't bother to take his sandals off as he ran to the door he was told never to open. Naruto turned the knob and headed into the room. It wasn't anything spectacular, just a basic library. Bookcases and shelves lined the walls. The shelves were filled with books, scrolls, and paperwork. In the center was a desk with a small lamp. Naruto glanced around momentarily before noticing the small button in the corner of the desk. Naruto pushed it, and one bookcase slid open, revealing a large white and green scroll with "Scroll of Sealing" written on it and a tasseled rope tied around it. Naruto took a deep breath and reached for the scroll but stopped midway. Father would have a silent alarm on the scroll, but he will find me soon if he is notified. Naruto took this as a good thing as he pulled the scroll out of the cabinet. To Naruto's surprise, nothing happened. He also grabbed the brown scroll strap. He took a glance at the scroll. There might be something in there that can help me, but I'll have to be quick. Naruto threw the scroll on the desk and untied the rope. The scroll rolled open, revealing the first of the forbidden jutsus. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Similar to the clone technique, this technique creates clones of the user. However, these clones are actual copies, not illusions. The user's chakra is evenly distributed among every clone, giving each clone an equal fraction of the user's overall power. The clones can perform techniques independently and even bleed but will usually disperse after one or two solid blows. Hand seal, middle and index finger cross. It's the first one, Naruto said to himself, it's probably the least dangerous. Naruto made the hand sign and followed the instructions. With a puff of smoke, an exact copy of him appeared. He poked it to ensure it was a shadow clone, not a regular one. Then Naruto got an idea. He made a second shadow clone, then turned the first into an exact copy of the forbidden scroll. He instructed the remaining clone to take the actual forbidden scroll and head to the field where his father would know where to find him. He then took the copy of the scroll, strapped it to his back, and headed out. With Minato. Minato sat at the head of the large table with several shinobi around him. Only two clans were missing, the Uchiha and the Yamanaka. Minato and the heads continued to discuss the latest topic when the door suddenly slammed open. Minato looked up from the paper he was reading. Inoichi, you're late, Minato stated. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama. But we have a problem, Inoichi said, breathing heavily. Problem, Minato repeated. Yes, sir. Mizuki, he's gone, Inoichi explained. Gone. Minato suddenly stood up, slamming his hands on the desk. Yes, sir. It seems it was an inside job, Inoichi said. There's also something else, sir. What? Minato snarled. The silent alarm for the forbidden scroll went off, Inoichi informed the Hokage. The scroll is in my library, Naruto. Find him, now, Minato yelled. The shinobi nodded, stood up, and followed directions. Minato flashed home to find his little boy not there. He took a short breath and called for Kakashi. Yes, sir, the silver-haired Anbu replied after a puff of smoke. Mizuki's gone. Find Naruto and protect him, Minato explained. Yes, sir, Kakashi replied. Wait, one has the forbidden scroll, the key to Naruto's seal is there. I'm afraid Mizuki might want to unleash the Kyuubi, but even if not, and Naruto finds it. Minato trailed off. Understood, sensei, Kakashi nodded. Go, Minato ordered. Kakashi pulled a scroll from his pack, bit his thumb, and summoned his ninkin. Find Naruto. You know his scent, he ordered the pups. The dogs nodded and then headed out. After a moment, one of the dogs called Kakashi started to take off and noticed Minato was preparing to follow him. He stopped and turned around. "Stay here, sensei. In case he comes back," Kakashi ordered, but it sounded more like a question. Minato took a deep breath. He wanted to go find his son, but his student was right. He needed to stay here in case Naruto returned, or the shinobi had information on Mizuki. He reluctantly nodded and sent Kakashi off. He trusted the silver-haired shinobi because Kakashi loved Naruto almost as much as he did. "Naruto, where are you?" Minato thought to himself as he watched his student take off through the night. Naruto walked into the forest with the scroll strapped to his back like he was instructed to do. He went to the small clearing, where Mizuki was already waiting. "You actually got the scroll," Mizuki smirked. "Bring it here, demon." Naruto nodded and walked over to the blue-haired man. He undid the scroll from his back and placed it on the ground before him. Naruto then backed away from the scroll. "Please give me the scroll, Mizuki," Naruto begged. "Fine." Mizuki pulled the small scroll from the pocket and tossed it to the blonde. Naruto caught the scroll and held it close to his chest. He let go of the breath he had held since Mizuki had attacked him in the ally. He sighed and put the scroll away. He lowered his head so that his long blonde hair covered his eyes. Then, a mischievous smirk crossed his face. He crossed his first two fingers into an all-so-familiar sign and ended the jutsu. A split second later, as Mizuki reached to pick up the large scroll, it disappeared in a puff of smoke. "What the hell?" Mizuki yelled as he looked back at the blonde, who still had his eyes covered. "Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," the blonde whispered as he slowly lifted his head to reveal red slit eyes. Suddenly, 1,000 or more shadow clones surrounded Mizuki and the original Naruto. Kakashi flew through the trees as he followed one of his ninkin. Pakun led him into a forest on the far side of the village. "How much farther, Pakun?" Kakashi questioned without wavering his speed. "We're almost there," Pakun replied. Several moments later, Kakashi and Pakun landed without a sound in a small clearing in the forest. Kakashi's eyes widened behind his mask as he noticed the blue-haired shinobi lying face down on the ground and a young blonde-haired boy standing above him. Naruto looked over towards the young Anbu member as Kakashi realized the boy was dirty and his clothes were ripped, but he seemed completely unharmed. Naruto's eyes suddenly closed, and he started to fall. Kakashi flashed over and caught the boy before he hit the ground. Kakashi looked at Mizuki and noted that he was still alive, but barely. He was about beaten to death. No jutsus were used, just basic taijutsu. He called for backup. The Anbu would know what to do with the traitor. Then it hit him. Where was the forbidden scroll? He looked down at the young boy in his arms and thought momentarily about asking Naruto, but he didn't want to disturb him. Kakashi carefully adjusted Naruto so he was on his back, piggyback style. Kakashi sighed, then dismissed Pakun and headed back to the village. Kakashi was flying through the trees at an alarming rate when he felt Naruto shift on his back. He turned his head and noticed that Naruto's eyes were slowly widening. "Hachi," Naruto whispered before falling back asleep from chakra exhaustion. Kakashi smiled from behind his mask, remembering when he first met the young boy and the day he was named Hachi. Flashback. "What?" the young Anbu asked. "I said I want you to meet my son," Minato repeated, then turned around. "Jiraiya-sensei." Jiraiya walked around the corner holding a small child about 3 years old in his arms. The little one looked like a miniature version of the fourth. Kakashi blinked at the young blonde in surprise. "I didn't know you had a son," Kakashi said, "let alone one that is like 3. Minato chuckled as he reached for his son. "Yes, Kushina was pregnant, but we kept Naruto and Kushina's pregnancy from most of the village. I'm sorry we didn't tell you, Kakashi. But since you're Anbu, we thought it was best if you didn't know such sensitive information." Kakashi nodded. "I understand, sensei." "Good," Minato smiled, then turned to Naruto. "Would you like to meet one of my favorite students, Naruto?" The little boy giggled as he leaned forward to be face to face with the masked silver-haired Anbu. Naruto stopped laughing and looked at Kakashi with a serious face. Then, out of nowhere, Naruto poked the mask on Kakashi's face. "Hachi!" Naruto exclaimed. "Hachi!" Kakashi repeated. Naruto nodded in response. "I'm not Hachi. I'm Kakashi." Kakashi protested. "No, Hachi." Naruto pouted. Minato and Jiraiya both laughed at Kakashi's new nickname. "It's not funny, sensei," Kakashi said, still protesting. Tell him my name is Kakashi. Ah, come on, Kakashi. It's a cute nickname for you. Especially since your Anbu mask is a dog. Minato replied. But, Kakashi started. Come on, let him call you that, Minato laughed. Kakashi glared at his sensei and then finally replied, fine. In Minato's arms, Naruto giggled again, finally got down, and ran to the young adult. Naruto looked up at his future sensei and smiled. Kakashi couldn't help but return the smile with one of his own. End flashback. Several hours later, Naruto was back safe at home, asleep in his bed from chakra exhaustion. Minato slowly closed the door to his son's room and placed several security seals around the room and the house. Although he thought they were unnecessary now that Mizuki was back in custody, he could never be too careful. Minato turned to face his student and tried to understand what happened tonight. The elder blonde sighed and started walking towards the kitchen table, signaling Kakashi to follow. He motioned for the young Anbu to take the seat across from him. Kakashi did as he was told. Once both were seated, Minato took a deep breath and prepared himself. So, let's start from the beginning. What happened tonight? And how did we allow it to happen? We believe Mizuki escaped with the help of someone on the inside. We have yet to figure out who. But we will. He was tracking Naruto for some time but could not find him until he sensed you. We cannot determine why he couldn't sense Naruto's chakra but was able to sense yours, Kakashi explained. I placed a chakra suppression seal on Naruto. It keeps sensory types from finding him. For 2 reasons. The Kyuubi, and he is my son, Minato explained. I see, Kakashi nodded. Once you left Naruto, he confronted him. When Inochi got from Naruto's memories, the Mizuki had a scroll that was of value to him and used it to get Naruto to retrieve the forbidden scroll. Kushina wrote that scroll for Naruto. It's the one thing she left for him, Minato explained in a voice so quiet it was almost a whisper. Oh, Kakashi replied, pausing momentarily. Naruto did as he was told, or so it seemed. Or so it seemed. Minato pushed. You aren't going to like what comes next, sensei, Kakashi replied. Just continue, Minato said. Kakashi took a deep breath. Naruto had every intention of giving Mizuki the forbidden scroll until he got an idea. An idea? Minato repeated. Kakashi explained how Naruto learned Kage Bunshin and Taju Kage Bunshin from the forbidden scroll. And how Naruto deceived Mizuki to get his mother's scroll back. Then it goes black, Kakashi finished. What? Minato asked. It goes black. There aren't any memories of what happened after Mizuki learned that Naruto didn't have the actual forbidden scroll, Kakashi explained. How does he not have any memories? Minato questioned. Inochi thinks he does have the memories but didn't allow him to see them, Kakashi shrugged. I think you are just going to have to ask Naruto yourself. Minato nodded in agreement. Sensei, did you get the forbidden scroll back? Kakashi asked. Minato nodded again. Yes, Naruto's clone brought it back once it received the order from the original to do so. I see, Kakashi said. Kakashi. Minato caught the silver-haired Anbu's attention one last time. Hi, Kakashi replied. Why weren't you there to protect him? Minato questioned. I received a summon to the headquarters that was supposedly from you, but it turns out it was a fake, Kakashi explained, then hesitated a moment before continuing. It's my fault that Mizuki got to Naruto, sir. I should have known the summon was a fake. Minato was slightly shocked by the attachment in Kakashi's voice. It was rare for the man. The Hokage only nodded. He knew Kakashi would never leave Naruto unprotected unless it were for something of importance. A summon from the Hokage was quite important. You should get some sleep, Kakashi. You have a long day tomorrow as well, Minato smiled. I do, Kakashi agreed. I will see you later, sensei. I mean Hokage-sama. Kakashi stood and bowed to the Hokage before taking his leave. Minato followed and went to his room after checking on Naruto one last time. Kakashi made his way home. He decided to walk instead of taking the fast way off the rooftops like he normally does. It was late, and the Anbu had several things on his mind. Like how he would be a Jonin leader for a Genin team tomorrow. Kakashi sighed and recalled when Minato-sensei asked him to be a Jonin leader. Flashback. Oh, Kakashi. You're here. Good, Minato said to the Anbu with the dog mask as the man stood in the center of the office. Minato put down his pen and then leaned back in his chair. Please remove your mask, Kakashi, Minato instructed. Kakashi did as he was told and pulled his mask to the side of his head. I have a favor to ask of you, Kakashi, Minato smiled. Yes, Hokage-sama, Kakashi replied. I want you to become a Jonin leader for a Genin team, Minato explained. Kakashi stood there momentarily, unsure that he had heard his sensei right. Then, when he realized that he was certain that that was what his sensei asked, he wasn't sure what to say. He can't say no to his sensei, let alone the Hokage. How was he supposed to reply? I know, Minato started, you thinking how can I be a Jonin leader? What is he thinking? I can't say no to the Hokage. Well, I have several reasons why I want you to become a Jonin leader. Which is, Kakashi pushed. Minato reached into the bottom drawer of the left side of his desk and pulled out 3 files. He placed them on the desk and motioned for Kakashi to come forward. He pulled the top file out and flipped it open. Naruto is my number 1 reason. After what has happened with the other Jonins in the village, you are really the only one I completely trust to teach Naruto correctly and protect him with your life, Minato explained. The second reason is Uchiha Sasuke, Minato sighed, then shook his head. After what Itachi did to the Uchiha clan, there isn't anyone left who can teach Sasuke how to use the Sharingan besides you. You are the only one left that has the Sharingan, and I know you aren't an Uchiha, but it will have to do. This is only if I am correct on Sasuke awakening the Sharingan, but with him being Itachi's brother and the clan head's son, I expect him to. I understand, sensei. But, Kakashi started. No buts, Kakashi. This is an order, Minato stated. Yes, sir, Kakashi nodded with a sigh. Good, Minato smiled and returned the files to the drawer. You start in 2 weeks. I will cut back on the most dangerous missions so I won't lose my son sensei. Understood, Kakashi nodded. Thank you, Minato smiled. You are dismissed. Yes, sir, Kakashi nodded, then disappeared with a puff of smoke. End flashback. Kakashi sighed. He was almost forced into being a Jonin leader, but some being Naruto's sensei didn't seem all that bad. He always protected the little brat, and now he can finally teach the little one how to protect himself. Kakashi smiled as he found his way to his apartment. Maybe being a Jonin leader wouldn't be so bad. It was still early in the morning when a certain little blonde made his way down the hall, although not so little anymore. He almost automatically made his way to the kitchen and into the small adjoining dining room. Naruto sat down without realizing his father watched every step he took with curious yet worried eyes. Naruto rubbed the sleep from his eyes before finally looking around. He looked into the kitchen and saw his father watching him with a plate and a dish rag. Minato turned around, placed the rag and dish on the counter, and entered the dining room. Naruto smiled up at his father as he ruffled his hair. Naruto, you're up early, Minato said as he kneeled down to be at the same level as his son. Naruto's only reply was a slight nod. Are you okay? Minato asked, very concerned. Naruto nodded again. You sure? Minato eyed him curiously. Naruto only shrugged. Well, that's not very reassuring. Minato gave him a weak laugh. Couldn't sleep. Naruto shook his head. Oh, I see, Minato nodded. Why couldn't you sleep? Naruto shrugged again. Just when I thought Naruto was starting to open up to me, something like this happens, and I must start again. Minato sighed. Night terror. Naruto looked down and nodded. About last night, Minato asked again. Naruto nodded again. Minato sighed. He pulled Naruto into him and held him tight. I'm so sorry, Naruto. I wasn't there to protect you. I haven't been able to protect you. If Kushina was here, then. Stop, To-san, Naruto whispered, gently pushing his father away. What? Minato responded. It's not your fault, To-san. Naruto shook his head. You've been the best dad. If anyone else were my dad, they would hate me for being the Jinchuriki. But you love me for me. And I know mom would, too. Oh, Naruto, Minato smiled at Naruto and pulled him into another hug. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe this won't affect Naruto as much as I thought it would. Besides, what doesn't kill me only makes me stronger, right? Naruto whispered. Who told you that? Minato pulled back to look at Naruto. Hachi. Naruto smiled. Oh, he did. Minato laughed. Naruto nodded. I'll wait to ask Naruto what happened last night. He's got a long day, and I don't want to ruin his first day as a shinobi. To-san, what's for breakfast? Naruto asked. I don't know. What would you like? Minato smiled. Naruto thought for a moment. Ramen. Minato laughed. Minato stood up, motioning for the other to follow. The two men headed to the kitchen and started their daily routine. Okay, Iruka started as everyone had taken their seats in the classroom for the last time. You will be separated into 3 groups. A Jonin will lead the group. Naruto was listening to Iruka talk about the duties of a genin while being unaware that most of the other genin were watching Naruto, whispering about his lineage and the secrets he kept from them. Alright, let's start with groups, Iruka smiled. I wonder who will be with Naruto, Ino whispered to Sakura. I don't know, but it would be pretty cool to be on the same team as the last Uchiha or the 4th's son, Sakura smiled. Yeah, it would, Ino replied, leaning down on her elbows. I pity the guy with you, Shikamaru huffed. And Team 7 is Uzumaki Naruto, Hanuro Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke, Iruka said. Really? I'm on the same team as Naruto and Sasuke. Sakura blinked. Lucky, Ino rolled her eyes. Team 8, Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, and Hyuga Hinata, Iruka continued. I'm not on the same team as Naruto, Hinata thought to herself. Team 10 is Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akamichi Choji, Iruka finished up. You will meet your Jonin leaders this afternoon. Until then, you are on break. Oi, Naruto, a voice called from behind. Naruto was walking a familiar path to his father's office. His hands were shoved in his pockets, and his head hung just out of habit. When he heard the voice, Naruto stopped and turned around to find Shikamaru, Choji, and several others standing in a group. They seemed to be following him. Yay, Naruto replied without fully turning around. Where are you heading? Choji asked, munching on a bag of potato chips. Naruto mumbled, to San's office. I didn't bring lunch. Your dad? You mean the 4th? Ino asked. Yeah, Naruto nodded as he turned to face the group. How come you never told us that the Hokage was your dad? Sakura asked. Naruto only shrugged in response. You have to have a reason, Shikamaru pushed. I do, but that doesn't mean I have to share that reason with you, Naruto argued. True, Shikamaru nodded, but I think we are going to push until you do. Fine, I didn't tell anyone because I didn't want to be treated like some celebrity just because of my lineage. I wanted to be a normal kid, Naruto explained. But I guess my plan backfired. I wasn't treated normally. I was treated horribly. If those shinobi knew who I was, I wouldn't have been treated so badly. Hindsight is always 20/20. Makes sense, Shikamaru shrugged. Do you know who our sensei is going to be? Sakura asked. No, why would I? Naruto shook his head. But why did you make everyone think you were stupid? Kiba snorted. Because there are several smart people in my class. If a kid like me were determined to be a genius, then they would have put 2 and 2 together. My looks plus my grades, someone would have figured out my link to the Hokage, Naruto explained. He is a lot smarter than we thought, Shikamaru thought to himself. Now, if you'll excuse me, I would like to eat, and normally, San will buy me food, Naruto said as he turned around and waved to the group. Naruto started to walk away from the group and silently thanked for the silence until he heard some feet running up to him. Naruto sighed heavily and looked over to see who followed him. The blonde was surprised to see the dark hair and blue clothes. Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto gave the raven a confused look, and it was returned with a, leave it alone, look. Naruto rolled his eyes and made his way to his father's office. The pair walked in silence as they headed towards the Hokage Tower. Naruto was tempted to ask the Uchiha why he was tagging along but decided to drop it, seeing how Sasuke didn't have a family anymore, and Naruto didn't mind. They walked up the stairs, down the hallways, and past the secretary to the Hokage's office. San, Naruto called as he walked through the door. Oh, Naruto, Minato blinked as he looked away from all the paper on his desk. The office was empty except for basics. Minato was sitting at the large oak desk in the center of the room, facing away from the wall of windows that overlooked the village. There was a pile after pile of paper on the desk. Minato put the pen down and sat up. He then noticed that Naruto wasn't alone. I thought you were at the academy, Minato asked. I was, but we have an hour break, and I didn't bring lunch, again, Naruto explained. Oh, and you brought Sasuke with you. Minato motioned towards the raven standing by the door. Naruto shrugged, he tagged along. You know who I am, Hokage-sama? Sasuke asked. Minato chuckled lightly, of course. I know almost everyone in the village. Oh, Sasuke replied. "2-san, can we go get lunch?" Naruto asked. Naruto, I am swamped with paperwork. I can't get lunch right now. Minato sighed. I can give you money, and then you and Sasuke can go get some ramen. I guess that's fine, Naruto shrugged. Okay, Minato nodded. Naruto strolled over and received the money from his father, then started heading out the door. Oh, 2-san, Naruto asked, who is my sensei? Minato laughed, it's a surprise. Damn, Naruto pouted, then headed to one of his favorite places. The future rivals walked silently until they reached the ramen stand. They each sat down on one of the stools, not next to each other, placed their orders, and waited in silence to receive their lunch. It was strange for both boys to eat with another classmate. They both had been alone in the academy for some time and didn't know how to act exactly. So they remained silent. When their food arrived, they considered it a good excuse to remain quiet. Of course, Naruto finished his first and waited for the raven to finish. So, why did you tag along? Naruto asked, almost scaring everyone. If I didn't, fangirls would have mobbed me, Sasuke shrugged. Oh, Naruto replied. Your dad seems pretty nice, Sasuke mumbled. Yeah, he is, Naruto agreed, we better head back to the academy. We don't want to be late to meet our sensei. Sasuke huffed. Naruto paid for their food and stuffed the change in his pocket. The pair walked silently back to the academy. When Naruto and Sasuke walked in, the rest of the class was already in the classroom, gossiping, talking, and the like. Iruka followed shortly afterward and told everyone to take their seats. Iruka explained that each Jonin would come in and pick up their team, and the genin were instructed to follow their sensei's orders. Each Jonin came and left with their team, leaving Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura waiting for theirs. He's late, Naruto mumbled. Was Sasuke's only reply. I wonder why, Sakura thought aloud. After 2 hours of waiting, the three genin started getting restless. Naruto started pacing. Sakura watched Naruto walk back and forth while Sasuke had fallen asleep. Then suddenly, scaring the three, the door opened, and a head popped in. Gravity-defying silver hair, a dark blue mask, and only one eye visible was the first thing the genin saw. Follow me, the Jonin instructed. The genin did as they were told and followed the tall Jonin up the stairs to the academy's roof. The silver-haired man instructed the three to sit on the small steps as he leaned against the railing. Alright, let's introduce ourselves, the Jonin said. The three younger sat there momentarily before the older man thought he should start but hesitated to see what those three would do. He had their files, so he knew what he needed to know about each one. However, judging their skills versus their personalities was different. He knew the blonde extremely well, based on their past experiences, and he knew Sasuke from the psychological analysis done on him after the Uchiha massacre, but the pink-haired girl her knew nothing about, besides personality. Sensei. The Rosetta raised her hand. Yes, the Jonin replied, jumping him from his thoughts. Would we get to know something about you first? Oh yes, the man nodded, my name is Hitaki Kakashi. I have no desire to tell you my likes or dislikes, and as for my dream for the future, Kakashi looked at each of the genin's faces. He would have to drag it out of the, you. Blondie, introduce yourself. Naruto looked at the man with a curious expression. It was almost half surprise or what you would call the, deer in the headlights, look mixed with confusion and suspicion, but the boy did as he was told, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like ramen, especially ramen from Ichiraku's. I dislike school. My dream is to become Hokage. Okay, next, Kakashi nodded. My name is Hanyuro Sakura. I like reading and training. I dislike, my dream is to become the best kunoichi in the village. The pink-haired girl said. Kakashi nodded. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I don't have many likes and several dislikes. My dream, or ambition rather, is to kill a certain man and resurrect my clan, Sasuke said with a serious face. Good, now that we have all introduced ourselves, we can move on, Kakashi said, pretty much ignoring the introductions. Tomorrow we will start your duties as shinobi. What are we going to do, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked. Kakashi-s, I could get used to that. We are going to complete a survival exercise, Kakashi said bluntly. But we did plenty of those in the academy, Sakura said slightly confusedly. I know, Kakashi shrugged, but this time, I am going to be your opponent. You. A Jonin with a presumably high rank versus 3 recently promoted genin. That hardly seems fair, Naruto complained. Kakashi just shrugged in response, then pushed off the rail he was leaning against. Meet me at training field 7 at 6 am tomorrow. Here are the details, he said, handing them each a piece of paper, and don't eat breakfast, or you'll throw up. Each nodded before the silver-haired Jonin disappeared in a puff of smoke. The 3 genin sat in silence for what seemed like an eternity. What now? Naruto suddenly said to no one in particular. I don't know, Sakura replied, we could go train. I'm going to head home, Sasuke said as he stood up, I'll see you 2 in the morning. I'm going to head home too, Naruto said as he followed suit, see ya, Sakura. Bye, guys, Sakura waved to the 2 boys and headed home. 2-san, Naruto said as he opened the door to his father's office. Minato looked up from his desk and found his son standing halfway through his office door. The older blonde smiled and waved the young genin in. Naruto stepped in, clicked the door behind him, and then approached his father's desk. You wanted to see me after school today? Naruto asked. Yes, I wanted to talk to you about what happened last night, Minato explained, waving Naruto around the back of the desk. But did Ibiki already look through my memories? Naruto asked, puzzled. He did, but there were some missing, Minato continued as he leaned his elbows on his knees so he was more at Naruto's level, so I wanted to ask you, plus I wanted to be sure that you were okay. I'm fine, 2-san, Naruto replied. Well, good, Minato chuckled, so, do you want to explain what happened last night? I'll try to, Naruto shrugged. Minato nodded, go on. Well, Mizuki attacked me just after you left me last night. He had Mom's scroll. I don't know how he got it. He told me I needed to retrieve the scroll, and he would trade me. I didn't want to give him the scroll. I knew you would be mad, and it would end up bad, but he had Mom's scroll, Naruto explained, and his voice started to break as he continued, so, I thought of a plan where I learn the Kage Bunshin from the scroll and make a fake. I sent the fake to the field where I knew no one would find it. Then I deceived Mizuki with the fake, then what happened, Naruto? Minato pushed, starting to get slightly worried. I'm not sure, Naruto shook his head, then grabbed one side with his hand, it's kind of hazy. Try, please, Minato said. I think I made 1,000 or so shadow clones, but not with my chakra, Naruto tried to explain, it's like this red chakra, almost like it was from my anger at Mizuki. The Kyuubi. I ordered the clones to attack Mizuki, Naruto continued, then I dispersed them, and everything went back to normal, but during the whole time, it felt like I had the red aura around me. I see, Minato nodded. That's why Ibiki couldn't see it, the Kyuubi prevented it, but why? Why did the Kyuubi lend Naruto chakra? Why did the Kyuubi prevent Ibiki from seeing Naruto's memories? Something's not adding up. 2-san, Naruto asked, shaking Minato from his thoughts, why are my memories so hazy? What's that red chakra, and that red aura? Naruto, Minato started, I think it was the Kyuubi's chakra. The Kyuubi, Naruto repeated, why would I use the Kyuubi's chakra? Well, the seal I created to seal the Kyuubi into you allows you to draw on the Kyuubi's chakra, but if he doesn't want you using it, you can't, Minato explained. So he let me use it? Naruto asked. That's what I assumed happened, Minato replied, but Naruto, using that chakra can come at a price. A price? Minato nodded. A Jinchuriki can tap into the tailed beast's chakra for his or her own power, however, using such chakra can be harmful to the Jinchuriki, with the host's body and mind being influenced or even taken over by his or her demon. Oh, so the Kyuubi can take over my mind and body if I use too much chakra? Naruto asked. Yes, Minato nodded. Did Mom ever have problems with the Kyuubi's chakra? Naruto asked after a moment of silence. Not too many that I could recall, but there were a few missions we went on where I could tell that she drew on the Kyuubi's chakra, but her seal, if I remember correctly, didn't let her draw on the chakra as much as yours does, Minato explained, but Naruto, don't think too much about it. You are strong enough to handle the Kyuubi, if you weren't, I wouldn't have sealed him into you. I know, 2-san. Naruto smiled. Good, Minato reached up and ruffled Naruto's hair. 2-san, I have one more question. Naruto looked up at his father from underneath his hand. What is it? Minato blinked at the other blonde. What's Hachi's real name? Naruto asked. Shouldn't you be asking me that? A voice came from the window behind Naruto. Naruto turned around and looked at the man standing in the window, Hachi. Minato started chuckling behind his son as Naruto confronted the Anbu still sitting in the window. Naruto turned around to see why his father was laughing but turned back around. Kakashi-sensei? Naruto questioned. The Anbu laughed slightly, and then his hand moved towards his mask. He removed it to reveal the slightly tilted Hittite in a blue mask distorting the lower half of the man's face. You are Kakashi-sensei, Naruto exclaimed, then turned to his father. Why did you make Hachi my sensei, Tu-san? Minato chuckled lightly. He's one of the only qualified people I trusted. Oh, Naruto replied, then walked over to where Kakashi was still perched on the window. Naruto motioned for him to come down to his height. Kakashi stepped down from the window and crouched in front of the blonde. What is? Kakashi started, but before he could finish his sentence, a fist had collided with his face. Naruto! Minato shouted, jumping up from his chair. Ugh! Kakashi moaned as he grabbed his face. Where the hell were you? Naruto yelled. If you had been there, the whole thing with Mizuki would have never happened. I'm sorry, Naruto, Kakashi murmured as he looked up into those blue eyes that were becoming misty. I know I wasn't there to protect you. I was also deceived by Mizuki. It's not an excuse, and you are right, nothing would have happened if I had been there. Please forgive me, Naruto. It's okay, Hachi, Naruto whispered, I forgive you. I was just angry. Sorry for punching you. Seems like it's becoming a habit, Minato mumbled. Naruto shot him a look, then turned back to his new sensei. Kakashi held Naruto's shoulder. It's alright. Naruto only nodded in response. I will teach you to the best of my ability, along with Sasuke and Sakura. I will protect you three with my life. I hope you know that, Kakashi said. I do, thanks, Hachi, Naruto smiled. You don't get to call me that, Kakashi said. What? Naruto replied, a little hurt. It's Kakashi-sensei to you, Kakashi replied. Aw man, Naruto pouted. Minato sat and watched his son and his student throughout this discussion. Seeing how much Naruto matured made him feel like a decent father. It brought joy to his heart, knowing that Kakashi seemed to love Naruto like a little brother. It was almost like he had two sons. Naruto looked up to Kakashi, and now that he was Naruto's sensei, the little blonde would be in good hands. The door to Minato's office in the Hokage Tower creaked open and then slowly clicked shut. The blonde Hokage didn't look up because he knew precisely who had shuffled into his office. He chuckled softly as he heard a soft thud as the small couch in the corner gave way to the small 12-year-old boy who flopped down. He continued to be amused by the miniature version of himself as the said blonde groaned in pain. It continued to be silent in his office aside from the sporadic grunts from the younger blonde. Then, when Minato finally looked up when the sound had ceased for a reasonable length of time, he noticed his son had fallen asleep in a strangely awkward position on the couch. Minato sighed, knowing he had two options as he looked at the clock. It was about time to go home. He could either wake Naruto up and never hear the end of it, or he could carry Naruto home. Or he could flash home with Naruto. He was not above abusing the Hiraishin in such a way. Chuckling to himself, he stood up, gathered his belongings, and then strolled over to the sleeping genin. Minato kneeled and watched his son sleep for a few moments. These moments would not last much longer as Naruto grew up. The sweet expression on the elder's face slowly turned into a frown as he noticed that Naruto had never looked this peaceful. Being Konoha's Jinchuriki was surprisingly stressful for the young boy. He knew how hard it was on Kushina, but he had hoped Naruto wouldn't go through the same thing being the Yondaime's son. He had hoped the village would see Naruto as a hero, a sacrifice being the next Jinchuriki, but that's not how the village saw him. They only saw him as a demon, a murderer. And there is nothing Minato could do to change that. Only Naruto would be able to change their minds. No law says the villagers couldn't have their own opinions. Naruto told him the villagers had never physically harmed him. Name-calling and empty threats aren't illegal, even if Minato wanted them to be. The shinobi who had hurt Naruto had already been punished. Naruto is going to have to prove himself to the villagers. But he knew Naruto could do precisely that. Minato sighed as he watched his son silently sleep. Then he wondered, if Naruto was going through this much, what kind of life would his son have if his wife had let him go through with his plan? Leaving Naruto an orphan, would Kakashi or Jiraiya have stepped up? Would Tsunade or Sarutobi? Or would Naruto be alone? What kind of father would Naruto think he was, sealing the Kyuubi in him and then abandoning him? For the first time in a while, Minato could feel the guilt. The guilt for letting his wife die. The guilt for almost making his son an orphan. The guilt for making his son a Jinchuriki. Some father he was. He placed his hand on the side of Naruto's face, carefully ensuring he didn't wake him. How could he do such a thing to his son? Then it dawned on him. Because he knew Naruto was strong. The young blonde had already proven that to him several times. Naruto was strong, but he had a long way to go. Minato was going to make sure Naruto would get there. Maybe Naruto needed to get out of the village for a while. Get him away from the villagers for a few days. Minato took a deep breath. He would think about it for a while. He scooped up the younger and flashed home. Surprisingly, Naruto did not wake. Minato laid him on the couch outside the dining room. Minato headed to the kitchen and started making the one thing he knew Naruto would wake up for. Later on, Naruto heard noise from the kitchen, and upon waking up, the smell of homemade ramen filled his nose. Then it hit him. How did he get home? Shaking his head, Naruto scrambled to his feet and padded his way to the kitchen to find his father wearing the only thing that could make the flea-on-site Yondaime Hokage look like a girly wimp, the pink apron. "To-san," Naruto mumbled, still groggy from his nap. "Oh, Naruto, you're up." Minato turned around and gave his son a weak smile. "Good, I'm just about done. Go sit at the table, and I'll bring a couple of bowls." Naruto nodded and dragged himself to the table, plopping down in the same seat he'd sat in for years. The young genin propped his elbows on the table and rested his head on his palms. His eyes were still closed. He heard the slight clatter of a bowl being placed in front of him after a few shuffled footsteps from the kitchen. Then, those same footsteps were heard heading to the opposite side of the table. Another soft clink of a bowl was placed on the table, followed by the scratching noise of wood sliding on wood as his father pulled the chair out, then again when he scooted the chair back in. He even felt the slight vibrations when the bowls were placed on the table. His ears twitched slightly when he heard his father pick a pair of chopsticks and when the small wood sticks clinked on the edge of the bowl. "You're getting good, Naruto," Minato smiled. "However, you're still using too much chakra to lengthen your senses. Even I can sense it, though I'm not a sensory type. Now, open your eyes and eat." Naruto smiled and did as he was told. He sat up, picked up his chopsticks, and started eating his favorite food. Minato and his son sat in silence, eating their dinner. Even though it was silent, they were both content. Naruto finished his food before his father did. Naruto sat his chopsticks down and folded his hands in his lap. He closed his eyes and stretched his chakra out. The cough from his father indicated that he was using way too much chakra. His father and sensei had told him he had an extreme amount of chakra. Kakashi even once said that Naruto's chakra pools were almost 4 times the amount of his. If he pushed too much of his chakra out, he could choke someone on the chakra. It was that potent. Naruto took a deep breath and tried to suppress his chakra without impairing the senses he was picking up. It was challenging. Naruto took another deep breath. He was picking up mostly sound from the drip from the kitchen sink to air blowing from the fan in his father's office. The slight clinking from his father's bowl to the wind blowing through the tall grass in the backyard. The smells he was picking up, well, that's another story. Everything from the smell of ramen from their dinner to the grass in the backyard and even a slight burning smell from the kitchen stood out. Then something stood out to Naruto. It wasn't a smell or sound. He couldn't pin it as a taste. It wasn't something he felt. Since his eyes were closed, it wasn't something he was seeing. So what was it? It was familiar, yet distant, like he couldn't reach it, even though it was right before him. He opened his eyes to find his father staring back at him with the same blue eyes. Was it? Minato's clear blue eyes suddenly turned dark. He was worried. Naruto smiled to clear the worry off his father's face. "I sense something, but I can't quite place what it is. I don't know how to explain it." "You sense something?" Minato smiled suspiciously, giving Naruto a feeling in the pit of his stomach. "Yes," Naruto said slowly, "it's weird. It's like it's familiar, but I can't reach it. I can't touch it, but it's right in front of me." The younger blonde shook his head in frustration. Minato slightly chuckled, startling Naruto. "It's chakra." "Chakra?" Naruto repeated. "How can I sense someone else's chakra? I'm not that advanced yet. Even you said you can only sense chakra when there's a lot of it." Minato continued smiling, Simple, you've inherited Uzumaki's sensory skills. Sensory. Yes, being a sensory type means you can sense others' chakra no matter the amount of chakra. It's probably why you can pick up my chakra, even though I'm not flaring it, Minato explained. Wait, Naruto thought momentarily, I don't understand. I'm a sensory type. Minato smiled. His son could be as dense as his wife, yes, Naruto. You are a sensory type. Well, at least I believe you are. No other 12-year-old genin can pick up chakra unless they have some sensory skills. But let's test it, shall we? Test it? Naruto questioned. Yes, stretch out your chakra without choking me, please, but particularly looking for that same sense you felt earlier, Minato instructed. Okay. Naruto nodded, then closed his eyes and pushed out his chakra at a semi-controlled rate. Minato sucked in a sharp breath as Naruto's chakra hit him like a ton of bricks, but he kept it together as he wanted his son to find his sensory skills. Naruto heard his father suck in a breath, so he tried to level it out as much as possible. Maybe I should bring Jiraiya back to help Naruto with his chakra control. With his amount and the seal, his chakra control is impeccable, but to everyone else, it is subpar. Naruto stretched out his chakra as much as he could without physically harming his father. Everything was sharper, clearer than it ever has been. But Naruto had something to focus on. Pushing all the smells and sounds that were rushing at him. He focused on that one thing that he was unable to place earlier. Now that he was looking for them, they were suddenly presenting themselves. All over the place, not just in front of him but all around him. It was insane. He pushed it out more. He wanted to know more. He continued pushing his chakra out farther to see whom he could find. Having this much chakra wouldn't be bad. He could stretch it out so far. He was able to sense even the smallest chakra signatures. He was so focused he didn't hear his father coughing and trying to get his attention. Naruto. Minato almost screamed, jerking Naruto out of his concentration and sucking in his chakra. Shit, Minato breathed. That's it. Jiraiya is coming back. I don't care if I have to force him. This kid is going to kill me. Sorry. Naruto replied sheepishly. It's not your fault, Naruto. You have a massive chakra pool, but that's not the only problem. I didn't tell you this because I didn't want to freak you out, but the seal I created for you allows a minuscule amount of Kyuubi's chakra to leak into yours continuously. It was a protection mechanism because the Kyuubi's chakra is harmful, and I didn't want it to poison you, so to speak. So when that much of your chakra comes at someone, well, it's not the amount, it's the Kyuubi's chakra that lies within it, Minato explained. Oh, is that why I have such a large amount of chakra? Naruto asked. No, you have a large amount because you are an Uzumaki, Minato smiled. With the chakra you have right now, only about 1% of it is the Kyuubi's. However, it's hard on anyone else because they aren't accustomed to the demonic chakra. Oh, okay, Naruto replied, processing it. He's definitely Kushina's son. Anyways, let's not try that again until we help you increase your chakra control. Minato lightly laughed, but Naruto knew he was serious. What has Kakashi taught you about chakra control? Some, I guess. Naruto shrugged. We've learned tree climbing and started the basics of walking on water. However, it's not coming along very well. I see. Well, just keep at it. Chakra control comes from practice, Minato said. Anyways, I have a proposition for you. What is it? Naruto asked. You know that trip to Suna that I said I was going on but pushed it back a few weeks? Minato asked, and when Naruto nodded, he continued, well, I am leaving in a few days, and I would like you to accompany me. Really? I get to leave the village? Naruto stood up. Minato laughed, yes, Naruto. As long as it is okay with your sensei. Naruto gave his father an, are you kidding me? Look, really? What? Minato blinked. He's your student, Naruto complained. Minato scratched the back of his head sheepishly, and? You're also the Hokage. Naruto continued. Okay, Minato replied. Naruto rolled his eyes, picked up his and his father's bowls, and headed to the kitchen. Minato chuckled at Naruto's satirical frustration. He used to do the same to Kushina. He followed Naruto into the kitchen to help with clean up. The two blondes cleaned up their dinner in silence. So when would we leave? Naruto asked, looking up at his father. 3 days, Minato replied without looking at his son. The tone of Minato's voice worried Naruto. "San, are you alright?" Naruto asked. What? Minato was suddenly shaken and looked down at the other blonde. Are you alright? Naruto repeated. Oh yes, Minato smiled and ruffled the young one's hair. I was just thinking about your mom. I miss her. Oh, Naruto replied, I wish I had met her. You will one day, Minato smiled sadly. When? Naruto pleaded. Honestly, I don't know, Minato shook his head, I wish I did. Oh, okay, Naruto mumbled and silently finished the dishes. It had been a total of 4 months since Naruto had graduated, passed the bell test, and became a full shinobi. Although he was stuck on a team with Sasuke Tem and the Banshee Sakura, life wasn't all that bad. He had a great sensei and was learning a lot from both his father and sensei. He finally felt he was on the right path. He even learned he was a sensory type. Words can't even describe how excited Naruto was to tell Kakashi or how excited Kakashi was for him, even if Minato had warned Kakashi about Naruto trying to spread his chakra and almost causing those around him to choke. Kakashi knew he had to take Naruto's chakra control more seriously than the others. Naruto was preparing to leave for Suna soon after he received permission from his sensei. Naruto stood at the base of the tree in the center between Sasuke and Sakura, each at their own tree. Naruto made the ram hand sign and focused the chakra at the bottom of his feet. Even though they had mastered tree climbing long ago, they still needed to perfect it so they didn't have to focus so much on getting the correct chakra. Once Naruto was satisfied with his collected chakra, he slowly walked up the tree. Naruto, you're focusing too much on the chakra in your feet, Kakashi offered, standing off leaning against the tree, semi-watching his students and semi-reading that familiar orange book. It needs to become more natural, like you don't have to think about it. Yes, sensei, Naruto replied without missing a beat. Sakura, that's almost perfect. It's becoming more and more natural for you, Kakashi continued. Sasuke, same thing as Naruto. You are putting in too much effort. Although you can do it, it's taking too much of your attention. Yes, sensei, Sakura and Sasuke chimed. Once Naruto and his teammates had made it to the top of the tree for the 100th time that morning, Kakashi offered a break. The 4 members of Team 7 sat in a circle. Kakashi seemed to fall asleep, Naruto was stuffing his face, Sakura was eating quietly, and Sasuke was eating politely. The 4 stayed quiet until Sakura spoke up. Naruto, is it true you are going to Suna? Sakura asked, catching everyone's attention. Yeah, Tsu-san offered to take me along, and since I've never been out of the village, I thought it would be cool if I went, Naruto shrugged. Well, that's cool, Sakura smiled, I wonder if you'd be able to meet the cage. Sakura, you know about the cages? Kakashi asked. Yes, we learned a little bit about them in school, I was curious, so I went looking around, Sakura smiled as she explained to her sensei. I see, Kakashi nodded. Well, Tsu-san did say it was a diplomatic mission, Naruto thought, maybe I will get to meet the cage. I wonder if he is as scary as Tsu-san can be. Probably, he is the cage, Sasuke replied sarcastically. Naruto rolled his eyes and finished his lunch. Kakashi excused his team for Naruto to prepare for his trip to Suna in the morning. The silver-haired shinobi caught up with his favorite student on his way home. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto called as the man showed up next to him. Naruto, you know, the only reason I am letting you go to Suna is because Minato-sensei gave me permission to be one of the escorts for you and your father, Kakashi laughed. Really? So you're coming with us? What about Sasuke and Sakura? Naruto thought out loud. Those 2 might be joining Team 10 for a C-rank escort mission to the Land of Waves, Kakashi shrugged. What? Naruto yelled, I am missing our first C-rank mission. Calm down, Naruto, Kakashi rolled his eyes at one of Naruto's many outbursts, it's not 100% decided. The mission might be too much for a genin team. There have been reports that missing Nin is after this client. So we will probably send a group of Chunin with him instead. So those 2 will probably be joining Team 8 for reconnaissance training. Oh, good, Naruto smiled, but you are coming with us. Well, sort of, Kakashi scratched his head sheepishly, I'll be there but in the shadows. I'm going to be an Anbu escort. Oh, so I won't see you, Naruto pouted. Nope, not if I do my job right, Kakashi laughed, plus, I think Minato-sensei wanted to use this trip as a father-son thing anyways, so I should stay out of the way. Oh, okay then, Naruto replied. He may teach you a new jutsu or 2, Kakashi hinted. Really? Naruto asked. Maybe. Kakashi shrugged. Like what? Naruto said with a much too excited voice. I don't know. Kakashi laughed. I don't even know if he is. I just told him he should. Oh, Naruto said slowly. I'm sure he'll teach you something, Kakashi said as he ruffled Naruto's hair. I hope so, Naruto smiled. Minato sat at his desk, finishing the paperwork for his trip to Suna tomorrow with Naruto. Although the flea on-site Hokage would never admit it, he felt like a giddy little kid about this trip. He and Naruto haven't been able to spend much time with each other due to time constraints. It would be 3 days there and 3 days back, and Minato was planning on using that time to get Naruto to open up to him more and maybe teach Naruto a thing or two. Minato was shaken from his thoughts when a little green and yellow frog jumped up on the desk. Minato narrowed his eye at the little amphibian, then laughed, knowing Jiraiya had sent the little guy. Alright, give me the message, and you can go home, Minato chuckled at the little frog. However, said little frog opened its mouth and spit out a sealed scroll. Minato grabbed the scroll and waved at the frog, indicating it was excused. He made several hand signs and unsealed the scroll. It was indeed a message from Jiraiya. Gaki, I will return to Konoha shortly to teach your brat a thing or two about chakra control and double-check his seal and whatnot. Give yourself credit, you created that damn thing in the first place. I'll be there shortly after you return from Suna. Keep your brat in line till then. The great MT, Myoboku sage, Jiraiya. Well, I guess I will just have to keep an eye on Naruto on our trip, Minato sighed. He had hoped he would accompany them on the trip and teach Naruto while they travel, as well as keep an eye on Naruto while he took care of the diplomatic business. Minato made a few hand signs and then flatly held his hand with the scroll on top. A few seconds later, the scroll caught fire and was destroyed. Having a fire affinity comes in handy when destroying documents as a Hokage. Minato furrowed his eyebrows and thought for a moment, and then a grin came to his face. I guess that's what we can do while we travel, Minato chuckled lightly, then reached into one of the drawers in his desk and pulled out a few sheets of chakra paper. I wonder what affinity Naruto is. Kushina was water and fire, while I am fire, wind, and lightning. He could be any of those. Naruto. Minato Namikaze was a man of skill. He could kill men without them even realizing it. He could track down and take out a group of Kumo ninjas when he was only 12. Hell, he could even outrun the Raikage. But for the life of him, he could not get his son out of the house on time. Minato scowled as he stomped through the hallway towards his son's room. He was late as it is, and suddenly, he was second-guessing taking his son to Suna with him. Minato grabbed the door handle and swung the door open, revealing an empty room. Minato was taken aback by the empty room and started stretching out his chakra to find that chakra he knew so well. He slammed the door shut and stomped back to the kitchen, grabbed his pack, and headed to the front door. Once outside, he found his son, his son's chakra signature. However, the sight of the little blonde escaped him. Minato looked around and finally found the little blonde squatting on a nearby tree branch right about another familiar face. Minato opened his mouth to say something when he realized what his little one was about to do. Naruto had a devious look on his face, and the other's emotion was indiscernible due to the mask that was obscuring his face. Minato shut his mouth and chuckled. Might as well let his son have fun before they left. It would keep the chances of his playing pranks on his father lower. Besides, when does Naruto ever let his rambunctious side take over? So, he let his son have his fun. Kushina, you really do live on inside him. You would be proud. Naruto smiled then crouched down even further preparing himself to jump like a cat. Naruto sprang into action jumping off the branch to the one holding up the other shinobi. Minato watched in amusement as Naruto tried to outmaneuver the experienced Anbu with little success. The blue-clad shinobi spun around on the branch at the last second catching Naruto mid-fall causing both to tumble down to the ground. But as experienced as the Anbu was, he spun in the air like a cat and landed on his feet holding Naruto like a log underneath his left arm. Naruto peeked open his eyes to see his father chuckling at him. Naruto, I'm an S-rank Anbu, and you are a young genin. Did you truly believe that would be successful? The masked man asked. Only a humph sound was returned. The masked man placed Naruto down on his feet, only for said blonde to cross his arms and grumble some inaudible and most likely inappropriate words. Are you two done fooling around? Minato asked. We are late as it is. Hi, Hokage-sama, the Anbu replied, straightening up. Yeah, Naruto mumbled and grabbed his bag that was situated on the stairs leading down from the front door. Alright then, Minato sighed, let's head out. To-san, Naruto called. Yes, Naruto, Minato replied. It had been half a day since the duet had left the village. Naruto was surprisingly quiet most of the trip, which worried Minato. Minato could tell that Naruto was getting bored from just traveling, but he didn't want to show Naruto his affinity until tomorrow. Some Naruto got the idea in his head that his father was going to teach him a new jutsu. How long does it take to get to Suna? Naruto asked. Minato glanced down at his son. He was expecting an, "Are we there yet?" Well, about 3 days' time. Well, that's going to take forever, Naruto replied with an oh-so-familiar overly dramatic tone. Ah, there's Kushina's side showing itself again. Minato laughed, it won't take forever, Naruto. Not if I give you something to work on to pass the time. Naruto stopped in his tracks as his eyes brightened. What is it? Minato stopped and turned around with an amused look on his face. Well, I was going to see which chakra affinity you have, then have you start working on controlling it. But we have to keep walking or it really will take forever to get there. Minato continued to walk as he pulled a piece of chakra paper out of his bag and held it up to demonstrate it to Naruto. Each shinobi has a main chakra affinity of one of the 5 elements: water, earth, fire, wind, or lighting. While you will have a main one, you can manipulate others as well through practice. Most by Jonin level can use 2, while a small number can have 3 or even 4. You can't have all 5. Naruto asked as they continued walking again. Technically, it's possible, Minato explained, to obtain 1, 2 or even 3 chakra natures takes years of practice. Due to the amount of time it takes for one to master one chakra nature, we consider it practically impossible to master all 5 and rare to master 4. However, that being said, there has only been one shinobi in history to have mastered all 5 elements. Who? The sage of the 6th paths, Minato answered, stopping his son mid-sentence when he started to ask who that was while simultaneously handing his son the chakra paper. Now, my affinity is mainly fire, then several years later, wind. I can also use a bit of lightning. And a bit of water, but you don't need to know that, son. Your mother's was water then wind. Pour a small amount of your chakra into the paper. If you are water, it will become wet. Earth, it will crumple. Lighting, it will wrinkle. Fire, it will burn, and wind will cut it in half. Naruto did as he was told and pushed a small amount of his chakra into his piece of paper. Surprising both Minato and the younger, the paper was cut in half. Wind. Both blondes chimed at the same time. This took Minato back, but then remembered that the Namikaze are known for having wind affinities. However, he thought Naruto would have had fire or water since those run in both sides of the family. Minato chuckled slightly before snatching one side of the paper out of Naruto's hand. Wind, huh? Minato repeated. I have wind, but neither you nor mom had wind as your main one, is that possible? Naruto asked. Well, yes. It is possible for a child to not take after their parents' affinities if another affinity happens to run in their family. The Namikazes are known for having wind affinities as well as water, which is strange that I have neither. Kaze actually means wind, while Nami means waves. My father had mainly water and a slight wind. My mother was a clanless shinobi who had a fire affinity, while her father had wind, leading to my own affinity being mainly fire, while I can manipulate lighting and wind. Your mother's clan, the Uzumaki, were known for having mainly water and earth, which is why your mother could use both. Understand? Minato tried to explain. I think so, Naruto nodded, as one affinity stronger than another. No, each has their own weakness and their own strength. Balancing each other out, Minato replied. Really? Yes, fire for example is strong against wind, but weak against water, Minato tried to explain. There is a scroll back at home that will explain the strengths and weakness between chakra natures, as well as advanced types and Keki Genkai. Oh okay, Naruto nodded, To-san. Yes. Is there a way I can find out if I have a second affinity? Well, no, Minato replied quickly but then thought for a moment. I guess if you try to push chakra into these pieces that have your chakra already in them, then it may reveal another. You can try if you please. Naruto gave his father a large grin and pushed more of his chakra into the half piece of paper, and to everyone's surprise, the paper started to burn. Fire, Minato smiled, then ruffled his son's hair as they continued walking, just like me. So now that I know what chakra affinity I am, what are we going to do? Naruto asked with a little too much enthusiasm. Well, you need to learn how to manipulate wind chakra, Minato replied. However, because of your lack of chakra control, I'm worried you aren't going to be able to handle the wind chakra. So, for now, I want to work on your chakra control. Oh, come on, Tsu-san. Naruto moaned. More chakra control exercises. Yes, Naruto. More chakra control exercises. Minato chuckled at the pout on Naruto's face. Here's what I want you to do. Since we are walking, I can't have you walk up a tree or walk on water, so I want you to use your chakra and try to hold a leaf to your forehead while paying attention to where you are walking. Understood? If he can master the leaf exercise, then I will begin to teach him the Rasengan. Moreover, I want to teach him the Rasengan before I want him to handle the wind chakra. Once he can master the Rasengan, I know he will be able to handle the wind chakra. Yes, Naruto mumbled and reluctantly picked up a leaf on the ground and did what he was told. At first, the leaf stuck, but seconds later, it fell. Naruto furrowed his eyebrows. This exercise was harder than his father let on. He picked up the leaf and tried again. Hours later, Naruto was still having difficulty keeping the leaf on his forehead. Too much chakra and the leaf would start to fall apart, however too little chakra and the leaf would just fall right off. Minato concentrated on traveling and his upcoming meeting with the Kazekage but kept a watchful eye on his son, just in case. As the sun was about to set, Minato suggested they stop and set up a camp for the night. Normally, Minato wouldn't bother with a camp, but since Naruto was with him, he thought he should. Later on, the two blondes were sitting across from each other with a small fire in between them. Naruto was playing with a small stick in the fire while Minato was reading one of the scrolls he brought with him. Naruto took a deep breath and let out a loud sigh, making Minato look up at him with a concerned look. Naruto didn't return the look but continued to stare at the stick he had in the fire. Tsu-san, Naruto mumbled just loud enough for Minato to acknowledge his title. Yes, Minato replied as he continued to look over his scroll. Did Ka-chan have trouble with chakra like me? Naruto mumbled, still avoiding his father's gaze. Actually, she did, Minato nodded. Really? Naruto stopped playing with the stick and looked up to meet those dazzling blues that mirrored his own, aside from the deep pain that seemed to resonate inside those orbs. Yes, although the Kyuubi's chakra wasn't mixing with her own, she was still an Uzumaki, Minato replied with a sad smile on his face. Those dazzling blue eyes seemed darkened slightly at the memories of his late wife. Naruto saw this, but somehow the desire for more information about his mom pushed him to ask more. What do you mean? Naruto replied. What do you mean she was still an Uzumaki? Naruto explained. Well, Uzumakis aren't just known for their longevity. They are also known for their remarkably large pools of chakra. Minato chuckled. Those large amounts of chakra help with their sealing abilities. With more chakra, the larger their seals can be made. However, larger amounts of chakra make it harder to control. Which is why your mother had a hard time with chakra control like you. Oh, but she did learn it. Over time and with lots of practice, her chakra control was one of the best I have seen. It allowed her to create very large and detailed seals. I believe she also learned small amounts of medical jutsu, Minato explained. Was mom a sensory type like me? No, I don't believe so, Minato shook his head. Oh, Naruto replied. I see a lot of your mom in you, Minato noted. Really? Naruto's eyes suddenly brightened. Yes, aside from the hair, you look more and more like her every day. She was very rambunctious like you seem to be these days, Minato laughed. They didn't call her the red hot habanero for nothing. Red hot, what? Naruto tried to repeat. The red hot habanero, Minato said, that was the nickname given to your mom back in the academy. Why? Naruto asked out of curiosity. Minato laughed, then grimaced at the memories of his young wife pummeling their classmate back in the academy. You can ask her. Naruto gave his father a curious look, then shrugged it off. He would meet his mother one day soon. It was a day he couldn't wait for and often dreamed of what it would be like. What about you? Did you have a nickname? Minato laughed. I didn't get my nickname till years later. But I am the Yellow Flash. The Yellow Flash, Naruto repeated. Why that? Because of my speed, Minato replied. Your speed? Naruto asked. Minato raised an eyebrow at his son. Did he not know how fast his father was? Yes, Minato nodded. haven't you ever seen me use the Hiraishin? No, Naruto replied quickly. Wait, is that the thing with those weird kunai? Minato laughed again. Yes, that, Naruto. Is that why you are named the Yellow Flash? Yes, that's why, Minato nodded. Oh, Naruto exclaimed as if a light bulb went off in his head, then whispered to himself, the Yellow Flash and the Red Hot Habanero, speed and strength. I'm going to surpass them both. Although Naruto didn't know, his father did hear that last sentence. Minato eyed his son fondly and prayed that one day he would surpass both his parents in both speed and strength. After all, each generation is supposed to be stronger than the last. Minato smiled at his young son. Let's get to bed, Naruto. We have a lot of walking to do in the morning. Okay, Naruto gave his dad a quick nod, and then the two blondes headed off to bed. San, it's not working, Naruto exclaimed, frustrated with the leaf still not sticking to his forehead properly. Well, it won't work with only a day of practice. It took your mom years to perfect her chakra control, Minato replied calmly as if his thoughts were elsewhere. Years, Naruto replied. Yes, years, Minato nodded as the two blondes continued to walk towards Suna. Naruto was getting frustrated and bored with the leaf exercise, and Minato knew he would have to do something or he would have a very rambunctious genin on his hands. The two were only a day away from Suna. They had been walking for well over half a day, and they would arrive this time tomorrow afternoon. Minato sighed at the thought of dealing with a hyperactive Naruto for another day. Lost in his thoughts of what to do with Naruto, he missed the sense of another chakra nearby. Jolting Minato from his thoughts and Naruto from his exercise, the two blondes were suddenly surrounded by 6 Anbu. Instinctively, Minato pulled his son closer to him. What is it? Minato probed his subordinates. Did you not sense that chakra, sensei? Replied one of the Anbu with his back facing the blonde Hokage. Minato stretched his chakra as thin as it would go to find the unwanted visitor. Then he found it, and he knew exactly who it was. Minato whirled around, pushing Naruto behind him as he made eye contact with the red Sharingan he knew well. Kakashi, take Naruto and your team and go, Minato ordered, I will deal with this. But, go. Minato barked the order once again. Kakashi, doing as he is told, grabbed Naruto around the waist. San, Naruto called out, I will meet up with you soon, Naruto. Minato reassured his son with one of his legendary smiles, although with the worried look on Naruto's face, it seemed his reassurance didn't work. Kakashi, along with Naruto and the other members of his escort team, took off in the direction of Suna. Using his chakra, Minato ensured they were well enough away from him before calling the Uchiha out. Itachi, Minato called as he turned around to face where he had seen those red eyes, you can come out now. Hokage-sama, Itachi nodded in respect as he stepped into view. Itachi, I thought we were going to wait until after I returned from Suna to meet up, right? Minato asked in a demanding voice. Yes, sir, however, I came to warn you, Itachi replied bluntly. Warn me? Minato asked. May I? Itachi questioned. Knowing what Itachi wanted, Minato gave a quick nod before he heard Itachi state something and was sucked into some sort of genjutsu. What is this called again? Minato asked once he regained his composure. Tsukuyomi, Itachi replied. Minato and Itachi stood in a parallel universe with considerable differences. The red moon casts a red light throughout the illusion with a cloudy atmosphere, giving the background a blood-red appearance, while the rest within the illusion is depicted in an inverted grayscale. It seemed to Minato that inside this illusion Itachi created, a considerable amount of time passed, but time on the outside seemed to stand still. This place Itachi created was the only way the two could speak without interruption or eavesdropping. They could also speak for any length of time without worry. What did you mean you came to warn me? Minato demanded. The Akatsuki are moving earlier than I anticipated, Itachi replied. Explain. Yesterday afternoon, our leader called a meeting and gave out assignments. Each member was assigned a tailed beast to capture, most correlated to the village to which we were affiliated, Itachi explained. I thought they were waiting to obtain the tailed beasts, seeing as the 3 tails has still not been revived after the passing of the Yondaime Mizukage. Minato pinched in the bridge of his nose. They were, however, something pushed Pain-sama to take action. The tailed beasts will be collected and sealed in order, starting with the Ikibi, Itachi continued. The Ikibi is located in Suna, Minato confirmed with a slightly angry expression, unsurprisingly due to currently heading in that direction. Yes. Sasori and Deidara are headed there as we speak to obtain the beast, Itachi warned. They will wait to obtain Naruto, seeing as he is the last and strongest of the collection. However, that being said, if the opportunity presents itself to capture more than one, even if we aren't ready to seal it, they will take the advantage. I see, Minato nodded. You said the tailed beasts were assigned in order of villages. Does that mean? Yes, Naruto is my target, Itachi confirmed, and he will be the last one to be obtained, and unfortunately, I cannot give you an estimated time. It will all depend on how fast the others collect their targets. Minato sighed. He knew Naruto being a Jinchuriki would make him a potential target, but he thought he had a few more years before there would be any major threat to Naruto regarding the Kyuubi. However, that danger has seemed to move up in the schedule. You will have to wait to collect the 4s through 9 until the 3 tails is revived, no? Minato questioned. Unfortunately, we will collect the beasts even before the Sanbi's resurrection, Itachi replied, tone unwavering. Pain has found a way to hold the Jinchurikis until their sealing. It seems his patience is wearing thin. I see, Minato nodded. You are heading to Suna, correct? Itachi asked. Yes, we are, Minato nodded. Then be very careful, Itachi warned. If Sasori or Deidara get a wind that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is in Suna, they will not hesitate to act. I understand, Minato nodded. One last thing, Itachi said as his whole demeanor softened. Yes, how is he? He is doing well. I placed him on a genin team under Kakashi's tutelage since he is the last to teach him something about the Sharingan, Minato smiled softly. Has he activated it? As far as I know, no, he has not. Missions. You know how it goes. A bunch of D ranks first, then moving up to C ranks, until a Chunin promotion. But you would proud to know he graduated as Rookie of the Year. Really? Yes, he is working hard, but I fear all the hatred will drive him in the wrong direction. What do you mean, sir? From what I hear from Kakashi, he talks a lot about getting stronger. Strong enough to kill a certain man, which I assume is you. I fear this will drive him down the wrong path, just to obtain the power to kill you. All that hatred for you seems to be building up inside him. I know, Itachi took a deep breath. I told him to hate me, despise me, for him to get stronger to defeat him. But looking back, it was something I wish I had not done. I do want him to kill me. I want to pay for my sins by the hand of another Uchiha, but I suppose I came at it from the wrong direction. I suppose so. However, we cannot change the past, and only he has the power to change the path he is headed down. I can only hope he chooses the right one. You are right, Hokage-sama, Itachi nodded. Thank you, Itachi, for warning me about the Akatsuki. Minato nodded in return. Itachi bowed before the Hokage before releasing the genjutsu and bringing both back to reality. The mental exhaustion caused Minato to drop down to his knees only to glance up in time to watch Itachi walk away. Just as he was about to head out and find the rest of his company. Everything went black. Hachi, 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 By the 10th time, Naruto had called out for Kakashi, who was merely sitting next to him. The frustration was starting to show on the blonde's face. A small twitch started to appear above said blonde's left eye while the silver-haired man sat next to him, reading a familiar orange book. Naruto's expression suddenly calmed, then turned to an annoyed expression. Sensei, Naruto called sarcastically. Oh, Naruto, did you say something? Kakashi looked up from his book with an innocent expression on his face. Naruto breathed out a heavy sigh in frustration. Kakashi and his student had been sitting in a small clearing for about 3 hours, about a 30-minute walk from where the group had left the Yondaime. Although Kakashi wouldn't show his worry for the eldest Namikaze due to the risk of upsetting the youngest Namikaze, it steadily increased as time passed agonizingly slow. Even with Kakashi's worry skillfully hidden beneath his emotionless mask, it rubbed off on his student. Sensei, it's been 3 hours. Shouldn't we go check on father? Naruto's words tasted like vinegar coming out of his mouth. He hated the idea of needing to making sure his father was all right after being left with an S-rank missing nin. Attempting to disguise his worry, Kakashi looked up into the sky with a placid expression to double-check the time based on the sun's position. I suppose it has been quite a while since we left Minato-sensei, it may be a good idea to check on him. Naruto gave a quick nod in acceptance to his teacher's reply, only to have his hopes smashed a moment later. I will send Cat and Hawk to check on the Hokage while you and I remain here, Kakashi explained, throwing a gesture to nowhere, signaling the hidden Anbu to find the Hokage. What? Naruto threw his hands up as his frustration with the silver-haired man continued. A moment later, Naruto's 12-year-old side showed itself as he crossed his arms and threw himself in a cross-legged position on the ground with a pout on his face. Kakashi inwardly chuckled at the response of the young one, only to mentally make a note to teach Naruto to control his emotions while out on a mission. For some reason, he got a sneaky suspicion that it would be harder than normal. As the silence was eating away at Naruto, Kakashi, acting as if he could care less by reading his porno book, was going over the scene from the last time they saw the Hokage. Why had Minato requested to deal with a clan exterminator alone? Why was that man even here? Minato was smart enough to know you don't deal with a genjutsu genius alone. So, what was really going on? What were those two men really doing? Was Itachi here to try to obtain Naruto for the Kyuubi, and is that why he had the Anbu take Naruto and run? The only way for Kakashi to find out the truth was to ask Minato-sensei himself when and if the blonde Hokage came back. Naruto was nowhere close to being actually pouting. From living with the Hokage, Naruto knew most of what went on in the village. He knew exactly who that man was that the unit came in contact with. Unknowing to his father, he knew all about the Uchiha massacre, Itachi Uchiha, and the coup d'état. Also, Itachi Uchiha was Sasuke's older brother and the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan. Knowing all of this only made the young genin worry more about his father. A man who could slay his entire clan, the Uchiha clan at that, was exceedingly dangerous. Aside from being physically strong, he knew Itachi was a genjutsu genius, and you should never take on a genjutsu alone. There were only two ways to break a genjutsu. One was to release it yourself by stopping your flow of chakra, but that only works on low-level genjutsu. While the other was to have someone else pour his or her chakra into you, releasing the illusion. Either way, his father was alone, and a genjutsu from Itachi could be highly fatal. It made Naruto feel bad about worrying about the man who he should have all the confidence in the world. Not only because it's his father but also because he is the Hokage. Naruto couldn't help but worry about his father. Kakashi Taiko, an Anbu member named Kat, called formally as she landed in front of the student-teacher combo in a crouched position. Did you find the Hokage? Kakashi asked with a serious tone. Yes, sir, Kat replied. Where is he located? Kakashi probed. He is currently with Hawk and 3 more members that were called as backup at the location we left him at, Kat explained. Very well. Is he suitable to travel? Sir, you should come to see for yourself, Kat hesitated momentarily before responding. Kakashi glanced over at the young genin to ensure he was all right. However, the obvious expression of concern covered the boy's face to the point that Kakashi worried about what Naruto might do. Then Kakashi's worst fear came true. Naruto bolted. Naruto, wait, Kakashi called, then cursed under his breath and followed suit. Naruto ran as fast as he could while simultaneously stretching out his chakra to find his father. Once he found the familiar sense, he retracted the chakra, remembering the last time he almost choked his father with the potent chakra. Naruto remembered his father instructing him once to push chakra into his feet to boost his speed if needed. He did exactly that. Surprisingly, his rate almost tripled. Several minutes later, Naruto reached the small clearing where their unit had previously left his father. His heart stopped. Minato was flat out in the center, surrounded by 4 Anbu members, 2 keeping watch while the other 2 kneeled beside him. "2-san," Naruto cried as he saw his father was out cold. Kakashi reached Naruto a moment later. "Hawk, come restrain Naruto." Hawk flashed over to the young blonde and restrained him as he was told. Kakashi raced over to his sensei. Minato was out cold, but there was no physical damage. Whatever Itachi did, it was mental. For the first time, Naruto saw Kakashi lift his Hitai to reveal a red eye. Naruto stopped struggling against this man called Hawk and watched in awe. Kakashi forcibly opened Minato's eyes to pull him into a genjutsu, hoping to break whatever spell Itachi had put the young Hokage under. Nothing surprised Kakashi, as this has happened before. However, Minato would never give him any details. It was always classified. However, the small genjutsu would break the spell Minato was under. Unknown to Kakashi, Itachi made it so the mental damage inflicted on the Hokage would be fixed by a counter Sharingan jutsu. The eldest Uchiha knew Kakashi, the student and loyal subordinate, had the Sharingan could break the illusion. Not a moment later, Kakashi released Minato and unwillingly patiently waited. The patience paid off when Minato's eyes fluttered open. Kakashi held out his hand with a smirk and pulled Minato up into a sitting position. Naruto felt relief flow through him and forced his way out of Hawk's grasp. Running over to his father, he jumped on him in an extraordinarily strong hug. "To-san," Naruto whispered. Minato responded to his son's rare sign of affection by pulling him into a strong, one-armed hug. "I was so worried, To-san," Naruto whispered with a slight waver. "Naruto, have some confidence in me," Minato chuckled lightly. "But Itachi, he could have killed you," Naruto continued, his voice breaking. "Itachi." Minato pushed his son away. Reading the vibe around the situation, Kakashi and the other Anbu flew from the site, only to keep a watchful eye on the two blondes. "How do you know that name?" Naruto looked down at his hands. "I'm more observant than you think I am." "Move observant." Minato gave his son a questioning look, then chuckled and stood up. "Yes, I know about Itachi, the Uchiha clan, and the coup d'état," Naruto explained. "You do?" Minato raised his eyebrows. "Yes, I overheard you talking to someone about it one night a few years ago. I wanted to know more, so I went searching and found some scrolls about it in your office," Naruto explained sheepishly. "Naruto," Minato paused. He didn't want his son to think he shouldn't be observant since it was a trait every shinobi should have. "However, there is some information too sensitive for a young genin like him. How much do you know?" Naruto looked up with a confused yet smug look. "To-san, it would be easier to tell you what I don't know." Minato took a deep breath and sighed heavily. "You know a lot, huh? How have you been able to get past my seals?" Naruto shrugged. "I don't know exactly. The first time I tried to open one of your seals, I just pushed some chakra through it, and it opened. Since then, that's what I have been doing. That's all. No hand signs, chants, nothing," Minato replied, taken back by Naruto's answer. "Nope." Naruto shook his head. "Okay, well, when we get back to the village, I will investigate this further." Minato leaned down, putting his hands on his knees to steady himself, putting his face even with his son's. "I'll make this clear. Do not go in my office without permission again, and that includes any and all of my scrolls. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," Naruto nodded. "And Naruto, how come if you know so much, why do you act as if you don't?" Minato asked as he stood back up. Naruto opened his mouth in surprise. Naruto, Minato warned. "Okay." Naruto sighed. "I don't let anyone know." "And, why not?" Naruto shrugged, avoiding eye contact. "Well, there has to be a reason, and you need to tell me. Now," Minato demanded, as he was tired of being surprised by Naruto and his actions. Naruto stared at the ground. This might have something to do with why no one knew Naruto was my son. Is he purposely hiding his lineage? Minato waited a moment longer before speaking up. "Naruto, you need to tell me. Does this have anything to do with why many shinobi and villagers didn't know I had a son, let alone that you are my son?" Naruto looked up at his father with an expression that told Minato he hit the nail right on the head, and then Naruto nodded. "Yes. Are you hiding your lineage? Are you hiding the fact that I am your father?" Minato questioned. The only answer Minato received was a slight nod. Minato expected to feel anger, but what he felt was pain. His heart ached, knowing his son was hiding the fact that he was his father. Was Naruto ashamed of him? Was there something he did? When he heard that those shinobi didn't know Naruto was his son, he thought it was because he was too protective of Naruto. Hiding him from the public too much. Not being seen outside of the house with Naruto. But in the end, Naruto was doing it on purpose. "Naruto, Minato stumbled with his words, have I done something to make you ashamed of me? I thought you would be proud of me since I was the Hokage. Proud to have me as a father. What do I say? He can't know the truth. That's not it. I'm hiding, because I don't want people to treat me differently. The few people who knew out in the village treated me, well, like a celebrity, and I didn't like it. I just wanted to be normal," Naruto explained, "but with the Kyuubi, I'm the farthest thing from normal." "But Naruto, if those shinobi knew I was your father, they wouldn't have treated you that way," Minato exclaimed. "I know," Naruto replied quietly. "If you knew then why? Why didn't you say anything?" Minato was worried. He didn't know what to think of this situation. Because if I get everything handed to me, I would be weak. The way they treated me only made me stronger, and it wasn't anything I couldn't handle. I never understood why they treated me that way, but I know now, and besides, if it ever got to the point where I couldn't handle it, I would have told you. Naruto gave Minato an angry look. No offense, but being the Hokage's son isn't all it's cracked up to be, ya know. People treat you completely differently, like you're so fragile. If they take one wrong step, you'll break. No one would want to spar with me because they're afraid of hurting the Hokage's son, and if they did, they would let me win or go easy on me. It was only making me weak. So you let the shinobi beat you. You let me think that everything was going well for you. That everything was right with the world. Did you not trust me enough to tell me? Minato kneeled in front of Naruto. I don't know. He kept telling me you were so busy with your work, and you seemed stressed, and I didn't want to keep adding to your problems. You were doing so much for me already, and I thought if I kept coming to you with all my problems, I would be viewed as weak and annoying. I just wanted to handle it on my own, Naruto mumbled into his hands. Minato stared at his son. This was the farthest thing he was expecting. However, he has learned that Naruto always did the unexpected. Wait, you said he kept telling you. Who is he? Who kept telling you this? I don't know his name. Naruto shook his head. You don't know his name? What does he look like? Do I know him? Minato questioned. Yeah, Naruto nodded, scratching his head. He's one of your advisors. The guy with the bandages. Danzo. Minato sighed angrily. I think. Naruto shrugged. Look, Minato placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. That's all in the past now. It's been taken care of, and I hope you don't hide your lineage. I want you to be proud to have me as a father, as I am of having you as my son. You, Naruto, are the farthest thing from weak. Hell. You were at the top of your class. Don't ever be afraid of coming to me for help. I am the Hokage, and because of that, I am busy. But I am your father first and Hokage second. Understood, Minato explained. Naruto only nodded. Minato took a deep breath and continued, I didn't know being the Hokage's son was that difficult. It's not difficult now. Naruto laughed. What? Minato laughed. Well, now that I'm a shinobi and have Kakashi-sensei teaching me, Sasuke and Sakura don't hold back when we fight. Although the shinobi of the village seemed to be scared of me, Naruto wondered to himself. That may be my fault. Minato rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I think I scared the shit out of the shinobi when I punished those who had treated you so badly. Maybe I went overboard, but I wouldn't change what I did. Oh, well, being your son in the academy was hard, but it's not now. Plus, I wouldn't trade being your son for anyone else. Naruto smiled. If the academy was hard, why did you refuse to take the graduation exam? Minato wondered aloud. Because it was easier to fool people into believing I was a dead last if I acted like if I took the test, I wouldn't pass, plus I didn't know if I took the pass that I would fail if I didn't try. I see, so you just didn't take it, Minato assumed. Yeah, Naruto shrugged, but even if the academy was hard, I think being the Jinchuriki is a lot harder. Well, it's as you said, it only makes you stronger, and I wouldn't trust anyone else with that fox other than you. Minato returned that smile with one of his own, then stood up. Naruto, don't be afraid to come to me for help, no matter what anyone else says, okay? Okay, Naruto nodded. And thank you. Minato leaned down one more time and embraced his son. For what? Naruto asked into his father's chest. For opening up to me, Minato replied, you don't know how much it means to me. I want you to trust me, so having you open up to me means you trust me. You are so much like your mother, you are stubborn and brash, but you are caring and smart. However, you need to learn to trust others who care about you. You have something about you that makes people want to believe in you and others. Not everyone will treat you badly or treat you like you're fragile. Know that. Okay, To-san, I will try, Naruto replied. Shall we head out? Minato asked, breaking their embrace and standing back up again. Naruto nodded and followed Minato's lead, turning to where they had been previously headed. Oh, Naruto, Minato said. Yay. Don't listen to Danzo anymore, Minato said bluntly. I'll take care of that man when I return. That was the last straw. Naruto nodded, and the two blondes started heading out to Suna. They were late. Minato may have to speed things up a bit if they will make it to Suna by tomorrow afternoon. Sunagaker. Naruto yawned as the duo of father and son neared the village hidden in the sand, otherwise known as Suna. It was getting late, but thanks to Minato and his legendary techniques, they made it to Suna earlier than expected. They weren't supposed to arrive until the morning, but Minato didn't believe it was going to be a problem, and if it was, he and his son could camp out one more night. However, Minato was right, and it was not a problem that they were early, but the cage could not see him until morning, as the shinobi explained to him as the two entered the large sand village. The Hokage knew how tight a cage's schedule could be and understood that the cage was busy. He nodded to the shinobi to escort him and his son to the inn the cage had reserved for him. Minato asked the shinobi to inform the cage that he had brought his son, and if there were any extra expenses for Naruto's presence, he would pay since he had not informed him that he was bringing one extra person. The sand shinobi nodded and excused himself, leaving Naruto and his father to spend another night together. Later on, after both had bathed and readied for bed, Naruto lay on the second bed, the closest to the window, staring up at the ceiling with his arms crossed behind his head. Minato watched in curiosity out of the corner of his eye while simultaneously reading a scroll. The Hokage sat cross-legged on his own bed. Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath, leading to a loud sigh. The hotel room was like any other, plain bed, walls, and furniture. One bathroom is located in the hall of the entryway. Two large queen-sized beds took up most of the space in the room, only separated by a single dark nightstand with a single oil lamp in the center. Naruto's pack and contents were strung across the floor, while Minato's was stacked nicely against the wall across the room. Naruto, Minato called, breaking the silence that had hung between them since the Itachi incident. Yeah, Naruto called back without looking in his father's direction. Is something bothering you? Minato now asked with full attention on his son, watching and observing his actions. Naruto furrowed his eyebrows slightly as he took a deep breath. The young Namikaze closed his eyes and sighed loudly. Yeah, but I don't think this is the place to be discussing it. That important? Minato asked. Not important, but sensitive. Ah, I see, Minato nodded, then chuckled a little, trying to lighten the mood. Well, whatever it is that is bothering you, try not to worry about it too much, or it will give you ulcers. Besides, we can speak about it when we get home. Okay, To-san, Naruto gave a small smile that reassured Minato slightly, but his son still refused to look in his direction. Can you tell me more about Ka-chan? Minato laughed quietly. Sure, what do you want to know? Anything, I guess, Naruto shrugged. Well, I can tell you how excited she was when she found out she was pregnant. Minato smiled sweetly at the memories. Let's see, it was around January, she started feeling sick after she came home from a mission one evening. She thought nothing of it, but was sick off and on the next few days. She was a very stubborn woman, as you know, so I finally convinced her to go see Tsunade. Who's Tsunade? Naruto asked, finally turning his head towards his father. Huh, Minato blinked and then realized, oh, you've never met Tsunade, have you? No, who is she? Naruto asked. Oh, she is a very good friend of ours, Minato thought out loud. She was a teammate of Jiraiya-sensei, she trained your Ka-chan in some medic jutsu, and oh, well, Kushina named her your godmother. Godmother, Naruto exclaimed, suddenly sitting up on his bed. I have a godmother. And a godfather, too. Minato smiled. Who? Jiraiya-sensei. Who else? Minato laughed. Oh, good, I thought you were going to say Kakashi. Naruto laughed. Nah, Kakashi is more like your brother rather than a godfather, Minato replied honestly. A brother? Naruto asked. Yes, Kakashi was 5 when he joined my genin team with Rin and Obito, Minato nodded. 5. Naruto's mouth dropped open. He was 5. Yes, Minato nodded. Kakashi was what you would call a prodigy. Wow, Naruto whispered. Who is Rin and Obito? They were my other students. However, both have since passed away, Minato replied solemnly. Oh, Naruto replied and understood the dramatic change in tone in his father's voice, so he decided not to push the topic. It would remain for another day. So, after Kakashi lost his father, I was more of a father figure for him, even if he didn't see that way until later, Minato chuckled. Really? Naruto adjusted himself to a sitting position on the bed cross-legged, facing the other bed. Yes, Minato nodded. I don't think I realized until the night Mizuki threatened you how much Kakashi loves you, Naruto. He rarely shows it, But he does. I know, Naruto smiled. You know, yeah, it's the way he treats me. I don't think he knows that I notice, Naruto shrugs. You're quite observant, Minato chuckled. Thanks, Naruto chuckled. Let's see, Minato grabbed his chin, your mom. She was a very unique woman. From her long red hair to her wild personality. Wait, you were telling me about when she found out about me. Naruto pulled Minato to a halt. Oh, right, Minato chuckled, she finally went to see Tsunade to see what was going on and found out she was pregnant with you. She was so excited she ran out of the office and straight home. I was in the kitchen making dinner when she arrived. She hadn't even walked through the door before she yelled, baby. I came out of the kitchen, and she yelled, I'm going to be a mother. I was so happy, the first thing I said was, I'm going to be a father. I couldn't even begin to imagine how happy Kushina was. As Minato finished, Naruto stayed quiet. The elder stayed quiet, letting Naruto have the moment. To-san, yeah, why were you happy that I was going to be born? Naruto looked up into his father's eyes. Taken back by the question, Minato just stared back at his son. In those large blue eyes, Minato saw his son completely vulnerable for the first time. Minato sighed, because I've always wanted a son. Really? Naruto smiled, signaling to Minato he had said the right thing. What if I was a girl? Minato chuckled, it wouldn't matter. I would love you the same. I guess I should say because I've always wanted a kid. Oh, Naruto said, then became quiet again. Naruto, have you been concerned about my feelings toward you? Minato asked. Naruto shrugged. Minato placed his scroll on the bed, moved to where he was kneeling in front of his son and placed his hands on Naruto's arms. Naruto, I love you. You are my son, and you are the most important thing in the world to me, do you understand? Naruto nodded. Do you know why I brought you with me to Suna? Minato asked. Naruto shook his head. Because I didn't trust the village enough to leave you there for a week by yourself, especially since Jiraiya-sensei isn't in town yet, Minato answered. Ero Sennin is coming to the village. Naruto's face lit up. Minato chuckled. Yes, yes, Naruto exclaimed. So, it's getting late. Let's head to bed, shall we? Minato asked. Sure. Naruto nodded and did as his father asked. Naruto fell asleep fast like he normally does, but Minato laid wide awake. His mind was filled with all sorts of scenarios of what could come tomorrow and the worries of his son. The same shinobi who dropped them off at the inn the night before, now lead the two blondes through the halls of the cage tower. Naruto stuck tight to his father, which only made his father worry more and relax a little. Kakashi followed closely behind the two, which comforted Naruto. The group made their way to the large office overlooking the village. The shinobi stopped before a large door with the kanji for Sand of On written in red. Kazekage-sama, the shinobi called, the Hokage is here to see you. Enter. The gravely voice called back. The shinobi opened the door and stepped back, allowing Minato, his son, and Kakashi to enter. The large office reminded Minato a lot of his own. The office overlooked the village with a large wall of round windows behind the large wooden desk. The Kazekage sat behind the large desk with his elbows on top of the green cloth laid across and his fingers crossed in front of his face. He had a scowl, and his short red hair ruffled about almost as untamed as Minato's. To his left stood two young children, one a young girl slightly older than Naruto, with short dirty blonde hair and four pigtails wearing a simple black tunic and slacks, the other being a slightly older boy with shaggy brown hair wearing a black tunic with lower cut revealing a net underneath paired with simple black slacks. The older boy was wearing a similar scowl to the Kazekage. To the right stood a young boy about Naruto's age. This young boy caught Minato's attention. He stood hovered over himself, with his arms crossed over his chest. He was also wearing a simple black tunic and slacks. His hair was similar to the Kazecage's in the red-colored, untamed mess that it was. He also had a large gourd on his back. Something about this boy made Minato's interest spike. Minato thought for a moment that it was due to the angry look on the child's face or possibly the murderous intent coming from him. Welcome to Suna, Hokage-sama, the Kazekage said as he sat up straight. Thank you, Kazekage-sama, Minato nodded, I hope this meeting is successful. As I do, the Kazekage nodded in return, let me introduce my children. The eldest is Kankuro, my daughter Tamari, and my youngest is Gaara. Minato nodded toward each child as they bowed when their name was called. Minato then turned towards his son, who was still stuck to the sides of both himself and Kakashi. "This is my son, Naruto." The Kazekage nodded towards the young boy. "I see. I propose we send the children to another room to start our discussion. I will see that my shinobi keep an eye on them." "Yes, I agree, but if you do not mind, I would like to send Kakashi there with Naruto." Minato waved towards the tail silver-haired man, "for my own personal reassurance and Naruto's comfort." "That is fine," the Kazekage nodded, signaling for a shinobi to lead his children and Naruto along with Kakashi. The Kazekage waved for Minato to sit down as soon as the children were gone. The heaviness of the air weighed down on both cages. They had only recently been out of war, and even though Suna and Konoha weren't directly at war with each other, it still made anyone cautious of another country. Minato wanted to rid the air of the heaviness, so he started the discussion. "Kazekage-sama, I will be blunt. I came here to discuss a treaty. Suna and Konoha have never been at war with one another, so I am purposing our villages become allies." Minato started. "For our villages to become allies, we are going to need to trust one another not just as cages, but as fellow shinobi. Hokage-sama, I tend to agree with you. Our villages are strong and would benefit from a treaty. However, I am wary of signing one." The red man nodded. "Can I ask your reasoning?" Minato asked. "I have signed many treaties in the past, Hokage-sama, and so have my predecessors, however, none have turned out the way they should have," the Kazekage explained. "I understand Konoha has gone through the same. However, Suna and Konoha have yet to sign a treaty with one another," Minato replied. "That is correct. I propose in this time of peace, Konoha and Suna become allies to strengthen the bond between our two villages." Minato smiled, "so that if heaven forbid war breaks out, your village can rely on ours for support, and I hope my village can do the same for yours. Strengthening our bond during peace for support during the war." The redhead repeated. "Yes," Minato nodded. "I see. However, there is a topic I wish to discuss before any treaty is signed." "Go now," Minato encouraged. "Suna and Konoha are the two villages that house only one Jinchuriki, while the other three houses two or more," the Kazekage explained. "I see," Minato nodded, understanding the topic the Kazekage wished to discuss. "I understand. Your late wife was the previous Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, was she not?" "Yes, she was," Minato nodded, tensing slightly at the mention of his wife. "I would like to ask you for the identity of Konoha's new Jinchuriki," the Kazekage blatantly asked. "I understand your concern, Kazekage-sama, however, for me to reveal the identity of our Jinchuriki would mean I would be putting their life at stake," Minato replied, "so, in turn, I would like you to reveal the identity of your Jinchuriki as well." "I see," the Kazekage sighed, he knew Minato would ask for this information. "Are we in agreement then?" Minato asked. "Yes, the identity of our Jinchuriki is my youngest son, Gaara." Minato was a little shocked that both of their sons were Jinchurikis. "Naruto, my son is the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi. Gaara houses the Ikibi if I am not mistaken." "Kazekage-sama," a shinobi yelled, bursting through the door. "What?" the red-haired man yelled, standing up and slamming his hands on his desk. "There are two men who infiltrated the village and are trying to attack Gaara, sir," the shinobi replied. "Naruto," Minato whispered, then asked, "Is my son with them?" "Yes, sir," the shinobi nodded. By this time, the Kazekage and Hokage were standing next to each other. Within a split second, Minato placed his hand on the red-haired man's shoulder and flashed to the familiar sensation of his seal. "Kakashi, sensei." Minato flashed to the familiar sensation of his seal, although the scene he arrived at was not what he expected. In the large area just outside the base of the main tower, a small battle was taking place. Kakashi stood next to the two cages. He was breathing heavily in a fighting stance with his Sharingan exposed and a kunai in hand. Baki stood beside him with a protective stance for the small red-headed boy behind him. Gaara looked completely passive about the whole situation. Minato did a head count and noticed his son was not among his comrades. "Kakashi, where is?" Minato started to ask, then turned and looked toward the enemy they were currently battling. A small bundle with a yellow top wrapped in the scorpion-like tail of a large but short-cloaked figure caught his attention. They had his son. Black cloaks with red clouds, the Akatsuki. Minato narrowed his eyes at the two members. The large one that had a hold of his son matched the description Itachi had given him of the man by the name of Sasori. Short with a scorpion-like tail, tan face with a ragged mask obscuring the bottom half of his face, and 5 short hair spikes. The other was standing on a large white bird with his arms crossed. He had blonde hair pulled back into a ponytail with a long bang covering his left eye. Deidre, Minato confirmed was this man's name. Looks like the Hokage and the case cage have decided to grace us with their presence, Deidre laughed. Minato's first instinct was to rescue his son from the enemy's grasp, but years of experience told him otherwise. Analyze the situation, make a plan, then act, Minato told himself. The case cage looked toward Baki. Where are the others? He asks, referring to his 2 other children. They are out of harm's way, sir, Baki replied. Very well. The redhead turned to Minato. Do you know anything about the situation, Hokage? Minato nodded. Yes, these men are members of the Akatsuki, a new organization composed of S-ranked criminals and rogue shinobi. Rumors have it they are collecting Jinchurikis. It was one of the topics I came here to discuss with you, sir. Yes, and we've come for the Aikibi Jinchuriki. Hand him over, and we will leave peacefully, Sasori confirmed, for now. Minato glanced over to the case cage who had a look of confliction on his face, and then the blonde understood. You are not seriously debating on handing over your son, are you? The case cage looked at Minato. You do not understand, I love my son, but he is a danger to the village. Why is the village in danger? Is the Aikibi not under control? Minato replied. Yes, no, it's hard to explain, the case cage shook his head. We'll take care of that later, remember, Gaara is your son, not just some weapon you created, Minato replied. This caught the attention of the case cage, and after those words sunk in, his love for his son and his determination to save him was re-established. Yes, was his only reply. Hokage-sama, don't you want your son back? Deidre laughed. Either the Aikibi comes with us or your son does. Choose wisely. Minato's eyes narrowed. They don't know Naruto is a Jinchuriki. Those chakra masking seals I placed on Naruto are working well then. Kakashi, lend me your ear, Minato whispered, I've got a plan. Kakashi nodded quickly and did what he was told. His eyes narrowed in determination as his sensei told him exactly what to do. Then when Minato was finished he gave a short nod and got ready. Minato placed a hand on top of Kakashi's shoulder, then glanced back at the case cage. I know it's not my place to ask, but cover my back will you? Case cage smirked, then nodded, sure, Minato. Minato gave a quick nod, and then in a flash he and the silver-haired man disappeared, leaving behind only a 3-pronged kunai. Before anyone could blink, they both reappeared at the top of Sasori. 1,000 chirping sounds could be heard as Kakashi slammed his lightning-covered hand into the back of the short man, simultaneously breaking the tail off of the man as well. As soon the small blonde bundle was loosened from the tail's grasp, Minato latched on, pulling his bundle close to his body. Although Minato now had a hold of his son, they weren't out of danger just yet. Deidara had acted quickly and prepared some type of explosive that was now heading toward the Konoha shinobi. Minato saw the white explosive coming towards them, but it was too late for him to do anything. He wasn't close enough to Kakashi to flash them out of danger, and he wasn't going to leave his student to take the hit of the explosive. So he did what he thought best, and that was to protect his son, so he turned his back and held Naruto as close to his body as he could, shielding him from the blast. However, nothing came. After a few seconds, Minato turned and noticed a large wall of gold was shielding him and Kakashi. Letting out the breath he was holding, he reached his hand out for Kakashi to grab and flashed back to the kunai he left earlier. Thank you, Case Cage, Minato said as he landed, then turned to Kakashi handing him his son. Protect him with your life, even if it means running. Do you understand? Yes, sir, Kakashi nodded, then held Naruto close to his body. Minato turned back to the battle at hand and walked forward so that he was standing next to the red-haired Cage. Since you saved my life, I assume being allies is no longer in question? Minato asked. Yes, it would be beneficial for Suna to have an ally such as Konoha. However, if anything were to happen, the Case Cage started to speak. I understand, Minato cut him off. Good, then let's get started, the Case Cage nodded. Agree, I'll take this man, while you take the one of the bird. Minato stated rather than asked. Fine with me, the Case Cage nodded as Deidara started to fly off with his bird. The cage turned to his son, Gaara. The young redhead turned to his father with a look of confusion. Gaara, come with me, I need your help, the case cage said, holding out his hand. Gaara looked at his father in confusion but nodded and started to walk over to him. Before Gaara reached his father, he stopped at Kakashi and looked down at the blonde. Flashback. You're not scared of me? Gaara asked. Naruto was sitting across from him at a small table. Temari and Kankuro had been escorted to another room for training. Kakashi was leaning up against the wall with his arms crossed, seeming out of it but keeping a close eye on Naruto, while Baki was standing across the room doing the same. The room was quite large but very plain. Windows facing the village lined the wall on the far side, while only a door was on the other. A small round table with only 2 chairs which both were being occupied, was located in the center of the room. Naruto had managed to bring in a leaf and was currently trying to get it to stick to his forehead. Gaara was just sitting with his arms crossed. Why would I be scared of you? Naruto asked without looking at the redhead. Because I'm a monster, Gaara replied. I highly doubt you're a monster, Naruto laughed, still not looking at Gaara. But I am, Gaara replied. Naruto looked at the other boy with curiosity. You don't seem like one to me. We are the same age, I think, so you look like a typical boy to me. But I have one in me, and everyone calls me a monster. So I must be a monster, Gaara replied, forcing Naruto to look up at him and letting the leaf fall to the table. Gaara feared the worst. See? I am a monster. No, you're not, Naruto said sternly, then his tone changed, you're like me. What? Startling Gaara. I've got one in me too. Naruto smiled. You do? Gaara asked, then frowned, then why are you smiling? Because I know I'm protecting my precious people by having a monster inside me. Naruto continued smiling. Your precious people? Gaara asked. Yep. Like my dad and my sensei, even Sakura and Sasuke Tem, Naruto laughed, by holding back my monster, I'm protecting them. Oh, Gaara looked down. But that doesn't make me a monster. Naruto smiled, when I first learned it was in me, I thought I was a monster because people in my village would call me monster and demon, but then my dad explained that I'm not a monster but a hero. So you're not a monster, but a hero too. A hero, Gaara repeated, and anyone who says differently are dumbasses. Naruto crossed his arms. Gaara was taking in everything he had heard when Naruto asked, Gaara, do you have any precious people? Gaara just looked at him. End flashback. Naruto, you are a precious person to me. Gaara walked over to his father. I need you to create something that can hold the both of us and catch up to that man, the case cage instructed, can you do that? Gaara nodded and held out one hand. A large disc-like structure started to form underneath them and rise off the ground. Both redheads kneeled down to gain more stability during flight. As soon as they were off the ground, they flew off in the direction Deidara was heading. To the case cage's surprise, they were catching up increasingly fast. The blonde noticed and came to a halt, realizing he could not outrun them. TCH, Deidara shook his head, can't outrun them. The case cage looked down at his son. Gaara, I'm going to need your help to rid Suna of this man. My gold is heavier than your sand, but your sand is a lot faster. However, they are after you, so if you are in danger, I will tell you to leave, and you will leave, do you understand? Yes, father, Gaara nodded. Good, the case cage nodded. Had to get the little Jinchuriki to fight for you. Deidara laughed. No, the case cage said, I wanted to fight alongside my son and protect him. Protect me. Is he a precious person to me, too? Ha, whatever, Deidara laughed, he won't be here long, so say your goodbyes. The case cage didn't answer, only stood up and started making hand signs, magnet release, gold bullets. Large amounts of gold dust collected and gathered into small, dense balls, then shot rapidly at the blonde they were fighting. However, Deidara used the bird he was standing on to dodge the bullets easily enough. The case cage kept shooting, hoping to wear the blonde out. However, it had the opposite effect. The more the case cage shot, the weaker he got and the slower the bullets got. If the bullets don't work, let's try something larger. Magnet release. Gold dust waterfall. A large wave of gold appeared seemingly out of nowhere and rose high enough over the blonde to engulf him. As the gold wave headed toward the ground, it took the blonde and its bird with him. Gaara and his father watched the gold-covered ground intensely, but when they thought they had defeated him, a large explosion occurred, and the enemy came flying back. Ha, can I keep some of that gold? Deidara asked. The case cage narrowed his eyes and prepared another technique, but Gaara said, Father, let me try. The cage smiled, then nodded agree. Gaara stood up and raised both his hands. Sand started towards the enemy, who took off at a fast pace as well. The sand chased the blonde around the village until Gaara was completely out of breath. The younger redhead cornered the enemy and created the same waterfall of sand his father had, but instead of going to the ground, it engulfed the blonde and the white bird in a large sphere. Sand prison, Gaara muttered, then his father noticed the sand was getting tighter and tighter, so the sphere was shrinking. Gaara, do not kill him, we need him for integration to gather information, the cage spoke calmly. Yes, father, Gaara nodded, and the sand ceased to shrink any farther. As Gaara started to lower the sphere to the ground, another explosion occurred, revealing a blonde diving head first towards the ground. Gaara narrowed his eyes and sent a long string of sand after him, catching him by the leg. The sand line swung him around until he started heading back toward the sphere Gaara created earlier. Father, can you combine your gold with my sand? If we make the sphere heavier and denser, he may be unable to break out of it so easily, Gaara asked. Yes, I believe so, the cage nodded and sent a large amount of gold toward the sphere Gaara had created. The gold combined with the sand just as Gaara's sand line threw Deidara into it. The sphere started to close up and get tighter again, but Gaara knew not to make it too tight so he would not kill the man inside. Ignoring the voice inside his head urging him to kill the man. Gaara and his father were satisfied that the man would not escape. He started to lower the sphere until it reached the ground. Gaara and his father turned to see Hokage's progress in his battle. Is that Sasori? I thought Chio told me he was dead. The cage asked no one in particular. Sasori, father? Gaara asked. Yes, once a powerful shinobi of this village. A puppeteer, I recall. Your brother's puppets were made by him, the cage explained, however, I was led to believe he had died years ago, but it does not seem that way. I see, Gaara nodded, then started lowering their stand to the ground to assist the Hokage, until suddenly an explosion larger than any other before took place, completely obliterating the sphere Gaara and his father had created. An angry-looking Deidara stood in its place. Deidara had a large white owl in his hand, and unbeknownst to them, it was about to get a lot bigger. In his other hand was a large white spider-looking creature. Gaara narrowed his eyes at the blonde Akatsuki member. Across from the blonde, Minato was battling with a young redhead and a few puppets. Although Sasori was good, he couldn't keep up with Minato's speed. Every attack he would throw, Minato would dodge or counterattack. Deidara waited till the right moment when the two were far enough apart that Sasori would not be hit with his explosive or at least take minimal damage from it. And that moment came when one of Sasori's puppets lunged at Minato with a covered spear from its mouth. That wasn't the only thing the Hokage had to worry about. Several Senbon needles shot out from the puppet's mouth. Minato cursed under his breath as he made several hand signs and then lifted one hand towards where the needles were coming from as a seal formed on his hand, Jikuken Kekai. The seal that started forming on his hand expanded until a shield made out of the seal protected his body. All the needles were sucked into this seal and then disappeared. Deidara took this moment and threw the spider-looking bomb behind Minato, so the damage would hit both Minato and Kakashi. Naruto. Minato yelled, realizing they would both be killed by the explosive Deidara threw. Kakashi turned his back and tried to cover Naruto as best he could, Baki did the same. However, Gaara noticed before anyone else did and covered the bomb with sand to contain it. Gaara, the cage started, but he couldn't finish, he just smiled at his son. Naruto, he's a precious person to me. I will protect him, Gaara stated. I see, his father nodded. Minato looked up when he didn't hear any explode and saw the dome of sand in place of where the bomb would have been. He glanced up at Gaara and the cage and noticed that Gaara had protected them, and the Hokage smiled. Thank you, Gaara. Damn it, Deidara swore, Sasori, let's get out of here. I agree, Sasori replied as Deidara created another one of those large white birds and flew down to pick up his partner. Destroy that, Sasori asked, pointing at the shattered puppet he once inhabited. Deidara nodded and threw a small bomb at the puppet, destroying everything. The white bird flew off, but it stopped as soon as it was high enough. Gaara had lowered his father and himself to the ground, but as soon as he stepped off the sand, he immediately flew back up, knowing what the blonde Akatsuki member was about to do. Gaara, the cage yelled after his son. Gaara ignored him, however, and continued to fly up towards the white bird. Deidara threw the white owl he had created before, only to have a puff of smoke surround it. When the smoke died down, the owl was much larger than before, it started falling. Gaara reacted as quickly as he could, covering the entire village with sand to protect it. Everyone in the village tried to protect themselves, but when nothing happened after the loud explosion, they noticed the large blanket of sand that covered the entire village. The sand started to fall back down and returned to where it came from. Deidara and Sasori were long gone. The Kazekage searched frantically over the sky to find his son, then he saw him. Gaara was falling from the sky headfirst. A large arm of gold was sent to catch the young redhead and bring him back to his father. The Kazekage held tight to his son when he reached him. Gaara was out cold. Minato walked over and smiled. It's chakra exhaustion, Minato explained after looking at the boy, he'll be alright. The Kazekage nodded in return and carried Gaara over to the rest. Sensei, Kakashi called, Naruto still hasn't woken. Minato touched his son as the Kazekage called for a medic. Once the medic arrived, they took Naruto to the hospital. Minato, the Kazekage still holding Gaara, Kakashi, and Baki, stood outside the room, which currently housed Naruto. Gaara woke up from his chakra exhaustion. Ah, Gaara, you're awake, the Kazekage smiled. Father, Gaara replied, a little shocked to see his father holding him. You did well to protect the village. I'm proud of you, the Kazekage said to his son. Gaara was speechless. His father rarely ever praised him. He thought his father was scared of him, let alone proud of him. Gaara felt a hot tear roll down his face but hurriedly whipped it away before anyone else could see it. Where's Naruto? Gaara asked. He's in there, his father pointed to the room, being seen by the doctor. Minato was listening to the conversation lightly but was more concerned about his son. He and Kakashi were becoming impatient when one of the medics stepped out. Minato jumped up. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, the medic started, he's been poisoned, but it's too complicated, and even if we were to attempt an antidote, we don't have the necessary ingredients for it. What do you suggest? Minato asked calmly. Maybe a medic in your village would have better luck. The medic said, then walked away. The Kazekage let his son down and walked up to Minato, placing a hand on his shoulder. Is there a way to get you and Naruto back to your village without travel? Yes, I must send word to my village and contact my elite bodyguards. They use the Hiraishin to teleport multiple people. Kakashi, do you have the message tube I gave you? Minato replied. Yes, sir, Kakashi nodded. Then send word to Genma to have the three of us ready to travel in the next hour, Minato instructed. Yes, sir, Kakashi nodded, then did as instructed. Minato, the Kazekage, and Gaara walked into the room to see Naruto eerily still on the hospital bed. Minato walked up next to the bed as did Gaara, but the Kazekage held back. Minato shook his head and turned around, walking back to the other cage. You know, the redhead started, I wanted to thank you. Me, Minato replied without looking up. Yes, and your son. If it weren't for you and Naruto, I wouldn't have regained my son, the man smiled. What do you mean? As we were fighting, and Gaara protected you, Kakashi, and Naruto from one of the explosions, he told me Naruto was precious to him, and he wanted to protect him, the Kazekage explained. I don't know what Naruto did or said to my son, but it changed him, for the better. I've never seen my son like this. When you told me Gaara was my son and not just some weapon I created, it made me realize how poorly I have been treating my son. I see, Minato smiled. I've been angry with Gaara because my wife died while giving birth to him. He looked down, ashamed of himself. I shouldn't have been, and because of that, I've treated Gaara more like a weapon than a son, and it pushed him away. But now I realize it was not his fault my wife died. He is my son, and I love him. The more I ostracize him, the angrier he will become and the more likely the Aikibi will take over. My wife, Kushina, told me something I think you should hear, Minato said, placing a hand on the Kazecage's shoulder. Yes, when she was about to be made the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi, she was scared that she would become a monster, Minato explained, so Lady Mito told her to fill the vessel with love before making them a Jinchuriki. At first, I didn't understand, but when Naruto was born, and we had to make him the Jinchuriki, Kushina told me that we loved Naruto and he was filled with love before we put the Kyuubi into him. You're right, Hokage, the redhead smiled, my wife loves Gaara, even before we placed the Aikibi inside him, he was full of her love beforehand. And yours, Cage, Minato added. Yes, and mine, the Cage nodded. Thank you, Hokage, for helping me realize this. I don't know what would have become of me or my son if it weren't for you. Minato only nodded in reply, then turned back to his son. Gaara was standing next to the bed as Minato walked up, then the Cage called Gaara and told him to let Minato be alone with his son for now. As soon as they left, Minato kneeled next to the bed and took one of his son's hands. I'm sorry, my son, Minato whispered, I'm sorry I wasn't there to protect you. Minato felt the hot sting in his eyes as he whispered to his son. He felt it was his fault for not being strong enough to protect what was most precious to him. He quickly wiped away the moisture from his eyes and stood up as he heard the door open. Sensei, Kakashi said. Genma replied, they are ready when you are. Minato nodded quickly and gathered up his son. Holding Naruto in his arms, they made their way to the base of the cage tower, where the ceiling for traveling was set up. He and Kakashi stood in the center of the large seal. Kakashi placed his hand on Minato's shoulder. The Cage and all three of his children stood nearby. Will you let us know about Naruto? Gaara asked. Of course, Minato nodded, I will send word once we know something. Thank you again, Hokage, the Cage nodded, we will continue our negotiations soon, but consider Sunagakur a strong ally as we will consider Konohagakure one as well. That's good to hear, Cage, Minato nodded, I look forward to our negotiations. We will be waiting to hear about Naruto, the Cage said. Minato gave a quick nod, and the seal on the ground started to glow, and the Konoha shinobi vanished. With a flash of light, Minato landed in the familiar room of the Hokage's office. Taking a deep breath, he takes off through the door of the office, still holding the younger blonde tightly in his arms. Flashing through the village as fast as he could, Minato started to feel a slight sting in his eyes. He was not going to lose any more of his precious people, not if he had a say in it. He finally made his way across the village to the hospital. When he entered, a nurse ran up to him, Hokage-sama. We must hurry, Minato breathed out, he's been poisoned. Hi, Hokage-sama, the nurse nodded and rushed back to the front desk and called for the others. Moments later, two more nurses appeared with a stretcher. The oldest of the three nurses plucked the young blonde from the Hokage and pulled him onto the bed. As quickly as Minato arrived, Naruto disappeared with the nurses. Minato watched the swinging slowly come to a stop. Not completely aware of his actions, the blonde made his way over to the seating alongside the front of the entrance. He sunk down into the hard metal chair and buried his face in his hands as he rested his arms on his knees. Moments later, he heard the hospital door open then shut, and a familiar presence sat beside him. Sensei, Kakashi started. Not now, Minato cut him off. But, Sensei, Kakashi tried again. I said, not now, Kakashi, Minato snapped, shooting his head and staring dangerously into the eyes of the younger shinobi, I do not have the patience to deal with you right now. Kakashi opened his mouth as if he was going to say something but promptly shut it. He dropped his head and turned away from his sensei. For what seemed like an eternity, the two men sat in silence. Minato had gone back to burying his face in his hands. The tension in the room steadily rose until the younger felt as if he couldn't breathe. Kakashi sighed and decided he should take his leave. He stood and made his way to the door but stopped just before exiting. I'm sorry, Sensei, Kakashi whispered, then walked out. Although to anyone else it would have seemed Minato hadn't heard his student, but in all actuality, he had. And it damn near broke him. Kakashi was the last one of his team left, and he couldn't afford to lose him too, not if he lost. Minato shook his head, he couldn't think like that. His son would be fine. He didn't know how much time had passed, but it was agony waiting on those nurses. Finally, the young nurse walked out with a worried look on her face. Hokage-sama, she called, and Minato rushed forward, we were able to slow the poison down, but there is nothing more we can do. The poison is so complex, we've never seen anything like it. It's impossible to make an antidote for it without knowing the exact formula. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama. We've done all we can. You mean? Minato's eyes widened. If nothing is done, then yes. The only person I know who could possibly do anything is Tsunade-sama, the nurse shook her head. Tsunade. Minato breathed out. He had no idea where the slug princess was, no one did. He would find her without fail. He would use every resource in his power to drag her back to the village. Is he awake? Minato asked. The nurse shook her head. He woke up when we were working on him, but in order to stabilize him, we put him in an induced coma. When will he wake up? The blonde pleaded. The nurse didn't reply but just shook her head. How long? Minato asked, his voice starting to shake. A few weeks at best, the nurse whispered. I see. Minato dropped his head. Where is he? Can I see him? The nurse turned and led the older blonde to the small room that held his son. When the door opened, Minato about fell apart. Seeing his son lay motionless on the bed. Naruto looked lifeless. He was pale and still. One would believe Naruto was already gone if it weren't for the slow beeping of the machine next to him. Minato slowly made his way to his boy, sitting carefully next to him on the bed. He grabbed one of Naruto's hands and gave a little grasp. He was so cold already. The nurses and other staff slowly filed out of the room, knowing there was nothing more they could do. Minato sucked in a hard breath, trying to hold on to his composure, but he was failing miserably. Feeling the familiar sting in the corners of his eyes, he shook his head. He had to be strong. He knew what he needed to do, but he couldn't muster up the strength to leave his son. Then a thought occurred to him, the one person who would never leave his boy's side. But could he trust him? Minato shook his head. How could he ever think he couldn't trust Kakashi? Kakashi, Minato called, knowing the man was close. Yes, Kakashi replied, stepping through the window. The window, of course, Minato would have been amused if he weren't in this situation. Kakashi hopped down from the window and then promptly closed it. Then standing there, he had yet to make eye contact with his sensei. Kakashi, look at me, Minato ordered. Kakashi took a subtle deep breath and lifted his eyes to the shocking blue ones. Please, stay with him, his sensei pleaded, I've got to do things to help him, but I don't want him alone. Then he pulled out one of his kunai and handed it to the other. If anything happens, you know how to contact me. Kakashi nodded, then looked down at the younger blonde. It's not your fault, Minato whispered as he rubbed one of his son's chubby cheeks. I don't know what happened exactly, I expect you will tell me later, but I know you. You would never let anything happen to him if you could have done anything. So I'm not blaming you, and I'm sorry for snapping at you earlier. I'm scared, Kakashi. I can't lose him, not after losing Kushina, and Rin, and Obito. Naruto and you are the only ones I have left. I can't lose you. Kakashi was speechless. He had never once heard Minato say that he was scared, and it scared him to hear it. Kakashi nodded as Minato flicked his gaze to him. Those terrifying icy blue eyes from earlier were now replaced with warm blue pools. Minato looked vulnerable for the first time ever. A small 12-year-old boy could bring down Minato, the flea on-site shinobi. Kakashi tried to give his sensei a reassuring smile, but it never reached his eyes. Watch him, Kakashi. I'll be back as soon as I can. Minato stood up and then looked at his son again. I will save him. Kakashi nodded as Minato left the room. The gray-haired shinobi let out a breath he didn't even know he was holding and walked over to the oversized chair across from Naruto. Minato made haste across the village. There was one person he could summon to bring back that drunk of a Sannin, and thanked Kami, that man arrived earlier than he was planning. Reaching his office, he ordered one of the shinobi to go find his sensei, mentioning to look by the bathhouses or brothels if they couldn't find him. After that, Minato walked over to his desk and searched his files until he found Tsunade's file. Pulling it out and reading it over, he noticed the last time they located her was 6 months ago. She would be long gone by then. Sighing, he flipped through her file in case he missed anything, and that was when the shinobi he had ordered earlier walked in with the large white-haired man behind him. Gaki, Jiraiya joked as he walked in, but then noticed the look on Minato's face and changed his tone to a serious one. What's going on? It's Naruto, Minato said solemnly. Look, I know I need to help him with his Jiraiya started. He's dying, sensei. Minato dropped his head. What? Jiraiya's eyes widened. He was poisoned in Suna by a man named Sasori, an Akatsuki member. Minato spoke quietly. Surely they can make an antidote for it. Jiraiya hollered. Minato shook his head. The poison is far too complex. They slowed it down, but he's only got a few weeks at best. Minato, Jiraiya whispered just loud enough for the blonde man to hear his name, then regaining his voice, he stated, we need to find Tsunade. I know. Minato took a deep breath with the intention of regaining his composure, even if it was only a little. That's why I called you in here. You want me to find her, Jiraiya stated. Yes, I do, Minato nodded, placing his elbows on the desk and lacing his fingers together in front of his face. I assume you have done as I asked several years ago after you know what happened. Of course, Minato, Jiraiya nodded, I've kept my off-the-record tabs on her as ordered. Although, you know Tsunade, when she doesn't want to be found, she's pretty damn good at hiding. I assume you have an idea of where she is at though? Minato asked. Of course, Jiraiya nodded, but if she gets wind I am looking for her, she'll run. I know, but Jiraiya, you're a shinobi, Minato narrowed his eyes, and a pretty damn good one. I know you'll find her before she knows about it. Yes, sir. Also, tell her the situation when you find her. I don't want to have to explain it once I see her, Minato shrugged. Hi, Jiraiya nodded. Minato would have smiled if he could. He could always count on his sensei, even if to everyone else it didn't seem like it, find her, and bring her back as fast as possible. Minato stood up and threw one of his kunais to the other man, when you find her throw it, and I will be there to bring you both back. Is that clear? Hi, Hokage-sama, Jiraiya bowed formally, then straightening back up, he gave his student a determined smile, I won't lose my godson, Minato. Thank you, sensei, Minato smiled weakly, now get going, we don't have much time. Jiraiya gave one last quick nod before taking his leave, leaving Minato with his thoughts. I'm sorry, Kushina, I let this happen to our son. What kind of a father am I? Minato shook his head, then returned to the hospital to look after his son. Even though Kakashi already knew who walked through the doors, you could call it a human habit to glance up and acknowledge the person, or you could call it paranoia of your senses failing you when you see someone you didn't expect. However, the newcomer was just as he expected, a solemn-looking Minato. Kakashi released the breath he had been holding, only to remember that he had to explain what happened to his sensei, and then he sucked in another breath. The gray-haired man sat in a steel chair watching the small pale boy. Minato knew Kakashi loved Naruto like a little brother, and he had forgotten he wasn't the only one struggling with the idea that he might lose someone precious to him. At first, he was furious at his student for letting any harm come to his son, but he realized that Kakashi would certainly not let anything happen to his child if there was anything he could do about it. Kakashi and his son were the only two of his precious people, aside from Jiraiya, that were left. He needed to protect them. Even if Kakashi's life wasn't in danger, he couldn't risk losing him by pushing him away. Minato noticed the tension in the shoulders of his student. It was uncharacteristic of Kakashi for anything to get to him emotionally. However, this was nothing usual. For the younger adult, watching his ostensibly younger brother dying before his very eyes, the closest thing the man had to his father was furious with him for letting the former be in his condition. Minato sighed and knew he must fix this before it got worse. Relax, Kakashi, Minato whispered as he walked over, placing his hand on the shoulder of the younger, then proceeding to sit on the edge of the small bed. Sensei, Kakashi started, then was promptly cut off by a wave of the blonde's hand. Kakashi, I'm sorry for earlier, I told you before I'm scared I'll lose my son. It's one thing to know he'll be in danger on missions, but it's a whole other level when it comes to watching him slowly die before me when I know there is nothing I can do. Minato watched his son as he explained, I know this is not your fault, I know it. If you could have done something, you would never allow anything to happen to him. Sensei, I am sorry I let this happen, Kakashi shook his head, I should have stopped him, I should have, but I didn't. Kakashi, explain what happened, please, Minato asked, looking at his student. Flashback. And anyone who says differently are dumbasses. Naruto crossed his arms. Gaara was taking in everything he had heard when Naruto asked, Gaara, do you have any precious people? Gaara just looked at him. A little while later, the city had an explosion, but it was large enough and close enough for the vibrations to reach the tower. However, being in a village full of shinobi, neither Jonin was concerned. Naruto, being the curious genin that he was, ran to the large window that spanned the side of the room they occupied. Kakashi followed suit. A little ways off was a tower of smoke rising from the explosion. Baki walked up to the window as well to examine his village. Kakashi-san, that was no ordinary explosion. We need to get the boys somewhere safe, Baki explained, turning towards the Konoha nin, now. Kakashi nodded and scooped Naruto under his arms while Baki rushed over to the little redhead and grabbed his arm, ignoring the protests from said little redhead. Both Jonin rushed out of the room with their genin dragging along. Making their way through the tower at a rushed pace, Baki turned to Kakashi and explained where they were headed. There is a safe house underneath the tower, but the entrance is outside. Kakashi nodded in agreement, readjusting the protesting Naruto, who was not pleased with being ignored. They reached the main entrance to the tower, but once they stepped outside, they were face to face with two men in red clouded, black cloaks. One with blonde hair pulled back into a high ponytail, with a long bang covering his left eye, and a smug smirk was plastered on his face. The other was more intimidating, being large dome-like body with a scorpion tail coming out the back. Look, they brought us just what we came here for. The blonde laughed. Are they after Naruto, or Gaara? Kakashi thought. Yes, that will help us recover some lost time, the other man replied. Kakashi looked over at Baki, signaling for him to prepare to fight. Once he received the go-ahead from Sand Nin, he placed Naruto down behind him, whispering to him, "Stay back, they might be here for you." Naruto nodded and hid behind his sensei. Kakashi took his fighting stance, pulling a kunai from his pouch. He momentarily brushed the famous three-prong kunai, making him think about calling on Minato, but his pride pushed that thought aside. Baki pushed Gaara behind him and took his own fighting stance. "Ah, looks like they are going to put up a fight," the blonde complained. "It seems so, Deidre," the other replied. At the finish of his sentence, the scorpion tail shot forward, aiming to take out both Kakashi and Baki, but Jonin grabbed their youngster and leapt out of the way. Kakashi placed Naruto back on the ground and then made several hand signs. "Kaden, Gokaku no Jutsu." A large fireball shot out of the man's mouth and straight toward the two men, however, that tail swiped away the fire in one swing. "Kase no Yaiba," Baki yelled, shooting the sword-like wind toward the men. This time, the blonde set off a small bomb, using the blast to counteract the wind. "Kaka-sensei, let me help," Naruto pleaded. "No, Naruto, stay back," Kakashi told him sternly. Naruto furrowed his eyebrows and clenched his fists, but he did as he was told and held his ground. Kakashi realized he was at a disadvantage trying to protect Naruto and fight simultaneously. Glancing over, he noticed Baki had made the same realization. Making eye contact, they understood that one would fight while the other protected the two boys. Being separated as they were gave the enemy a huge advantage, whether they realized it or not. Kakashi gave one quick nod and used the same Kaden jutsu to create a small distraction, giving the two Jonins just enough time to grab the Kage's sons and regroup with each other. "Kakashi-san, one of us needs to stand back and protect Gaara and Naruto while the other fights off the enemy," Baki thought out loud. "Yes, I agree," Kakashi nodded. While the two older men were discussing their plan, Naruto was getting increasingly frustrated that he had to stand back and be protected. "My lightning techniques may work better against them since it can cancel out those explosives," Kakashi stated. "Alright, I will protect the boys," Baki nodded, sliding into a protective stance in front of both genin. Kakashi reached up and lifted his Hitai-8, revealing his Sharingan. He then made the familiar hand sign for the Kage Bunshin. Both the original and the clone mimicked the signs for the Chidori in opposite hands. Connecting both Chidori, they created a lightning-type cable between them. Noticing the gray-haired shinobi's plan, Deidara created a bird out of his clay and climbed aboard so he could quickly get away if needed. Kakashi ran forward with determination to cut right through that scorpion's tail. However, right as they set about to reach their destination, the mouth of the shorter man shot open, shooting out many Senbon needles towards him. The needle dispelled the clone, forcing the jutsu to break and forcing the original Kakashi to pull out a kunai and block the needles. Not having much time to react, the scorpion tail flew out and hit Kakashi just enough to knock him back toward the others. However, being the shinobi that he is, he landed in a semi-battle stance. Watching his sensei get beat because of him, Naruto decided to take action. Before either man could stop him, the little blonde bolted forward with a kunai in hand, aimed at the shorter man. "Naruto!" Kakashi yelled, but it was too late. Deidara laughed at the young genin trying to take on Sasori and threw a small bomb at the boy, throwing him off track. Naruto picked himself off the ground after being hit by the explosive and gave the two men an angry look, making it seem like the young boy was almost growling. "I won't let you hurt my precious people," Naruto yelled. "Stay out of this, boy, we aren't interested in you." Deidara laughed. "Then why are you here?" Baki asked. Deidara lifted up an arm and pointed to the young redhead behind him. We are here for the Aikibi. I won't let you take Gaara. Naruto yelled, charging towards Deidara with a kunai in hand. Sasori opened his mouth once more and shot needles toward the young boy. No one noticed in time, and Naruto had been hit by one of the needles. Naruto fell to the ground unconscious before he even reached the white bird on which Deidara was perched. Sasori's tail reached out and plucked the young blonde from the ground. Sasori, I believe this might be the Hokage's son. Deidara laughed. Oh, well, maybe we can use him as bait, Sasori thought out loud. Shit, Kakashi swore under his breath. Kakashi. Sensei. End flashback. I should have stopped him. Kakashi shook his head. It is my fault, Sensei. I did nothing more than watch Naruto run into a battle that was way over his head. I did nothing to stop him. Kakashi, Minato took a deep breath. I know it may seem that way, but Naruto is too much like his mother. He rushes into battle before thinking about the consequences. Even if you had said something, it wouldn't have made much of a difference, he wouldn't have listened. But, still, Kakashi started but was cut off. But, nothing, Minato stated, you did exactly what you should have done and protected him. We will teach him not to rush into battle without a plan once he is back on his feet. Of course, Sensei, Kakashi nodded and turned his attention back to his student. TCH, Jiraiya clicked his tongue in annoyance, she was here last night, but no one seems to know where she went. Jiraiya made his way out of the local casino in the small village in the North Fire Country. Unfortunately, Jiraiya was worried that Tsunade had already caught wind that he was looking for her. An hour later, the white-haired man sat outside the small village under a tree. Making a few hand signs, he summoned a small tracker toad. Jiraiya smiled at the small toad named Kosuke. He was predominantly red in color with blue markings around his eyes and on the top of his head. He also wore a pair of green goggles around his neck. I know you are a messenger toad, but I need your help finding someone, Jiraiya asked. Yes, the toad replied. I know you know who Tsunade is, Jiraiya said. Hi, the toad replied, is that who I am to find? Yes, I need you to tell her that Minato's Gaki is a lot of trouble, and the Hokage is asking for her return to help him, Jiraiya explained. Naruto-sama is in trouble? The toad asked. Yes, he is, Jiraiya nodded, I need you to find her and tell her to contact me as soon as possible. Yes, sir, the toad replied before disappearing into a cloud of smoke. Jiraiya sighed. Where are you, Haim? Damn it. A woman with long blonde hair pulled back into two low ponytails yelled as she slammed her fists into the poker table, cracking it slightly. Tsunade-sama, a young woman with short brown hair called quietly, trying to soothe her otherwise short-tempered companion, perhaps that is enough for one night. No, Shizune, Tsunade cried back, I'm not done yet. But Suna, Shizune started but was cut off by a puff of smoke coming from the poker table. What the hell? Tsunade yelled, standing up, throwing her hands on the table, and knocking her chair over. Tsunade-sama, a voice called as the smoke started to clear. Shit, a toad, Tsunade swore, I knew that old man was looking for me. Tsunade-sama, wait, it's Minato's Gaki, the toad called as soon as he saw the blonde was about to run for it. Naruto, Tsunade replied, what's wrong with him? Jiraiya-sama didn't give me any details, but he said that Naruto-sama is in trouble and that the Hokage has summoned you back to the village to help him, the toad explained. Tsunade-sama, Naruto-kun must be in a lot of trouble for the Hokage to summon you back, Shizune said. I know, Tsunade replied. Jiraiya said to contact him as soon as possible, the toad continued. I see, Tsunade replied, closing her eyes and debating on what to do. Go and tell Jiraiya he can find me at the Taki Inn in the Suiro village. Hi, the toad called and disappeared in another puff of smoke. Let's go, Shizune, Tsunade called, making her way to the door, I've got a kid to save. Hi, Shizune called, jogging after her. Hokage-sama, a young Chunin called, rushing in, we've received a message from Jiraiya-sama. Yes, Minato asked, standing up, and he is returning to the village with Tsunade-sama and Shizune. He'll be here within the next 24 hours, the Chunin explained. I see, Minato replied, letting out a breath he didn't know he had been holding, thank you. You are dismissed. The Chunin nodded and left the room. Minato turned to the window behind his desk. Kakashi had been watching over Naruto all morning. He never left the boy's side. He sometimes had to force Kakashi to go home, shower, or get something to eat. If Naruto didn't make this, he didn't know what would happen to his student. Minato sighed once again and headed out of his office. He would go see his son and relieve Kakashi once again. Moments later, Minato walked through the door of the small hospital room, which housed his still comatose son. The sight of an unnaturally still blonde boy, who was normally so loud and active, always took his breath away. With all the machines and wires connected to the blonde boy, Minato worried more about the boy's state. Taking a deep breath, he slid the door closed, which didn't seem to stir the gray-haired man sitting in the hard steel chair, keeping a close eye on the boy in the bed. Kakashi, Minato said quietly, placing a hand on the man's shoulders, go home. Get something to eat. Kakashi didn't stir. Minato squeezed his shoulder and then let go. Moving aside, Minato sat on the edge of the bed, placing a gentle touch on his son's leg. Minato looked up at Kakashi, giving him a look that meant he was serious about Kakashi taking time to refresh himself. Kakashi still hesitated. Kakashi, Minato said, what about Sakura and Sasuke? You have a duty to your students. What are they doing? They are working with Guy's team right now, Kakashi replied. And have they come to see their teammate? Minato asked. Yes, they rotate days, Kakashi replied, sometimes they both come. I see, Minato replied, you should be training them, you know. I know, sensei, Kakashi shook his head, but I can't focus on training them while Naruto is here. It makes me look weak, but it wouldn't be fair to them. I understand, Minato nodded, but you will be happy to know that Jiraiya has found soon and will be here in the next 24 hours or so. Kakashi moved for the first time since Minato arrived and lifted his head to meet Minato's gaze. Minato could see a small amount of hope in his student's eyes. But they both knew just because Tsunade is coming back doesn't guarantee Naruto's safe recovery. They both prayed Tsunade would live up to her reputation and use her top-notch medical skills to heal the young blonde. Kakashi nodded and turned his attention back to the blonde, watching his chest rise slowly and then fall back down. He looks completely normal, Kakashi commented, it's hard to imagine that he could be dying. I know, Minato said, I expect him to jump up and beg me to teach him some cool new jutsu this afternoon. He will soon, Kakashi said confidently. Minato only nodded in return. Alright, where is the Gaki? Tsunade hollered as they strolled through the entrance of the hospital. Honestly, Tsunade, Jiraiya sighed, this is a hospital. Tsunade didn't answer. He only went to the front desk and spoke a few words to the nurse. She came back to the white-haired man standing at the entrance. That nurse said no one is allowed into Uzumaki Naruto's room without the sole permission from Minato, Tsunade huffed. Then let's go find Minato, Jiraiya said. The party of three walked out of the hospital in the direction of the Hokage Tower in search of the blonde-haired Hokage. Jiraiya walked beside Tsunade in quiet silence, with Shizune holding Tonton close behind. Making their way into the office, the Hokage only found a Chunin girl putting papers on Minato's desk. Yes, the young girl asked, oh, Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama. What can I do for you? Where is the Hokage? Tsunade asked. At the hospital, the Chunin replied, visiting his son. Of course, Tsunade yelled. Thank you. Jiraiya rolled his eyes at the blonde's hysteria. The group returned to the hospital and called on Minato, allowing them to enter the room that housed the young blonde boy. Minato, Tsunade called as they entered the room. Kakashi looked up as he heard the set of three enter the room. The gray-haired man was leaning on the windowsill with his arms crossed. The one Tsunade called for was sitting on the steel chair next to the bed. Minato looked at the blonde woman with a slight hope in his eyes. Tsunade looked over the pale blonde-haired boy who was unusually still in the bed, slowly breathing. It was a shock to see such an active child lie so still. He was so pale when he was normally so tan. His normal bright blonde hair had dulled and flattened. He had baggy eyes with dark circles. The boy was growing thin. Even if you didn't know the boy, it was a terrible sight. Tsunade knew the poison was taking its effect on the small body. Jiraiya walked in behind the blonde woman and got sight of the young boy, and then Shizune followed. The unpleasant sight of Naruto stunned all three. How long has he been like this? Tsunade asked, walking over to the bed to examine the child's condition further. A little over 2 weeks, Minato replied. And how long did the nurses originally give him? A month at best, Minato solemnly. I see, Tsunade said, checking Naruto's pulse, he won't last a month if we don't act now. What are you planning on doing, Tsunade? Jiraiya asked. Tsunade walked over, picked up the chart hanging on by Naruto's bed, and read over the contents. It says here that poison is too complex for even the most skilled poison experts couldn't decode it. That means I can't make an antidote for him if I don't know the ingredients to make it. Tsunade spoke as 4 sets of eyes followed her. I can try to continue to decode it. Seeing his condition, I have to make the assumption that I won't make the antidote in time. If I can get the poison, I can make an antidote. I see, Minato nodded. Is there anything you can do? Of course, Gaki. Tsunade yelled while whacking Minato on the head with the chart she was still holding. Ow, Minato retorted, rubbing his head. Oh, come on, Tsunade huffed, I'm the famous medic and Sannin for a reason. And I didn't hit you that hard. You are the Hokage, for goodness sake, suck it up. It says here that they put him in an induced coma. Why did they do that? Shizune asked, walking over to read the chart for herself. They slowed down his body processing to slow down the rate at which the poison enters his muscles. The coma also allows for Naruto to remain as still as possible so the movement doesn't speed up the poison, Tsunade replied, getting a nod of understanding from her apprentice. It's a good thing he is out of it because the only option I have left is a very painful technique, but it will get the job done. You can save him, Kakashi asked. Tsunade gave him a look and threatened to hit him with the chart, which made Kakashi hold his tongue. I'll make a list of ingredients I'll need and make the substance I require. We will operate on Naruto tomorrow, Tsunade said. In the meantime, care to explain to me how he got into this condition in the first place? Minato glanced over at Kakashi and nodded at him to tell his story once again. Once he was finished, Tsunade sighed. Minato, Kakashi, Jiraiya, Tsunade smiled, you have a lot of work to do on the boy once he is back on his feet. Hey, why am I grouped in with those two? Jiraiya questioned. Are you not planning on training my son, sensei? Minato asked, teasing the white-haired man. You seemed excited about it a few weeks ago. Well, Jiraiya stuttered, making everyone laugh. Knowing that Naruto was going to be okay lifted everyone's spirits. The next morning, Minato, with a new spring in his step, made his way out of Naruto's room, where he had spent the night, to the poison lab just downstairs to see if Tsunade needed anything. Walking to the room, he noticed a very tired-looking blonde-haired woman sleeping in a chair in the corner of the room, making Minato wish he had some camera with him to photograph the rare sight of a sleeping Tsunade. However, he recoiled at the thought of her ever finding out he had a picture of her sleeping. Walking over to the said blonde, he gently shook her shoulder to wake her. Tsunade, Minato called. Was the only reply that he got. Minato chuckled a little and called her name once again, and this time, she woke. Do you need anything? No, Tsunade shook her head as she sat up straight. I've finished preparing everything last night. I see, Minato nodded. When will you be ready to operate? An hour or so, Tsunade guessed. Glad to hear it. Minato, Tsunade called. Yes, I want you to remember that I make no guarantees, Tsunade explained. I am rather certain this will work, however, no one can ever be 100% certain when doing an operation like this. I understand the risks, Tsunade, Minato nodded. Doing nothing will kill my son either way, so I will take it either way. I am glad you understand, Tsunade nodded. Now get out so I can make the final preparations. Alright, Minato chuckled, then went to the door. I expect to see you in an hour, Tsunade. Tsunade waved her hand at him, and Minato took his leave. Walking into Naruto's room, he found Kakashi leaning on the windowsill, watching over the boy. Did you get any sleep last night, Kakashi? Minato asked. Yes, sensei, Kakashi replied. Knowing Tsunade is here and will save him makes it a little easier to sleep. I agree, Minato nodded, but I won't rest easy until I see my son wake up. Kakashi nodded in reply, and they both sat silently, watching the young boy sleep. Jiraiya, at some point, had walked in and leaned against the wall adjacent to the bed while Minato sat in the chair next to the bed. A little while later, Tsunade walked in carrying a large bowl of clear liquid with a greenish tint. Shizune followed behind her, carrying 4 jars of various liquids. Minato looked at the large bowl with curious eyes, but at this point, he was willing to try just about anything to get his son back. Jiraiya followed behind them and closed the door. Tsunade placed the bowl on the small table beside the bed while the other women placed the jars on another nearby table. Alright, Tsunade stated, confidently putting her hands on her hips, time to begin. What are you planning on doing, Tsunade? Jiraiya asked. Using a chakra scalpel, an incision is made near the affected part, Tsunade explained, pointing to Naruto's chest where he had been hit by the needles. Using my chakra, I'll push a large volume of a medicinal fluid through the incision. The fluid then draws the poison out of the affected part and serves as a medium through which the poison is suspended and then forced out of the person's body. So, you're taking the poison out of his body? Minato asked. Yes and no, Tsunade shrugged, I'll be taking the bulk of it out, then use the poison I take out to make an antidote to nullify the rest left in his body. I see, Minato nodded. Alright, let's get started. Tsunade looked at the three men standing around her. You will need to hold him down. This will be extremely painful, maybe enough to wake him from his coma. Hold him as still as possible so I won't make a mistake. Understood. Yes, all three men replied, then moved to their respective places. Kakashi held Naruto's left side, Minato was on the right, and Jiraiya held Naruto's lower body down. Tsunade nodded to them, then placed her hand on the bowl of green-tinted liquid and used her chakra to pick it up. Naruto had previously been stripped of his upper body clothing to prepare for the surgery. Tsunade placed the large glob of liquid over Naruto's chest and used her chakra to push the liquid into the boy's chest. Naruto's body convulsed when the liquid entered, causing Tsunade to yell at the men to hold him down tighter. Tsunade pulled the liquid out of the boy's chest on the other side, but it had a purple liquid inside. She finally let go of it, letting the liquid splash in the large bowl she got it out of. Shizune, Tsunade called. Hi, Shizune replied, replacing the large bowl with the purple poison with another. Tsunade repeated the process 10 times, removing the poison little by little from each of Naruto's organs. Letting the last green liquid splash in the bowl, Tsunade sighed, that was the last one. That's it? Minato asked, carefully letting go of his son. Yes, that's it, Tsunade nodded, turning back to the boy, he should be waking up soon. Minato smiled down at his son, thank you, Tsunade. Ah, Tsunade nodded, he's not in the clear just yet. I will make an antidote for the remaining poison left in his system. When he wakes up, try to keep him as quiet as possible. He won't have much strength, and it will be a few weeks before he returns to normal. Minato nodded, and Tsunade dismissed herself, followed by Shizune. The elder blonde sat down on the steel chair next to the bed. He grabbed one of his son's hands and held on tight, almost as if the young blonde would disappear if he didn't. Kakashi took his place on the window sill while Jiraiya leaned up against the wall by the door. All three were waiting for the young blonde to wake up. After what seemed like an eternity for them, the eyes of the young blonde fluttered open. Naruto, Minato whispered, as he lunged forward at his son, embracing him in an awkward embrace on the bed. "To-san," Naruto replied, sleepily. You seriously won't consider staying? Minato asked again for the 1000th time. Unless you, as Hokage, are ordering me to. Tsunade gave the young Hokage a look that almost dared him to make the order, then no, I am not. Of course not, Minato leaned back in his chair, folding his arms over his stomach, and smiled at the other blonde. The third gave you the freedom to do as you like, and after all you've done and sacrificed for the village, I am not going to rescind that freedom. Thanks, Gaki, Tsunade smiled, which made Minato roll his eyes. He knew that she meant no disrespect. Just try to check in more often, will ya? Minato asked. Tsunade chuckled, sure. The two blondes were currently in the Hokage's office, with Minato sitting at his desk, using the elder blonde's presence as an excuse not to do paperwork. You're leaving, Ba-chan. A weak voice called from the door. Both older blondes turned their attention to the door to find a miniature version of Minato standing in the doorframe. Yeah, Tsunade nodded, I am. Why? Naruto asked. It had been 2 months since Naruto had woken up from his coma, and he regained his strength a lot faster than either one had expected. Minato suspected it was due to the Kyuubi. In the past couple of weeks, he has returned to his team, and everything seemed to have returned to normal. Being in the village just isn't my style, kid, Tsunade shrugged at the youngest blonde. But why? Naruto asked again, There must be an actual reason you don't want to be in the village. Tsunade waved him over to her, and she leaned down so she was face to face with the boy. There is, but that doesn't mean I am going to tell you. So, stay, Naruto insisted, looking directly into the elder's eyes. You're a Konoha shinobi. Act like it. Tsunade was slightly taken aback at the maturity of Naruto's statement. Most genin his age still think being a shinobi is a game, but Naruto has realized the importance of being a shinobi, and what being a shinobi means. She could tell by the look in his eyes that he knew that she was a damn good shinobi and Konoha needed her. I know that Chu-san can order you to stay here and become an active duty shinobi again, but he won't because he knows the reasons you don't want to stay and he's trying to be a good person, Naruto continued, but you and I both know that whatever those reasons may be, they aren't good enough to put ahead of the village. The village is more important than your selfish reasons. Tsunade opened her mouth to say something, but nothing came out. He was right, and she knew it. She didn't appreciate the attitude or disrespect, but she knew he was right. There was nothing she could say to argue that point. Her selfish reasons are what kept her from the village for so long. There are so many things Sensei had wanted her to do in the village before he passed, but she was selfish and kept her knowledge to herself. Naruto was right, the village needed her. With the Akatsuki on the move to collect the tailed beets, Konoha will need every medic they can get. Tsunade took a deep breath and then stood up to face the Hokage. Damn it, Tsunade swore, I thought you were the Hokage, Minato. Minato couldn't help but laugh. Naruto had this way with people. A few short words and he can completely change someone's mind. He'd make a good Hokage one day, and apparently, Tsunade agreed. I am, Minato replied, but I may be fighting someone for the position soon. Naruto just grinned at his father, then turned his attention back to Tsunade. So? Are you going to stay and help the village or not? Alright, I'll stay, Tsunade sighed. Good. Minato smiled, I've got a person I want you to train. What? Tsunade replied. Minato turned to Naruto and gave him a look that excused the blonde boy. Naruto nodded and turned to leave. You'll pay for this, Gaki. Tsunade called. Naruto just smiled in return and made his way out of the office. Naruto ran through the village, ignoring all the stares and whispers. Most villagers knew his lineage by now, but they still talked. He made his way to his favorite spot, where he was meeting one of his favorite people. He was supposed to invite his dad but looked busy with Tsunade. Naruto ran up to the ramen stand and found the large white-haired man sitting on one of the stools. His dad had told him that Ero Sennin had helped Tsunade save his life, and for that, he would do anything for the old pervert, well, almost anything. Ero Sennin, Naruto yelled as he entered the stand. Damn it, Gaki, Jiraiya replied, turning around, I told you not to call me that. Well, too bad, Naruto replied, taking his seat beside the older man. Naruto, your normal order? The young girl behind the counter asked as he sat down. Of course. The two ate silently, enjoying the best ramen in the Fire Country. When they were finished, Jiraiya turned to Naruto, I've got a proposition for you. I was going to tell him that, a voice broke in, and they turned to find the Hokage walking under the curtains of the stand. Well then, go ahead, Gaki, Jiraiya replied, returning to his drink. I'm not a Gaki anymore. I am the Hokage, Minato laughed, sitting down, and your boss. Jiraiya just shrugged. Anyways, Naruto, Minato continued, how would you like Jiraiya to train you? Huh, Naruto gave his father a look, I thought Kaka-sensei was training me. Well, yes, he is, Minato laughed, but I am talking about after the Chunin exams. The Chunin exams? Naruto exclaimed. Yes, the Chunin exams are in about 2 months, Minato laughed, I think Kakashi will enter your team. But that is up to him. He'll determine if you are ready or not. Naruto, who wasn't listening to his father, was too excited even to consider the possibility that his sensei wouldn't enter his team. I am going to be a Chunin. You have to pass the exam first, Minato laughed. Crap, Naruto shrunk. What's wrong with him? Jiraiya asked, a little confused about the sudden personality change. He's just like his mother, Minato smiled. Huh, both Naruto and Jiraiya gave him the same look. Kushina, your mother, was a terrible test taker too, Minato smiled, and she became a Jonin. Hell, I became Hokage. Mom became a Jonin, even though she was like me. Naruto asked. Yes, she did, Minato nodded. Yeah, After taking it 4 times, Jiraiya muttered. Minato reached around his son and smacked his old sensei on the back of the head. What's that for? Jiraiya asked, rubbing the back of his head. Don't discourage him, Minato replied. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Anyways, Kakashi will train you and your teammates before the Chunin exams, then afterward, I was considering splitting your team to do some specialized training, Minato explained. What do you mean specialized training? Naruto asked. You will be with Jiraiya, who will teach you the same things he taught me because you are my son and have similar abilities to me, Minato continued. Sasuke will be trained by Kakashi to work on his Sharingan. Sakura will be trained by a medic nin since that is the direction she will be going. Cool, Naruto exclaimed, but what if I don't make Chunin? Doesn't matter, Minato shrugged. But we will have to retake the test if we don't make Chunin, so shouldn't we stay together as a team? Naruto asked. Not really, Minato replied, since Genin became Chunin individually, not by teams. So you could be a Chunin while Sasuke or Sakura might not. Oh, was Naruto's only reply. So what do you think? Minato asked. I'd love to train with your sensei, Tsu-san. Naruto smiled in a way that made Minato believe he was looking at a mirror. His personality is coming through now that the villagers and shinobi don't frighten him anymore. Minato thought as he looked at his son's genuine smile. Great, Jiraiya muttered, another blonde-haired Gaki to train. This time, it was Naruto who punched him. You know, I might be Hokage one day, too, and that means I'd be your boss. If I were you, I'd be nice to me. Rubbing his arm where the kid had punched him, Jiraiya just laughed. He's got Kushina's violence and your Hokage attitude. Chunin exams, Sasuke repeated. Yep, I entered the 3 of you, Kakashi nodded. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura surrounded the gray-haired man on the small red bridge they frequently met at. When is it? Sakura asked. Oh, about a month from now, Kakashi shrugged. It had been about 3 months since Naruto had awakened from his coma. Kakashi and Minato had noticed that Naruto seemed to have a new drive pushing him to train harder and become stronger. As long as Naruto didn't push himself past his limits endangering himself they wouldn't be too concerned about it. So we've about a month to prepare, Sasuke repeated. Well, yes and no, Kakashi shrugged, in about 3 weeks, we will travel to Suna, where the Chunin exams will be held. Suna, Naruto repeated. Kakashi glanced the young blonde's way but decided not to make a scene in front of his other 2 teammates. Yup, Suna. Originally, Konoha was supposed to host it, but due to the recent alliance between Suna and Konoha, it decided that it was Suna's turn since they haven't hosted one in a while. Makes sense, Sasuke shrugged. Will you be coming with us? Naruto asked. Yes, I will be coming with the other Jonins to observe and aid you when possible, Kakashi nodded. Well, any more questions save them for later. You are dismissed for today. Sasuke and Sakura nodded, then turned to head in their respective directions. Once they were out of hearing range, Kakashi turned to Naruto, but the boy spoke first before he could say anything. Is Tsu-san coming with us too? The younger asked. Not until the final round, Kakashi replied, shaking his head. Oh, Naruto nodded. There is another reason. The exams will be held in Suna this year, Kakashi stated. When Naruto didn't reply, he continued, since the incident a few months ago, the Kazekage has raised his defenses to protect you and Gaara. Gaara, Naruto repeated, the one who is like me in Suna. Yes, that's him, Kakashi nodded. My memory of that trip is a bit hazy, Naruto replied, scratching his head. Kakashi nodded, then, are you aware that he considers you to be precious to him? He called you a precious person and even protected you while you were out of it in Suna. What, really? Naruto smiled. Yeah, Kakashi nodded, whatever you said to him really struck a chord. Then I guess I should consider him one of my precious people too. Naruto's smile got even bigger if possible, I can't wait to see him again. Is he going to be in the exams too? I have no idea, Kakashi shrugged. Anyways, you don't have anything to worry about besides the exams in Suna. Kakashi placed his hands on the younger's shoulders. I won't let anything happen to you this time. What happened in Suna wasn't your fault, sensei. It was mine. Naruto looked down. If I hadn't run into battle without thinking, I would never have gotten hurt, but I am smarter now, and I know better. Kakashi nodded, impressed with Naruto's matureness. Then I guess we have training to do over the next few weeks. Over the next several weeks, Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto trained for the Chunin exams under Kakashi, while Jiraiya and Tsunade stepped in occasionally. Kakashi watched with pride as he watched his students grow at an extreme pace, going from baby Genins to possibly Chunins. He did not doubt that one would be chosen to be a Chunin, if not all three. They had their eye on the exams and didn't let anything get in the way of their goal. What amazed the gray-haired man the most was that it wasn't an individual goal, it was a team goal. They were going to reach Chunin together. Who knows, it might be the first time in a while a whole team of Genin made Chunin on their first exam. It wasn't impossible, but it was highly improbable, and Kakashi could see them accomplish that. Naruto's physical skills grew every day, but what was most impressive was his intelligence skills grew enormously. Kakashi suspected Minato might have been aiding in that arena since the incident in Suna. His combat tactics could rival a Nara at the same age. He had also set his differences aside with Sasuke, so their teamwork could skyrocket, and it did. Naruto and Sasuke reminded Kakashi of his friendship with Obito. Naruto would have liked Obito, while Sasuke reminded him too much of himself. Sakura, on the other hand, would be an excellent shinobi one day, especially if Minato's plan worked out for her. Kakashi could already see it, these three would be one of the most powerful three-team combos Konoha has yet to see. Finally, the time came for the Genin teams to leave for Suna. There were three other teams aside from Kakashi's. Guy was taking his team of second-year Genin. Kurenai was taking her team of rookies, a reconnaissance team in training. The last team was Asuma's team, the next generation Ino Shikacho, who undoubtedly have been training their teamwork since they could walk. The four teams lined up at the gate of Konoha at 6 a.m. Minato, along with the other parents of the Genin, met them at the gate to see them off. Minato nodded at Kakashi in a silent agreement. Naruto hugged his father one last time before they headed off. The other Genin did the same thing. Although the Chunin exam was held over the course of 2 months, the Genin were going to be staying in Suna instead of traveling back to Konoha. Even if they didn't pass the first or second test, they would stay to cheer on their fellow comrades from Konoha. Glancing around, Naruto knew most of the Genin going, except for the team with the two green-clad shinobi. He looked over to Kakashi, who shook his head, indicating for Naruto not to ask. Laughing silently, he seemed to understand that Kakashi didn't want to explain the ridiculous outfits so early in the morning. The elder of the two green shinobi seemed to know Kakashi, which both teams found a little weird. Kakashi's team didn't think he had any friends, while Guy's team thought no one could put up with Guy's weird antics. After making the final preparations to leave, Minato spoke a few words about teamwork, friendship, and the exams in general. Then they were off to Suna. Naruto stood in the center of the sand arena in front of his two teammates. It was the last of the 3 tests for the Chunin exam's individual battles. Glancing to his right, Shikamaru stood beside him, with Ino and Choji behind him. To his left was Gaara, with his siblings, another team from the sand, and Neji's team. Naruto was slightly amused that 3 out of 4 of Konoha's teams made it to the finale. Naruto knew that the Chunin exams were just for promoting Genin but also to show other villagers the strength of the next generation. One of the exam moderators spoke before them, explaining how the pairing system worked. There were 5 teams total, meaning the first round would be a total of 7 battles, with one lucky person getting pushed to the second round without a battle. The next round would have 4 matches, the next 2, and the last round would have 1 winner. Jonin explained that just because you may have lost doesn't mean you didn't become a Chunin. The Hokage and Kazekage would judge whether or not you got promoted based on how you acted during your battles and the scores and reports from the previous 2 rounds, the survival round and the supposed written round. After the Jonin explained, Naruto glanced at his father, who was talking to the Kazekage. Still, Kakashi, who stood behind the Hokage, gave him a smile behind his mask, reassuring him. Naruto turned back to face the large board behind where the moderators were standing to see who he would be paired against for the first round. The names started appearing on the board one by one. Naruto's name was one of the last to show up. He was against Tenten for the first round, which he didn't know was good or bad. He knew some of her skills from these past few days, but she was also a year older than him. He then noticed that no one from the same team was paired up. Anyone who wasn't in the first fight was ushered off to a sectioned off part of the stands. The first fight was between Choji and Temari of the Sand siblings. Temari won due to a lack of stamina and experience from the Leaf Genin. Next up was a Sand Genin against Shikamaru, who won. Sakura and Ino fought hard, but Sakura came out on top. Another Sand Genin fought a short battle against Sasuke, who won easily. Gaara was up next against Lee. Naruto paid close attention to this battle. He wasn't the only one, Minato and the Cage also watched intently. Lee fought long and hard. His taijutsu was extremely impressive. His speed was terrific, even keeping up with the speed of Gaara's sand. Lee even managed to break through Gaara's ultimate defense once. However, in the end, the strength of Gaara's sand and his endurance overpowered Lee, leaving Gaara the winner. The last battle before Naruto's was Neji's, who was against the last of the Sand Genin. Neji used his Byakugan to block his opponent's chakra, leading to his win. Next participants, Uzumaki Naruto against Tenten of the Leaf. An announcer yelled. Naruto took his cue alongside Tenten and went down to the center of the ring. They stood on either side of the arena. Naruto glanced at his father, who was now watching him intently. Are you ready for a surprise, father? Unbeknownst to his father, he secretly trained with Jiraiya on a new technique. He had kept it hidden from his father and the rest of the genin participating in the exams. Tenten stood ready as she pulled a large scroll from underneath her belt. Naruto battled against Tenten for a while before revealing his new technique. Dodging a giant shuriken that came flying out of one of Tenten's scrolls, Naruto pushed back and landed several feet away. Naruto bit his thumb and made several hand signs before calling, Kuchio's no jutsu. Naruto slammed his hand on the ground, and a large puff of smoke appeared. When the smoke dissipated, a giant toad appeared underneath Naruto, Gamahiro. Naruto exclaimed when he saw which toad had appeared. Gamahiro was a giant toad, taller than buildings and trees. He was aquamarine colored with yellow eyes and gray markings around them. There were two distinct, circular markings on his shoulders. He also carries two huge katanas on his back, with an orange sash around his stomach. Naruto, Gamahiro's deep voice called. Did you bring Gamakichi with you? Naruto asked, leaning down so that the giant toad could hear him. Here I am. Gamakichi's little voice caught Naruto's attention behind him. Oh, I need you to do me a favor, Naruto said with a smile. Yeah, the little toad asked as Naruto leaned over to explain exactly what he needed to do, and when the blonde was done explaining, Gamakichi nodded, you got it, Naruto. Be discreet. Don't let anyone see you. As the toad started to leave, Naruto said, Hiro, I need you to keep Tenten busy while Gamakichi does his thing. How much time do I have? About 10 minutes with your chakra for me, the giant toad replied, about 20 for the little one. That's perfect, Naruto smiled, if you would. Naruto, Tenten called as she dodged the large blue paws as they slapped the ground below. Yes, Naruto casually answered, get down here and fight me yourself. Tenten yelled, barely dodging the last one. Naruto was about to answer when he saw a little orange toad jumping up and down behind the giant toad, then he turned back to Tenten, okay if you insist. Hiro, you may go. A large puff of smoke appeared when Hiro returned to Mount Myoboku, and Naruto fell to the ground gracefully in front of Tenten. You wanted to fight me one-on-one, Tenten? Hell yeah, I do. Tenten yelled and started to reach for the large scroll that had previously been on her back. What? Where is my? Looking for this? Naruto asked, holding the large scroll under his arm. How did you get? Tenten asked in disbelief. It was all thanks to Gamakichi. Naruto laughed as his little orange toad hopped out from behind him. You may go, Gamakichi, thank you for help. Oh, and thank Hiro for me when you get back. Will do. Bye, Naruto. Gamakichi waved and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Tenten sunk to her knees as the announcer called Naruto the winner. Yes. As he shot his fist, Naruto yelled, it was a good fight, Tenten. Tenten stood up and walked over to Naruto to grab the scroll he handed her. Naruto held his hand out in the seal of reconciliation that they learned in the academy. Tenten smiled and similarly took his hand. Naruto, the familiar voice of his father called as he strolled towards them with the moderator following behind. To-san, Naruto smiled and ran towards the elder blonde, jumping into his embrace as soon as he reached him. You did well, coming up with a strategy like that, Minato praised, you used your summons well. Tell me, when you learn how to summon? Arrow Sennin taught me, Naruto laughed. Still, you have enough chakra to summon Gamahiro? Minato asked suspiciously. Well, Kakashi-sensei always said I had a ton of chakra. Naruto replied hesitantly. I see. Minato eyed his son, then turned to the cage, who had followed him towards the center of the ring. The first round of the battles is complete. The cage announced, we will take a short break to allow our participants to recover. The following genin will advance. Kankuro, Temari, Gaara, Uzumaki Naruto, Hinaro Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Neji and Nara Shikamaru. About an hour or two later, Naruto stood in the center of the ring, re-energized and ready to go. They had moved on to the second round of fights. He was paired against Neji, Sasuke was supposed to be against Gaara, Sakura against Kankuro, and Temari up against Shikamaru. Naruto's opponent, Neji, stood across from him similarly. The first fight was between Shikamaru and Temari of the Sand siblings. In the end, Shikamaru, who fought tactfully, surrendered due to a lack of chakra. He was the second battle to go after Temari's winning round. Once his battle started, Neji slipped into a typical Hyuga battle stance. They fought for a while, with Naruto continually, barely escaping, having his chakra blocked. You're pretty good at dodging, Neji commented, going in for another attack. I've got Sakura on my team, so I kind of have to be, Naruto laughed, dodging again. Something has to push in my favor. We are too evenly matched, and he knows I can summon toads. What can I use? What can I use? Naruto continued to dodge until he finally came up with a brilliant plan. Naruto escaped one last attack and pushed back, Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Over 100 shadow clones appeared around the arena. They all launched into an attack at once, but Neji finished them off pretty quickly. However, when Neji destroyed one, another one or two appeared. The hell? Neji cursed, where is the original? Neji knew that Naruto had made his way underground, underneath where Neji was currently standing. At the best opportunity, Naruto shot from underneath the ground and nailed Neji in the jaw, knocking him out. Naruto dispersed the rest of his clones, causing a slightly dizzy spell. Recovering quickly, Naruto heard the announcer call him the winner. Naruto returned to the rest of the genin, glancing at his father on his way there. The elder blonde gave him a smile and an approving nod. Naruto smiled back and found his way to his seat to watch the rest of the battles. Well done, Sakura smiled at him when he sat down. Thanks, Naruto nodded. Sasuke is up next, right? Yeah, Sakura looked down at the arena, he's against Gaara. Gaara, Naruto said, looked down at the arena, and watched the battle unfold below. Gaara stood across from the raven with arms crossed and an angry look on his face. Sasuke had a similar look on his face. While they fought with remarkable skills, Sasuke's Chidori could only dent Gaara's ultimate defense, leaving Gaara the battle winner. The next battle was Sakura against Kankuro. It was a quick battle since Kankuro's puppets had a faster speed, and Sakura couldn't keep up. After the last fight, the genins who were able came down to the center of the ring with the two cages. The final rounds of the battle will be as follows, the cage motioned towards the screen. Naruto noticed that they had adjusted the pairings so that Gaara would fight Kankuro while Naruto would be up against Temari instead of Gaara. Naruto looked at his father, a little stunned. Minato just shook his head, telling Naruto they would discuss it later. For now, we will take a break for the evening, the cage announced, the final 3 battles will resume in the morning. The cages turned to their children, and the cage spoke, we will meet with you 4 in my office after this. The 4 remaining genin nodded as they were dismissed. Up in the stands, the remaining genin, who did not advance, were watching. Why did they move Naruto to Temari instead of Gaara? Shikamaru asked his sensei. I am not sure, Shikamaru, Asuma said, it was the cage's decision. It is their children, so they may have intel that we do not, we should not argue. Right, Shikamaru nodded. It does seem odd thought, Neji agreed. There is a reason we adjusted the lineup, the cage stated. Naruto, Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara stood across the desk from the cage in his office. As ordered, they had gathered there after being dismissed from the arena. Minato was standing off to the right. The Hokage and I agreed that it would not be wise to have 2 Jinchuriki battle each other in an arena full of shinobi and civilians, Rasa explained. While we trust Gaara and Naruto, the risk of the intel of their identities as Jinchurikis getting out is too high. It is not a risk we are willing to take, Minato explained. What happens if Gaara and I move to the final round? Naruto asked. Huh, you think you can beat me, shrimp? Temari huffed. Yes, I do, Naruto crossed his arms. If you and Gaara are matched in the final round, Minato said, cutting off the conversation between the two blondes, then we are prepared to end the exams there. We will come up with a reason then. Naruto nodded at his father. Now, the four of you should rest and prepare for tomorrow. Rasa smiled at them. I am looking forward to some interesting battles between my children and Naruto. Naruto, Gaara called as they left the office building. The other group of genin stood off in the distance with their senseis, including Kakashi, waiting for the blonde to join them, but Naruto stopped when his name was called. Naruto turned and saw that it was Gaara who had called him. He waved to his friends to wait a moment and walked a few feet back to the redhead, leaving his friends watching and waiting for him. Gaara, Naruto nodded and smiled. You fought well today, Gaara commented. You did as well, Gaara, Naruto replied, smiling at him and scratching the back of his head sheepishly. I am sorry we've not been able to spend any time together during the exams, especially since we were late and arrived the night before it started. It is all right, Gaara nodded. I am glad you are doing well after the incident several months ago. I was worried about you. Huh, Naruto looked at the redhead. When you left Suna last time, you were not well with the poison, Gaara explained. Oh, right, Naruto replied, it takes more than a bit of poison to stop me. Gaara gave him a very rare smile, good to hear. Naruto shot back a smile of his own. Naruto, Gaara started. Yeah, the blonde answered. Do you worry about your Biju? Gaara asked quietly, taking over. Not really. Naruto shrugged. Why, do you? Yes, Gaara nodded, his thoughts are always there, always trying to tempt me. Tempt you? Naruto repeated, you can't just shut off the connection. Shut it off. Gaara repeated, you can do that. Naruto stared at Gaara momentarily, then asked, is the seal not very strong? I do not know, Gaara replied. Maybe my father should look at your seal, Naruto asked. Gaara nodded, and they started to walk back inside, but Naruto's name was called again. Naruto. Sakura called. Naruto turned back towards his friends, give me a second, Gaara. Naruto trotted over to his friends to explain that he would be a bit but would join them later. We are about to go eat, Naruto, Sakura said as he joined them. Sorry, Sakura, Naruto gave her an apologetic smile, there is something I need to take care of with Gaara. You know him? Neji asked. I do, Naruto nodded, Gaara and I are friends. We met when I came here with Tsu-san a few months ago, but I will catch up with you guys later. Naruto waved and headed back over to the redhead. Tsu-san, Naruto called as he knocked on the door to the Cage's office with Gaara behind him. The blonde entered when he heard permission from the other side of the door. Rasa was sitting at his desk, and Minato stood beside him, looking over his shoulder. They were both engrossed in some unrolled scroll. Naruto, Gaara, Minato asked, what's going on? Tsu-san, can you look at Gaara's seal? Naruto asked. Minato turned to the cage, asking permission before responding. Rasa shrugged and gave a motion to Minato to go ahead. Minato gave a curt nod back and walked over to the younger redhead. Minato silently asked Gaara before touching the young boy, and when he received a nod from him, Minato pushed a few red locks out of the way of the seal on the boy's forehead. It is named the Iron Kettle Seal, Rasa explained. We do not have many seal masters here in Suna, but we have used that seal for generations for the Aikibi. Minato looked down at the boy. Do you have trouble with the beast trying to influence you or trying to take over you? Yes, Gaara nodded. He mentioned that to me, and since I did not have trouble, I thought you might know something, Tsu-san, Naruto explained. Minato nodded at his son, then turned to the cage. The seal does well for binding the body and chakra of the beast into the Jinchuriki, but it doesn't seem to do anything to restrain the mind of the beast at all. The Jinchuriki feels pressure from the tailed beast's mind almost incessantly. Rasa nodded. Gaara, is this accurate? Yes, father, Gaara nodded. Is there anything you can do, Minato? Rasa asked. Unfortunately, there is nothing I can do to strengthen this seal without unsealing then resealing the beast. Minato thought for a moment. I could layer another seal on top that would act as a barrier between Gaara's mind and the bijus. Another seal? Rasa asked. Minato turned toward him. Yes, it would do nothing to keep the chakra and body of the beast contained, but it might help Gaara get some reprieve away from the Aikibi's mind. Rasa nodded. It is up to Gaara. Minato turned back to the younger redhead, so. Gaara looked over at Naruto, who nodded at him. If Naruto trusts you to do the seal, I do too, Gaara nodded. Minato smiled. His son could win over anyone. Naruto, Sasuke Sakura, and the rest of the Konoha shinobi sat around a table at a local restaurant that had ramen, per Naruto's request. They were celebrating their recent wins earlier that day. Naruto had also spent some time with Gaara before dinner after his father had placed the new seal. Naruto had a feeling that they would always be the best of friends. Tomorrow would be tough for him, but he was excited about becoming a Chunin. So, Naruto, will you explain how you beat Neji? Kakashi asked. Well, I made a little more than 100 shadow clones, and using them as a cover, I created a tunnel underground. I needed to get close to Neji without him knowing, Naruto explained. What about Tenten? How did you get her scroll? Sakura asked. Gamakichi got it for me while Gamahiro kept her distracted, Naruto shrugged. Tomorrow isn't going to be easy, Minato shoved his elbow on Naruto's arm, the Sand siblings are tough. Yeah, what's your plan for Gaara? Asuma asked. Well, I need to beat Temari first, Naruto shrugged, trying to avoid the topic. True, Asuma nodded. Have you thought about it? Minato asked. I mean, partly why we pushed it to tomorrow is to give you time to prepare, to come up with tactics and such. Yeah, I've thought about it, Naruto shrugged. I mean, Temari is strong and older and more experienced, but she's also cocky and a little overconfident. Maybe I can use that against her. Minato nodded. I think I am more concerned by Kankuro than Temari, Naruto thought out loud, he's a distance fighter, and I am close range. If I can't get close to him, then I am in trouble. Kankuro? Neji asked. You are expecting him to beat Gaara? Naruto looked and saw that Neji's question had caught the entire group's attention. Naruto stuttered. I am sure my son is just preparing for all possibilities, Minato responded. Everyone accepted that answer and moved on. After dinner, each of the shinobi went their separate ways. Naruto was back in the familiar setting of the arena with Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. The Kazekage was doing the opening speech, then the moderate followed, explaining the same rules. They had devised a plan to prevent Naruto and Gaara from being pitted against each other. Whoever won the first battle would determine if the second battle would be tossed on purpose. If Naruto and Temari were up first and Naruto won, then Gaara would lose to his brother on purpose. If Gaara and Kankuro went first and Gaara won, then Naruto would purposely lose to Temari. The four stared at the screen, waiting to see whose name popped up first. Naruto and Gaara glanced at each other, and Gaara gave the blonde a quick nod. They turned their attention back to the screen. Moments later, two names appeared. Gaara and Kankuro. Naruto sighed disappointedly, but he had to keep his word. He was expecting Gaara to win, and if he did, then Naruto would throw his fight with Temari. The moderated excused Temari and Naruto, having them relocate to the special section. Gaara is a lot stronger than Kankuro, Temari commented when they sat down. Yeah, I figured, Naruto nodded. Gaara mentioned your plan to us, Temari said, causing Naruto to snap his head in her direction. Don't be so surprised, Temari laughed, we are fairly close. Naruto nodded. I am expecting Gaara to win, Temari shrugged, then turned towards Naruto. I respect your decision to throw the fight for his sake and for my father's. It was for mine as well, Naruto nodded. They don't want Gaara and I to fight each other, and I understand that. It sucks, but I must do what is right, and I gave Gaara my word. Temari nodded. Just complain that you are out of chakra and give up. I can't, Naruto shook his head. Everyone runs out of chakra, Temari waved, it's fairly normal. Not me, Naruto turned towards her, I have a shit ton of chakra, and everyone knows it, including my father. So, for me to run out of chakra during a mock battle would be a dead giveaway that I am throwing the fight. Look, I will need you to actually take me out. I won't fight as hard as I can, but you must do your best for this to work. Temari nodded in agreement, and they turned their attention back towards the arena. It was a short fight. Every time Kankuro brought out a puppet, Gaara filled it with sand, causing it to explode. Eventually, Kankuro ran out of puppets and forfeited. Naruto was happy for Gaara but disappointed for himself. Temari and Naruto stood, making their way to the arena. Look, I'll use a technique that I wasn't planning on bringing out, Temari whispered, "It's a wind technique that will pull the air from around you, making it hard for you to breathe. I won't use my full strength because that would kill, but enough for you to pass out." "Alright." Naruto nodded, "Thanks." They fought for a while, giving it their best. Naruto found that he didn't have to pull his punches. Temari would beat him, even if he were giving it his all. She was just that much stronger than him. Naruto and Temari stood on opposite ends of the arena, panting and breathing hard. Temari had her fan out and at the ready. Naruto charged at her and ducked when another wind gust was shot at him. He managed to get up underneath her fan and held a kunai on her neck. For a moment, he thought he had accidentally won. She smiled at him, then kicked his legs out from under him, making him fall. The sharp edge of her open fan at his throat. Seconds later, he smiled back at her, then disappeared in a puff of smoke. A shadow clone. Temari realized and looked up just as Naruto was about to land on her. She jumped back, wind release, cast net. A gust of wind hit him, sending him backward into the wall. Naruto fell to the ground and then used his arm to push himself up to look back up at Temari. "It's time to end this," Temari commented and started making a bunch of hand signs, wind release, vacuum seal. As soon as she started making hand signs, the cage jumped from his seat in the seats. "Temari, no." It was too late. The jutsu had begun, the air around Naruto's head started spinning, and he suddenly couldn't breathe. After a few seconds, Temari released the jutsu, and Naruto fell to the ground. Several shinobi jumped into the ring, and Minato flashed to his son. "Temari." The cage grabbed his daughter's arm, "You could have killed him." "He's fine." Temari yanked her arm away from him, "I didn't do it long enough or strong enough to kill him." "He's alright, Cage-sama," Minato called, "he just passed out." "You got lucky." Rasa shook his head at his daughter. "No, that was skill, not luck." Temari shot back and then started heading out of the arena. The moderator looked at the cage, who shook his head back, indicating that she was disqualified, and with Naruto out of action, Gaara was the automatic winner. Minato pulled one of Naruto's arms over his shoulder. The boy was getting too big for him to do anything else. He flashed away and into the infirmary that was connected to the arena. Several medics pulled a young blonde on the stretcher. "He will be okay, Hokage-sama," one young woman smiled. "Thanks," Minato nodded as they started caring for him. Minato entered the waiting area, where several of Naruto's friends were already walking in, including Gaara. "Is he okay, Hokage-sama?" Sakura asked. "Yes, he will be fine," Minato nodded. "Thank goodness," Sakura sighed. "We should let him rest for now," Minato replied, ushering the group out. Minato turned back and noticed Gaara standing before the door, looking through the glass, watching the young blonde. "Gaara," Minato called, walking up to him, "he will be fine." "He told Temari to use it," Gaara commented, still staring straight ahead. He knew this would be the outcome of the fight. "What?" Minato asked, looking down at the redhead. "Since you and my father did not want us to fight due to the bijus," Gaara explained, "we came up with an agreement that whoever fought second would lose on purpose, so we were not paired. Temari knew and told Naruto she could use a jutsu to end the fight, but it was risky, and he would pass out. Naruto agreed, so he did nothing to fight back against it." "Naruto lost on purpose," Rasa said, walking up to the pair. "Rasa?" Minato nodded toward the cage. "Yes, he did, father," Gaara nodded. On the other side of the door, Naruto started to stir. One of the medics caught him and ordered him to lie back down. Naruto reached up and placed his hand on his head. "That idiot," Minato shook his head. The Hokage and the cage had returned to their box and had summoned all the genin to the center of the ring. The cage started to speak. "The following genin, although they did not win their battles, will be promoted to Chunin. Uchiha Sasuke, Nara Shikamaru, Gaara, Kankuro, and Uzumaki Naruto. Congratulations to you all. This completes this year's Chunin exams. I'm a Chunin," Naruto exclaimed as he stood in the center of the arena. Sasuke smirked. "Great, that means more work," Shikamaru sighed. "Ah, come on, Shika." Naruto shoved him a little bit. "Troublesome," the Nara shook his head. Afterward, all the Konoha genin and a few Chunins returned to the inn where they were staying. Their Jonin leaders had already told them they would depart for Konoha in the morning. Naruto was walking with his team and noticed his father waiting for him at the front entrance. 2-san. Naruto waved. Congratulations, Naruto, Minato smiled as he walked over to him. I had a feeling you would be promoted to Chunin. Kakashi smiled at his student underneath his mask. I'm one hell of a sensei. Kakashi, Minato rolled his eyes at his student's arrogance, then turned to Naruto and his friends. I'm proud of you, all of you. You didn't promote me just because you're my dad, right? Naruto asked. Minato slung his arm around his son's neck and pulled him away from the group. Of course not, Minato laughed as they walked away. The Kazekage was the one who wanted to promote you to a Chunin. Gaara told us about your plan. Naruto scratched his head. He did, huh? Yes, Minato nodded, which is why he wanted to promote you. You put the needs of the village and your cage ahead of your desire to win, which is one of the things that makes a good shinobi. Winning every battle is not always the answer. Huh, Naruto replied, I didn't think of it that way. Plus, now that you and the rest of your team are Chunin, I will have to send you on higher level missions, which means your life will be at risk, so I didn't want you to become Chunin just yet. 2-san. Naruto yelled in disbelief. But you are ready, so it is about time you went on higher missions. Minato laughed. Let's go home, shall we? So, are you a Chunin now? Jiraiya asked as Naruto walked through the gate. Yes, I am, Naruto replied cheerfully. Good, Jiraiya nodded. I want to talk to you about something. Oh, Naruto murmured as Jiraiya led him away. Minato watched his son off with his sensei and thought back to what they had spoken about before Minato left to watch the end of the Chunin exams. Flashback. Sensei, Minato smiled as the white-haired man entered his office door. Minato, Jiraiya said, giving him one of those obnoxious smiles of his, are you surviving without Naruto here? Of course I am, Minato laughed, I do miss him, though, but if you agree to my proposal, I will have to get used to it. Proposal, Jiraiya repeated. Ever since I found out about how my shinobi were treating Naruto, I've wanted to get him out of the village, and I have finally come up with a way to get him out of the village for a while, Minato explained. Go on, Jiraiya prompted. I want you to take him and train him for a while, Minato said, it will get him out of the village and get him the training he needs. I see, Jiraiya thought for a moment, is that why you asked me to help him prepare for the Chunin exams? Yes and no, Minato shrugged, I only want you to take Naruto if he becomes a Chunin, however if he remains in Genin, he must stay with his team for a little longer. I might change my mind on that part, depending. Depending on what? Depending on how he acts in Suna when I see him again, Minato thought. You mean you want to see if being out of the village affects his personality? Jiraiya asked. Yeah, Minato nodded, if it affects his personality as much as I think it does, then I want you to take him no matter what. I will take him with me, Jiraiya said, it will be fun having another brat to torture for a while. How long do you want me to train him for? I honestly don't know, Minato shook his head, those Akatsuki are still out there, and I don't know if he would be safer moving around or here in the village. I'm also unsure how long I can be without my son. I understand, Jiraiya shrugged, I think Naruto would be safer moving around. It would be a lot harder for them to track. You're right, Minato nodded, let's start with a year or so, maybe longer than that. Long enough where I can get the Akatsuki situation under control. 2 years, Jiraiya proposed. Alright, 2 years, Minato sighed, who knows if I can make it 2 years. End flashback. Minato sighed. He was going to have to get used to not having Naruto around. Now that he was a Chunin, he would be leaving with Jiraiya for at least 2 years, if not longer, depending on the whole situation with the Akatsuki. It would do Naruto good to leave the village and let his authentic self come out. He had seen Naruto's whole personality change in Suna. If 2 months could change Naruto that much, Minato wondered how much of a difference 2 years could make. Jiraiya. The Cage Summit has just finished. Just as I worried, there is an impending war on the way. Most of the other Jinchurikis have gone missing, we fear the worst. Aside from the Kyuubi, Ikibi, and the Hachibi, we believe the Akatsuki have obtained all the other tailed beasts. In light of that, the Kazekage and I have just formed an alliance with the rest of the hidden villages, the Shinobi Alliance. I will explain more upon your return. We will need every shinobi we have. I know you and Naruto have been away from the village for over 3 years, but now is the time for you to return home. Have a safe journey. I will be anxiously awaiting the return of my son. Bring him home safely. Minato, the Yondaime Hokage. Jiraiya sighed as he finished reading the last part of Minato's update. He and Naruto had been traveling for a while out in a forest. They had stayed in villages when they could but tried to keep out of sight due to the Akatsuki being on their tail most of the time. Right now, they were on the very edge of the fire country in a large forest. He had taught Naruto the Rasengan, and the boy was working on adding wind to it but had taken a break to bathe the nearby hot spring. He had been a great student, and he reminded him of Minato a lot. Naruto had come a long way under his tutelage. They had even spent time with the toads so Naruto could become a sage. Jiraiya hoped to teach him how to use the fox's chakra before they returned, but it looked like he was out of time. Jiraiya looked over to the hot spring. Naruto. Naruto climbed out of the water, pulled on his pants, and threw his towel over his head when he heard the call of his name, yeah. When the blonde reached him, Jiraiya handed him the letter. Naruto smiled as he read it, so we are heading back. Looks like it, Jiraiya nodded, excited. Yeah, Naruto smiled softly at the letter, I can't wait to show To-san how strong I have become. I bet he will be impressed, Jiraiya laughed as he stood from the rock he was sitting on. I hope so, Naruto replied, handing him the letter, if not, I think you're going to be one in trouble. Oi, don't throw me under the bus like that. Jiraiya laughed. Naruto chuckled and returned to the hot spring to finish getting dressed and gathering his things. Once everything was packed, they headed out. As they walked, Jiraiya studied his young student. In strength and personality, Naruto became more and more like Minato every day. He had traded his old orange and blue outfit for the traditional Konoha uniform, claiming it was what Chunin wore. Under the green flak vest, his clothing was black with orange trimming the edges of his shirt, black pants, and simple black sandals. He mimicked his sensei by carrying around a large scroll on his lower back that aided him with his sage techniques. The major difference between Naruto and his father was the length of his hair. At the beginning of his trip, Naruto decided he would grow his hair to his father's length, but even when it got there, he kept letting it grow. Now it was long, his bangs framed his face like Minato's, but the rest he kept pulled back into a low ponytail. When Jiraiya asked him about it once, Naruto just shrugged it off and said he wanted to be different from the little boy the villagers knew. Naruto had grown up and matured. Naruto became this loud and energetic child when they were first out of the village. Minato was right, being out of the village allowed Naruto's personality to come out in full force. However, Jiraiya taught Naruto how to control his wild personality over the years. Naruto was still loud and energetic but on the more mature side now and used to his advantage. Minato was happy with the updates that Jiraiya sent him over the years, and as much as he hated being away from his son, he knew that Naruto was in the right place. Minato urged him to continue training Naruto until Jiraiya believed the right time to return home. They would have to eventually. That time was now, and Jiraiya was certain Minato would be happy with the growth in Naruto. It's been about 3 years, Naruto commented as they walked through the front gates of Konoha. Indeed, Jiraiya replied casually. It was dawn. They had camped the night before, as they came to the village very late at night, and Jiraiya thought it best to arrive at the village during the day. Naruto had protested a little bit but had reluctantly agreed in the end. Naruto had been up early that morning, anticipating seeing his father and friends again. They walked a little way in, and then suddenly, Naruto dropped his things, jumping up on a high pole. He's certainly cheerful today, Jiraiya laughed as he watched the young blonde in his antics. Alright, Naruto yelled as he landed swiftly on top of the pole in a kneeling position, this place hasn't changed. Neither Naruto nor Jiraiya knew that Minato caught sight of Naruto jumping up on the pole from the large windows in his office. It took a minute for him to recognize the younger blonde, but a wide grin came on his face when he did. Naruto, he whispered, jumping from his chair and heading out the door. You've grown up, huh? A voice came from the rooftop of a building next to Naruto, catching both of the dude's attention. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto exclaimed and jumped in front of the silver-haired shinobi. Naruto stood up and placed his hand on his hip, you haven't changed a bit, Hachi. Kakashi's face dropped at his nickname, making the young blonde laugh. Then Naruto had a realized expression on his face, oh, I have something for you. Oh, Kakashi replied, watching Naruto dig through his pouch. Here, Naruto said, throwing a book at him. How? This is. Kakashi stuttered as he looked at the small book in complete disbelief. The latest in Ika Ika. It's boring, but I bet you'll like it, Naruto said proudly. Then, standing up, he declared, now to Ichiraku's ramen. Naruto walked down the streets of Konoha, marching on the familiar path to his favorite place. Jiraiya and Kakashi strolled behind him. Naruto yelled as he reached the ramen stand, catching both of his sensei's attention, prompting them to catch up to the young blonde, Tu-san. Naruto, Minato smiled as he stood from one of the seats, I knew you'd come here first. Taking 2 swift strides, Minato stood directly in front of his son. They stood eye to eye with each other. Naruto was almost the same height as his father, give or take an inch. Naruto smiled brightly at his father, who embraced him tightly. Naruto leaned into his father and wrapped his arms around him. Sensei really missed Naruto, Kakashi whispered to Jiraiya, basically threw himself into his work while you two were away. I guess he rarely wanted to go home because he knew Naruto wouldn't be there. I was worried about him for a while. Well, now he is home, Jiraiya shrugged. Naruto, Minato called, pulling away from his son, you've changed so much. Yeah, Naruto smiled a goofy grin. You are just about as tall as me. And what is with this hair? Minato asked, pulling the ponytail over his shoulder, at least you finally changed from that gaudy orange stuff you were wearing. You look like a true shinobi. Thanks, Naruto laughed and smacked his father's hand away, and I like my hair long. I guess I'll just have to get used to it then, Minato laughed and tried to ruffle the boy's hair, I just can't do that anymore. It's kind of awkward when you do, seeing as I am just about as tall as you, Naruto laughed, swatting his father's hand away. Come and sit, Minato said, leading him over to the bar, tell me about your travels. How did you know I would be here? Naruto asked, taking a seat. Please, I'm still your father no matter how much you change, Minato chuckled, I'd say I know you rather well, there is no way you've changed that much. True, Naruto shrugged and nodded to Tsuki, indicating he wanted his regular order. Several hours later, Naruto left the ramen stand with his father and Jiraiya. After waving goodbye to Kakashi and promising to meet with him and his team in the morning, Naruto finally made his way home. Jiraiya, Minato called as they all walked together, I assume you will stay with us tonight. Of course, Jiraiya laughed. I thought so, Minato nodded. Man, I can't wait to sleep in my bed tonight, Naruto commented as he threw his hands behind his head as they walked. I bet, Minato nodded, you will need to get your rest for tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Naruto asked, glancing sideways over to the other blonde. Oh, let's just say that Kakashi has something planned, Minato laughed. What? Tell me, Naruto yelled, waving his arms. Nope, Minato laughed, you will just have to wait and see. Come on, Naruto pleaded. Minato just shrugged, leaving Naruto to pout a little. Once they reached the Hokage's house, Naruto rushed to his room to shower. Minato and Jiraiya make their way to the dining table, where they eventually talk over a couple of cups of sake. He's changed, Minato noted quietly, but he seems happy. Indeed, he has, Jiraiya nodded, for the better I believe. Yes, for the better. He is so much more open and relaxed, Minato ponders, I wonder if it will stay that way now that he is home. I think so, Jiraiya replied, I think he finally understands who he is. Why's that? I just have a feeling, Jiraiya explained, and he's got this new resolve. Resolve? Yeah, Jiraiya nodded, when he found himself, he decided that he was going to be himself. He told me once that he is a lot stronger than he was, and because of that, he can't let the villagers or the other shinobi get to him anymore. He can't be afraid of them anymore. Oh, I see, Minato smiled, then looked up at his sensei, so how strong is my son? Stronger than you think, Jiraiya smiled slyly, he is stronger than you were at his age. Or so I think anyways. Really? Minato asked, what all did you teach him? Well, he is a sage now, Jiraiya said, and he is currently working on adding the wind element to the Rasengan. Seriously? Minato asked a little too enthusiastically. Yes, seriously, Jiraiya laughed, he hasn't perfected it, but he's close, I think. Wow, Minato leaned back in his chair, I am so glad he is doing well, although what is with the long hair? I don't know, Jiraiya shrugged, he started growing it out, I think wanting to look more like you, but he just kept letting it grow until one day it got too long, then one day, we were spared, and it got in his way, and he lost. I told him if he's going to let it get long, he will need to pull it back out of his face. Now he has a ponytail. Well, if it makes him happy, Minato laughed. I think it makes him feel different, Jiraiya said. What do you mean? Minato asked. Well, I think it made him feel like he is different from the young boy that left a few years ago, Jiraiya shrugged, like he's got physical proof that he's not the same. Minato chuckled. What, the height and the new jutsus weren't enough? I think it's more like something that people will automatically notice when they walk up to him, Jiraiya replied. Ah, Minato nodded and finished off his cup. Naruto just about sprang out of bed the following day. He hurriedly dressed and ran to the kitchen, where his father was making breakfast. Naruto almost laughed out loud when he saw his father wearing his famous pink apron. According to his father, the apron belonged to his mother, which would be why he wore it. Morning, Naruto, Minato smiled. Morning, Naruto replied, taking a seat at the table. Minato's eyes lingered too long on Naruto, causing the younger to ask what was wrong. I just have missed you, is all, sorry, Minato shrugged, then returned to what he was doing. After breakfast, Minato and Naruto went their separate ways. Minato headed to the Hokage's office while Naruto headed to the familiar training field to meet with his team. Naruto couldn't remember if he had ever been this excited to see his team. He couldn't wait to see how strong Sasuke and Sakura have gotten. If he remembered correctly, Sakura studied under Tsunade while Sasuke trained with Orochimaru and Kakashi. Naruto stopped dead in his tracks. They were all training with one of the legendary Sannin. Naruto collected himself. He hadn't realized just who was teaching them. They could be the next legendary Sannin. The thought of this only made Naruto more excited to see his team. Naruto picked up his pace and started traveling to the training ground via the roofs. As he leapt from roof to roof, Naruto's smile grew. Finally making it to the training ground, Naruto found Sasuke and Sakura standing with their backs to him in the center of the field next to the 3 logs sticking up from the ground. Sasuke. Sakura-chan. Naruto yelled. Naruto. Sakura said, turning around, followed by Sasuke doing the same thing. When Naruto reached his teammates, he noticed they had matured and probably gotten much stronger. Sasuke was about the same height as Naruto, while Sakura was slightly shorter than both. Sasuke had gotten stronger as Naruto could see his muscles were more prominent due to the sleeveless, tight, black wrap top that went past the raven's waist and was secured with a red belt. It was a low V-neck and revealed bandages wrapped around his stomach. Underneath his shirt was a pair of black pants and tall black sandals. He had long, black, fingerless gloves past his elbow. His flak jacket was over his clothes, but he had it unzipped. Sasuke also had a long black, hilt-less sword on his waist. His hair and face were the same. Sakura had changed more than Sasuke had in appearance. She still kept her red dress, but it was shorter and sleeveless. It was secured at the waist, but a black band across her stomach and black shorts underneath. She had tall black boot-type sandals. She wore plain black gloves. Her pink hair was still long but was pulled back into a tight ponytail, with her bangs trailing the sides of her face. Her blue hitai was replaced with a red one. She also wore her flak jacket unzipped. Wow, Sakura said when she saw Naruto, you've grown up, huh? What's with the hair? Sasuke asked. I'll say, look you at you. Naruto smiled at Sakura, then turned to Sasuke, and don't you look all shinobi-like in your flak jacket? Sasuke grunted, I hope those new looks come with some skill. I can probably beat your ass, Naruto replied. Now, a voice came from behind Naruto, the only person you need to beat is me. Sensei, Sakura said, what do you mean? Now that we are all together again, I want to see if you still have the teamwork that you used to have, Kakashi explained, so we are going to have a little test. Test? Sasuke repeated. Kakashi reached into his pockets and pulled out 2 familiar silver bells, remember these? We are doing the bell test again. Naruto whined. Stop whining, Sakura complained, punching Naruto lightly on the shoulder. Damn, Naruto yelled, what the hell? Did you get superhuman strength or something? Why, yes, I did. Sakura yelled back. Alright, Kakashi said, rules are the same. 2 bells. It doesn't matter how you get them from me. What? Not going to read this time? Naruto asked, tightening his hitai. Nah, Kakashi said, lifting his hitai, revealing his Sharingan, I feel I should take this a little more seriously than last time. Sasuke grunted, activating his Sharingan and unsheathing his sword. But, sensei, you will be in danger, Sakura said sarcastically, cracking her knuckles. I think I will be alright, Sakura, I hope. Kakashi replied, begin. At the sound of his words, all four shinobi scattered. Unbeknownst to the Chunins, their test with Kakashi was being watched. Minato, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were standing off a little way up in the trees, far enough where they weren't in the way but close enough where they could still watch the battle. They could still see just how far their students had come. Right, left, above, behind. Then he must be. Sakura gathered the chakra in her fist and released it when her fist collided with the ground. Sasuke and Naruto jumped up to avoid the shattered ground beneath them. The two boys looked at each other with the same expression. Do not piss off Sakura. Found you, Sakura exclaimed as Kakashi climbed his way out of the rocks. Sasuke took the moment Kakashi was climbing out as an opening, gathering lighting in his blade, and shot towards him. Kakashi barely noticed in time and was barely able to dodge. Sasuke and Kakashi pushed back. Kakashi only returned to a shadow clone of Naruto, who locked onto him. Sakura, Naruto called, and the pink-haired Kunoichi punched her sensei only to find a log had replaced him. Damn it, Sakura cursed. We need to move, Sasuke said to his teammates, and in a matter of seconds, they each flashed to the exact location, immediately masking their chakra. Nice teamwork, but they are going to have to do more than that to beat Kakashi, Minato laughed. I don't know about that, Minato, Jiraiya said, Sasuke does have the Sharingan. A few hours later, Team 7 had been playing cat and mouse with Kakashi. Each time they got close to him, he would fight right back. They had pulled away for a moment to gather themselves. Naruto, what are you doing? Sakura asked as Naruto pulled out his large scroll. Preparing, Naruto stated as he unrolled his scroll, Kakashi is extremely good at hiding. My sensing skills aren't good enough yet to be able to find him, so I'm going to need to rely on nature chakra. What the hell is nature chakra? Sasuke asked, why did you not do this earlier? I'll explain later. And we had been on his trail the whole time. I didn't need to, but now I do so. Cover me for a second, will ya? Naruto asked as he finished his preparations and summoned a clone sitting and gathering chakra. Once the clone was dispelled, Naruto felt the rush of chakra in his body. So your boy is a sage now, huh, Minato? Orochimaru asked. I guess so, Minato chuckled as he watched in amusement. So, can you find him? Sasuke asked. Yeah, Naruto said, his eyes yellow with straight black pupils and rimmed with orange, he's not far, but he is moving. He's expecting us to try and follow him, Sakura said. We should make him think we are following him, Sasuke suggested. Then cut him off, Naruto finished, catch him by surprise. Exactly, Sakura agreed, so how do we do it? I've got an idea, Naruto smiled slyly. Let's hear it then, Sasuke said. I wonder what their plan is. Tsunade pondered out loud. Naruto has become a pretty good tactician, Jiraiya said, so whatever it is has to be good. They have been giving Kakashi a run for his money, Minato said. Sasuke's been using his skills well, Orochimaru stated. Praising yourself now, are we? Jiraiya mocked him. Orochimaru didn't reply, but Minato did. Sasuke is a pretty damn good shinobi. That he is, Jiraiya agreed. They are following me, Kakashi questioned when he felt a small amount of chakra catching up to him, and then he figured out their plan. However, it was too late. The small chakra behind him vanished, and Kakashi fell into their trap. Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto surrounded him in a small clearing, so there was nothing to switch with if they attacked. Kakashi, Naruto called, the truth about the character in Ika Ika Tactics is. What? Wait, no, Kakashi yelled and covered his ears. Wait, with the Sharingan, I can read his lips. Kakashi screwed his eyes closed, so Sasuke and Sakura took advantage and swiped the bells from his waist. Damn it, when he realized what happened, Kakashi swore, then sighed, you three have done well. I honestly didn't think that was going to work, Sasuke commented. I told you it would work. Naruto replied, tossing a bell up and down. Well done, a voice called. To-san, Naruto smiled. You three have grown, Tsunade commented, you guys gave Kakashi a run for his money. You used your sage mode in battle this time. Jiraiya said, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder, Normally, you aren't sure how to use it practically. Glad you are learning to use it in combat. Well, I wasn't fighting one-on-one this time, Naruto replied. How about we all go to Ichiraku's for some lunch? Minato suggested. Everyone started making their way to the ramen stand, but Minato held Naruto back to speak with him for a moment. "To-san," Naruto questioned, "what's up?" "I just wanted to tell you how impressed with you I am," Minato said, placing his hands on the younger shoulders. "You have truly grown up and matured. You have gotten so much stronger. It's all thanks to you and Ero Sennin." Naruto grinned and scratched his head sheepishly. "Not just the training," Minato shook his head. "Jiraiya told me about this new resolve of yours, about how you aren't going to worry about the villagers anymore. That you are going to be you, no matter what. I can't tell you how proud I am of you for that. It takes courage not to worry about what others think of you." "Thanks, To-san," Naruto smiled softly. "Did your new resolve lead to this?" Minato asked, pulling at the end of Naruto's ponytail. "Sort of," Naruto shrugged. Minato swung his arm around Naruto's shoulders, and they started to follow the rest of the group to Naruto's favorite place. Naruto stood next to his team and his captain. Now that Team 7 had reformed, they were no longer considered a genin team but an actual team that went on actual missions. Kakashi was now considered his captain rather than his sensei, but he would always call him Kaka-sensei. All the shinobi had gathered on top of the Hokage's tower for the meeting regarding the war. Naruto glanced around and noticed his comrades from the academy. From their flak jackets, it seems they all made Chunin at some point in the past 3 years. A few of them noticed him and smiled or gave him a nod. He had yet to talk to anyone other than his team. Everyone seemed on edge. Naruto guessed they all knew what was coming. Most knew the Hokage had returned earlier from the Cage Summit. The war was upon them, and it was time to act. Minato stood at the front, facing the large group of shinobi. They were all called from Genin to Anbu. They would need every shinobi they had for this war. Behind him was his council: Tsunade, Jiraiya, Homura, and Kaharu. Minato caught his son's eye. Naruto gave him a smile and a slight nod. Minato didn't return the smile as to maintain an air of severity but gave him a curt nod and then turned his attention to the group of shinobi in front of him. "Most of you know why I have called you all here," Minato started, his Hokage voice booming. "The fourth great shinobi war is upon us." Minato paused momentarily to let that news soak in for those unaware. Once the commotion died down a little, he continued, "Most of you know I have recently attended the 5-Cage Summit. Due to the common enemy, I and the other cages have decided to put our differences aside and unite. We have formed the Allied Shinobi Forces." Muttering and whispering came from the whole crowd. Now, Minato's voice boomed again, causing everyone to quiet down. "I know in the past we have fought each other, but we need now to push those grudges aside and fight as one. Many of you know of the Akatsuki. Their forces are growing, and they are strong. One village can't take them on alone. So I ask you, as your Hokage, friend, and leader, to join me along with the other hidden villages to fight the Akatsuki." After this, Minato glanced around and noticed most of the shinobi had more confident expressions, some even gave him a reassuring nod. "Good. Now, from what we know, there will be an estimated amount of 80,000 shinobi between all the villages, along with the Land of Iron. You will be split into divisions based on ability and combat specialties. This means you will be paired with others from the other villages of the same area of focus. The main regiment, called the Great Battle Regiment, will be split into 5 divisions, each with its own respective leader, one from each village, with I, the Hokage, acting as regiment commander. The other 4 divisions are supporting divisions for the main army, led by a captain. Within the 5 main divisions, there will be specialty teams that will focus on the use of certain chakra natures. There are also various teams throughout the main regiment that will have specific jobs, like the communication teams, whose sole purpose is to stay in contact with the headquarters and the other teams. The last team is a protection squad for the daimyo from each nation. Over the next few days, you will receive your orders and placement. Chunin and Jonin will be moving out. The genin, on the other hand, will stay behind to evacuate the villagers to safety and protect the village. Now, the main divisions will be as follows. The first division is the mid-range battle led by Darui from Kumogakure. The second division is a short to mid-range battalion led by our Hitaki Kakashi. I will be leading the third division for short-range battles. Where is Shikaku and Shikamaru Nara? Sir. The father and son duo replied, stepping forward. Shikamaru will be aiding me as a proxy commander, and Shikaku, you will be at the HQ as chief strategist, understood? Minato smiled. Hi. The Naras nodded. The 4th Division is the long-range battle led by Kitsuchi from Iwagakure, and finally, the 5th Division is a special battle team led by Mifune from the Land of Iron. With this information, you can start to get an understanding of where you might be placed. However, some of you will be in special units supporting the army. There is the Surprise Attack Division led by Kankuro, the Kage's eldest son, the Logistical Support and Medical Division led by Tsunade and Shizune, the Intelligence Division led by Inoichi Yamanaka, and the Sensor Division led by Ao from Kurigakure. The Raikage, Tsuchikage, and the Kage will be at the headquarters. I will be with the main battle regiment. The Mizukage will be with the daimyo. The last thing is that all Chunin and Jonin are required to wear traditional Konoha uniforms. You will also have your Hitai Atesh replaced with these, Minato said, holding up a new Hitai 8 with the kanji for shinobi written on it. All members of the alliance will wear this in place of their original forehead protectors to show that everyone is truly united under one banner, as opposed to being separated into 5 different villages. That is all the information I have to give you for now, Minato said, finishing his speech. You will know more as soon as we arrive at the rendezvous point with the other villages. As I said before, I know we have tension and grudges between us and the other hidden villages due to the past wars, but I ask you to put those aside and fight as one. Our best chance at beating the Akatsuki is to fight as one. Understood? Hi. All the shinobi replied. In 2 weeks' time, we will meet with the other villages on common ground, so be prepared to leave at 5 in the morning in 14 days, Minato finished. You are all dismissed. All the shinobi filed down the stairs leading to the roof. Minato looked around and found Naruto following suit. Naruto. Minato called, and once he had his son's attention he beckoned him over while the rest of his team left. Dad, Naruto questioned, stepping before his father, what is it? I need to speak with you, Minato said, turning for a different staircase and softly placing a hand on his son's back. In my office. Am I in trouble? Naruto asked hesitantly. Of course not, Minato laughed, then asked, well, should you be? No, Naruto answered quickly, walking down the stairs. Arriving in the office, Minato quickly closed the door and walked over to his desk. Naruto stepped up in front of the desk. So the Kages have it all figured out, huh? Yeah, basically, Minato replied, grabbing a scroll and turning around to place it on the shelf adjacent to his desk. Do you know what Division 1 will be in? Naruto asked. Minato sighed and dropped his arm like it was dead weight. He turned to face his son. You won't be in a division, Naruto. What do you mean? Naruto asked, a little worried. Minato sat and rested his elbows on the desk. The first thing you need to know is that this was not my choice. To-san, you won't be fighting in the war, Naruto. What? Naruto bit back a little harsher than he intended. Minato made a mental note that Naruto's temper had become more and more like Kushina's as he got older. You, along with Gaara and the Jinchuriki for the Hachibi, will be in an undisclosed location under the Raikage's protection. You're joking, right? Naruto gritted his teeth. No, Minato shook his head, the Akatsuki are after you 3, so we are placing you there for protection. Protection my ass, Naruto yelled. Naruto, Minato warned. You're telling me I am going to sit on my ass in some safe house while all my friends and comrades will be fighting and dying? Naruto continued to yell. Naruto, Minato called. You aren't seriously going to do this, are you? You seriously can't expect me to accept this, are you? You have to let me fight. Naruto, Minato called again with a sigh. I mean, what was the point of training for 3 years with Jiraiya when you were just going to send me away again? There was a slight pause in Naruto's rant. That's it. Naruto yelled, slamming his hands on his father's desk. You just want to get rid of me again. That's why you sent me with Jiraiya for 3 years, and that's why you're sending me off to this undisclosed location with a bunch of fucking strangers. Minato stood up from his desk and slammed his hands down as Naruto had done earlier. The Hokage brought his face inches from his son's. Naruto. I'm not trying to get rid of you. I am trying to protect you. That's bullshit, and you know it. Naruto yelled back, pointing at his father. The Kyuubi has done nothing but cause you problems and pain in your life. I'm nothing but a daily reminder of that, and mom. That's why you are sending me off. Protecting me has nothing to do with it. Damn it, Naruto. That's not true. And you know it. Do you know how much pain it caused me to send you with Jiraiya? To not see you for 3 years? Minato roared. Now he was angry. That's a fucking lie, Naruto yelled. I'm not lying to you. Minato yelled. Just listen to me. I told you. This wasn't my decision. The other cages wanted to keep the Jinchurikis out of reach. That's fucking bullshit, Naruto screamed. You don't think I tried to keep you near me? You don't think I tried to let them allow you to fight? Minato's voice continued to rise. No, I don't, Naruto replied, pushing away from the desk and glaring at his father in pure rage. You can't force me to go, Dad. As your father, no, I can't force you, but as your Hokage, I sure as hell can. Minato almost growled at his son. As the Hokage, this is a direct order. You will go, and you will stay out of the war. Do I make myself clear? Crystal, Naruto gritted through his teeth. The two blondes stared at each other angrily for what seemed like an eternity for Minato. Naruto, Minato tried. Fuck you. Naruto spat and walked out of the office, slamming the door behind him. Naruto almost ran down Jiraiya on the way to the office but shoved past him before the elder man could say anything. He was in no mood to speak to anyone. Minato sunk in his chair, dropping his head into his hands. Shit. The door shut quietly, and Minato heard the familiar soft clacking of Jiraiya's sandals. Well, that went well, Jiraiya commented. You heard that? Minato asked into his hands, not looking up. With how loud you two were screaming at each other, I'm willing to bet the whole village heard, Jiraiya said, shaking his head. Shit, Minato mumbled, he'll never forgive me for this. I wouldn't say, never, Jiraiya tried. If any of his friends or comrades die, he will blame me for their death. For not letting him fight with them. For not letting him protect them. Minato dropped his hands to his desk and looked up at his sensei. That's just a risk you will have to take to protect him, Jiraiya reasoned. I know, but damn it, Minato said, slamming his fist on his desk, I've never seen Naruto so angry. I don't think we have ever fought like that. He's got more of Kushina than you realize, Jiraiya shrugged. He's got her temper, that's for sure, Minato said, burying his head in his hands again. Anyways, have you thought about who you will send with him? Jiraiya asked. No, not really, Minato shook his head, dropping his hands back down to his desk and clasping them together. I wanted to send Kakashi, but the alliance wanted him, so he's kind of needed. I can't send Sakura or Sasuke, and you are with me. Tsunade is leading one of the divisions. I definitely can't send Orochimaru with him. I still can't believe you let that snake live, Jiraiya shook his head. Jiraiya, we've been over this, he paid for his sins. We sealed his chakra way for 15 years, only recently returning it. We put him under surveillance. He did many horrible things, but some experiments proved useful to the villages. He's a good shinobi and will probably be useful in the war. I believe in giving people second chances, Minato explained. That still leaves me the problem of who I am going to send with Naruto. I think I have an idea, Jiraiya said. Who? Tenzo, Jiraiya stated. Kakashi's Anbu partner, Minato clarified. Yes, Jiraiya nodded, Kakashi seems to trust him, so if he approves, you should too. You're right, Minato nodded and chuckled, sometimes I think Kakashi loves Naruto more than I do. He's at least more protective of Naruto, Jiraiya laughed, plus, Tenzo might be able to help Naruto. Help Naruto? Minato questioned. With the Kyuubi, Jiraiya explained, Tenzo is a Mokuden user, and since the first Hokage used Mokuden to tame the Kyuubi, Tenzo might be able to do the same with Naruto if the need arises. I see, Minato nodded, one of Orochimaru's experiments. I think so, Jiraiya nodded. See, useful. Bring him in for me. Minato asked. Sure, Jiraiya replied with a bit of annoyance. Jiraiya left and returned shortly with Tenzo and Kakashi on his tail. Tenzo, correct? Minato asked as the three entered his office. Ah, yes, sir, the Anbu replied. You may remove your mask, Minato prompted, you will not need it for the next mission I will be sending you on. The Anbu member removed his mask, revealing a man with short brunette hair and a silver forehead protector that framed his face like the one the second Hokage wore. Kakashi, Minato turned to his student, do you trust this man? Kakashi narrowed his visible eye, of course. Enough for me to send him with Naruto? Minato asked. Do I trust him enough to protect Naruto instead of harming him? Kakashi clarified. Yes, Minato nodded. I believe I do. Kakashi nodded after thinking for a moment. Sir, Tenzo questioned. My son, Naruto, is the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi, Minato explained. During the war, I will be sending him to a hidden location with the other remaining Jinchurikis to hide and protect them. I need someone to go with my son to ensure he arrives safely and remains safe until the war's end. I see, Tenzo nodded. You are asking to accompany your son. Yes, Minato said, standing from his desk and walking over to the Anbu. There is also one other thing. Yes. You are a Mokuden user, yes? Minato asked. Yes. Mokuden is one of the jutsus that can aid in holding off the Kyuubi if need be, Minato said. My son will probably be attempting to tame the Kyuubi, so I need you to be prepared to aid him if the Kyuubi gets out of hand. Yes, sir, Tenzo nodded. Kakashi and Jiraiya, Minato motioned to them, will help you with Naruto and how to help with Kyuubi until you leave. Tenzo nodded in reply. I can ask one thing. Yes. Minato replied in curiosity. Would I be able to meet Naruto? Tenzo asked. Sure, if you can find him, Minato laughed, leaning back in his chair. What do you mean, sir? Tenzo asked. I just had a fight with my son, and when he is angry or upset, he tends to hide for a while. He is rather good at it, Minato chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head, so if you can find him, feel free to speak with him. Kakashi might be able to help you. He usually knows where Naruto is or where to find him. Yes, sir, Tenzo bowed and turned to Kakashi. Oh, and one more thing, Minato said as they started to leave, go under the name Yamato, not Tenzo. Yes, sir, Yamato replied, taking his leave with Kakashi. Well, that settles that, Jiraiya shrugged. That still leaves me with an angry son, who probably won't forgive me until I am dead, Minato mumbled, maybe not even then. The morning of Naruto's departure finally came. It had been 3 days since the father and son had argued, and they hadn't spoken. Naruto was too angry with his father while Minato was busy preparing for the war. Naruto had not even returned home except to pack a few things before leaving, which he did when Minato wasn't home. The rest of the shinobi were set to leave for a few more days. Naruto finished packing his bag and headed out the front door. He had found a note on the table from his father, saying that he had to be at the office early. It had only angered Naruto more that his father didn't even say goodbye. Naruto slammed the front door shut and headed to the front gates. To his surprise, several friends and comrades had come to see him off. Out of habit, he looked for his father in the group, but in vain. Naruto said goodbye to Sakura, then Kakashi, and nodded towards Sasuke. Shikamaru and a few others bid him farewell. Tsunade and Jiraiya had come to see him off as well. After the last farewell was said, Naruto turned to leave until he heard his name being called. Naruto turned to where the voice came from and saw his father standing there with a sad smile. The younger's first instinct was to run to his father, but he stopped himself. Instead, he sent his father a sad yet angry look and promptly turned away. Minato sighed and closed his eyes. Naruto was still angry with him. It was a terrible way to depart, especially since he didn't know how long it would be until they saw each other again. Minato took a deep breath, then flashed over to his son, surprising him. Naruto glared at him, and Minato returned to look. A second later, the set flashed away from the group. Yamato looked at Kakashi, who responded, "They'll be back." The two landed a little away from the group. When they landed, Naruto did not look at his father, but Minato turned to his son. Naruto, I know you are angry with me, Minato started, but I can do anything. I can't go against the other cages on this. I promise you I will do what I can to protect those important to you. Your job is to make sure that you keep the Kyuubi away from the Akatsuki. When Naruto didn't respond, Minato touched his shoulder. I am sorry, Naruto. They flashed back to the group. Naruto yanked his shoulder from under his father's hand and started walking away. Minato sighed. The group of Anbu, along with Yamato, waited for Naruto under the gates. Minato sent a look of appreciation to Yamato, a look that also conveyed, keep him safe. Yamato seemed to realize what he meant and returned Minato's look with a slight nod of understanding. The Anbu would only be with him and Naruto until they got to the docks, where a boat would take them to the island where they would be staying, and then the Anbu would join the rest of the shinobi at the rendezvous point. Minato turned and walked in the opposite direction. He turned back one last time, but Naruto was gone. He prayed to the gods that he made the right choice. He prayed that he wouldn't come to regret this decision. 80,000 shinobi stood below the large balcony of the headquarters for allied shinobi forces. Minato stood front and center at the balcony's edge with the Raikage and the Tsuchikage standing behind them. To his left were Darui and Kakashi, and to his right were Kitsuchi and Mifune. Seeing shinobis from different villages under one company was an impressive sight. It was also impressive to see this many shinobi gathered in place. Minato was worried. He could already see a fight amongst the shinobis, and they hadn't even started. "Sensei," Kakashi called, as the commander-in-chief, "you should probably address our forces." Kakashi glanced towards the sea of shinobi, and soon. "Right," Minato nodded and turned to the crowd, remembering something Naruto had told him years ago. Flashback. "Hey, Dad," Naruto called. They were sitting in the Hokage's office. Naruto just entered the academy a few days ago. Minato looked up from his paperwork when Naruto called his name. "Yes. Why do shinobi fight each?" Naruto asked. "Well," Minato thought momentarily, "every shinobi has their own reason to fight. Most people fight to protect someone they love, someone precious to them." "I don't understand," Naruto shook his head. "If we are all fighting to protect someone we love, aren't we hurting someone loved by someone else? Doesn't that cause more pain?" "I guess you are right, Naruto." Minato put down his pen and thought for a moment, maybe that is something you can change in the future. Maybe you can lead the world to peace. Where there is no fighting, no hurting each other. Peace. If there is such thing as peace, I will reach it. Naruto replied, giving his father a large grin. "I know you will." Minato smiled back at him. End flashback. The fighting continued, and he could see sets of people getting into it. He could hear what they were saying. The grudges and tension between them weren't going to be erased overnight. "Naruto, we will obtain that peace." Minato knew he would need to break up the fights before they would listen to him. He pulled several of his legendary three-pronged kunai and threw them so that they landed in the middle of each fight. This caught the attention of the whole crowd. They knew Minato's skill and power that came with those special kunai. In the name of gain and profit for one's nation and village, shinobi have hated and hurt each other for years. Minato's voice boomed over the crowd, but now we stand here united, facing a powerful enemy. Some of you may know that my son is a Jinchuriki, and growing up as a Jinchuriki can be a very painful and lonely life. My son once told me that the pain of being all alone is almost unbearable. It's a very dark and lonely place. But now my son has overcome all that and has people he loves and people who love him. I have seen my son save people from that same darkness he was once lost in. We may have fought each other in the past, but when we have all experienced the same pain, there can be no bad blood between us. There are no enemies here. We have all suffered the pain the Akatsuki has caused. Konoha, Kumo, Suna, Kiri and Iwa are no more. There is only shinobi. And now the Akatsuki are trying to destroy a world where peace is within our grasp. They are after my son. They are after the Kage's son. If they fall into their hands, the world will be destroyed. There will be nothing left. Minato grabbed the cloth right above his heart and bent over slightly. "So I am asking you this, as the Hokage, as a friend, and as a father, please lend me your strength to protect not only my son and Gaara but to protect the world, our villages and everything we hold dear." The large group of shinobi was silent, but after a moment, the expressions on their faces changed, and a roar exploded from the crowd. Minato had done it. The tension between all the shinobi vanished. From the sounds of the crowd below, he knew their passion would ignite bonds that would never break. Naruto and Yamato had just landed on the island on the other side of the world. Naruto's time with Yamato on the ship led them to a great friendship. Naruto had learned that Kakashi had been good friends with Yamato and that his father made sure Kakashi trusted Yamato before having him escort Naruto to the island. Naruto glanced over at Yamato, then back towards the island. When Naruto had heard they were going to an island, he had imagined something more along the lines of a beach-wide type island, not a floating land mass of spikes. The island looked terrifying, but Naruto was confident he could handle whatever was on the island. He looked around to find a path that led to where they were supposed to be staying but found a man walking towards them. "Hello, my name is Motoi," the man said. Naruto looked at him. He was funny looking. He had longer brown, spiky hair with a green stripe down his nose. He was dressed in the standard outfit of a Kumogakure ninja over a grayish-blue shirt and pants, complete with the white and red, hand and shin guards, and the standard white flak jacket. He also wore a light gray scarf around his neck. You must be Naruto and Yamato. Motoi asked. Yes, Yamato nodded. Good, come this way. Motoi turned and beckoned them to follow, the other Jinchuriki has already arrived. Gaara, Naruto asked excitedly. Yes, the Kage's son, Motoi clarified. Naruto and Yamato followed Motoi further into the island, where the spikes turned into a large forest. Gaara and I are the only Jinchurikis? Naruto asked. No, Motoi shook his head, Killer Bee is also here. He typically lives here. Oh, and Killer Bee is? Yamato asked. The Hachibi Jinchuriki, Motoi replied, the first and only Jinchuriki to be able to control its tailed beast. He can control it, Naruto clarified. Yes, he trained on this island to learn how, Motoi explained. That's why the Hokage sent me along with Naruto. So I could help control the Kyuubi if things got out of hand while Killer Bee was training Naruto. Eventually, Motoi led them to a large house built into one of the large trees. The house was shaped like the head of the Hachibi, even down to the cut-off left horn of the Hachibi. Gaara, Motoi called as they walked through the front door of the large house. Yo, B called, waving to them from the top of the stairs that led to the next floor. Naruto, another voice called from behind the larger man. Naruto looked up and found Gaara standing behind B. B had dark skin and a muscular build, with blonde hair and a goatee. On his right shoulder, he has a tattoo, which Naruto assumed was his seal for the Hachibi, and on his left cheek, he has a tattoo of a bull's horn. He also wore oval-shaped sunglasses and a white-colored forehead protector with the Kumo. He also has his village's standard one strap over one shoulder flak jacket, a long, red rope belt tied around his waist, the standard Kumo hand and shin guards, shinobi sandals, and a white scarf around his neck. Naruto then noticed that Gaara was not much different than the last time he saw him during the Chunin exams. Besides being older, taller, and wearing different clothes, he was still the Gaara he remembered. Gaara still had red spiky hair, black rings around his green eyes, and the kanji for love above his left eye. Gaara's clothes were different and more mature looking. He wore a sleeved shirt with tails down his side that was the color of blood, black pants with a gray strap around the calf, black sandals, 2 gray belts about his waist, and a gray one-shoulder vest with 2 buckles that went all the way around. He also had his gourd on his back. Naruto smiled when his friend walked around B and down the stairs. Gaara placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, which was slightly awkward because Naruto was several inches taller than him. It is good to see you again, Naruto. You, too, know each other? Yamato asked. Yes, Naruto is my best friend and a precious person to me, Gaara stated. Ah, Yamato replied. Gaara and I met right after we became genins when my father went to Suna to sign an alliance with them, Naruto explained. Although the Akatsuki attacked right in the middle of negotiations and almost killed Naruto, Gaara said. Yeah, I don't remember much from the trip other than befriending Gaara, Naruto chuckled. Did your father send you here too? Yes, he said it was to protect me and for me to train, Gaara replied. Right, Naruto said, crossing his arms. Are you alright, Naruto? Gaara asked. It's nothing. Forget it, Naruto shook his head. Shall I show you to your rooms? Motoi asked, trying to change the subject. Sure, Naruto nodded and followed him up the stairs, past B with Gaara and Yamato behind him. Your rooms are just to the left, Motoi said, motioning down the short hall with a door on each side. There is a dining room on the first floor. Feel free to eat as much as you like. Thank you, Yamato smiled as he and Naruto headed to their rooms. About an hour later, Naruto was lying on his bed with his arms behind his head, staring at the ceiling. It was a small room with nothing but a bed, a table, and a chair. Naruto heard a soft knock on his door and sat on his bed. Yeah, Naruto called. To Naruto's surprise, Gaara walked through the door and sat on the little chair in the center of the room. Gaara, Naruto whispered. What's going on, Naruto? Gaara asked casually. What do you mean? Naruto replied, swinging his legs over the side of the bed and resting elbows on his knees. Something's wrong. Something's bothering you, Gaara said like he was stating the obvious. What makes you say that? Naruto asked, giving him a smirk. I can just tell, Gaara shrugged, the air around isn't the same as it was. So spill. Naruto sighed. He wouldn't get past Gaara, you're right. I knew it. Gaara leaned back in his chair and then urged the blonde to continue. I had a fight with my father before I left. A fight that was different from any before. We've never fought like that before. Actually, I don't think we've had anything more than a slight disagreement before, Naruto explained, ducking his head in his hands. He apologized before we left, but I didn't even try to speak with him or say goodbye. But, Gaara repeated after Naruto had stopped. But I am still so angry with him. I'm still so mad at what he did, Naruto said with a frustrated tone. What exactly did he do? Gaara asked. Same thing your father did, Naruto said, looking up at his red-haired friend. He sent me here while my friends and comrades were fighting the war. And dying. We should be out there fighting with them. Does he not think I am strong enough to protect myself? He sent me away for 3 years to get stronger, and almost as soon as I got back, he sent me off again. Naruto, Gaara said softly, did you ever think he was trying to protect you? He did this because he loves you and wants you to be safe. Naruto stared at Gaara momentarily, then closed his eyes and sighed, no. But how can he expect me to sit here and do nothing while I know a war is going on? Then don't just sit here and do nothing. Gaara replied, prove to him that you are strong enough. What? Naruto started to ask but was cut off. Come on. Gaara stood up from his chair, I'll show you. Gaara led Naruto out of his room, down the hall, and in front of another door. Gaara knocked on it, and Motoi answered. Naruto, Gaara, Motoi replied, surprised to see the two teenagers there, what can I do for you? Naruto is more ready for bees training than I am, Gaara explained, can you take us to the waterfall? If Naruto is going somewhere, a voice called out, then I will go with him. The trio looked to see where the voice was coming from, and Yamato walked down the hallway. Of course, Motoi nodded, then turned back to the boys, shall we? Naruto nodded and led them to Gaara's requested location. This is the waterfall of truth, Motoi explained as they approached the water's edge. It was beautiful. A large waterfall cascaded down into a small pond, surrounded by the greenery of the forest. In the center of the pond was a small green spot. Sit there, Naruto, Motoi ordered, pointing to the green spot in the pond's center, the waterfall will show you your true self. My true self, Naruto repeated, eyeing the waterfall. It works, Naruto, Gaara urged him, I did it when I first got here. B brought me here, just try it. Alright, Naruto nodded to his friend and walked on the water to the center of the pond. He sat down, placed his hands in his lap, and closed his eyes. A moment later, Naruto heard a voice, how could Dad do this to us? What? Naruto's eyes flashed open to see a figure coming through the waterfall. He looked behind him, Gaara and Motoi were no longer there. How could he do that to us? The figure finally appeared through the water. Who are you? Naruto asked, shooting up to a standing position. He was slightly stunned at the figure like he was looking in the mirror. I am you. The real you, the dark Naruto laughed. No, you are not me, Naruto shook his head and stepped back. Oh, but I am, the figure laughed, I am the side you hide. The real you, how you truly feel. I am the dark part from deep down in your heart. No, Naruto said, if you were me, I would know you. Oh, you know me, the fake laughed, you are just denying it. You are denying the darkest part of your heart. What do you mean? Naruto asked. You know in your heart that our friends are leaving us behind, the fake smiled, you know they are out there fighting and dying while there is nothing you can do. You can't protect them, why would you want to? To them, you are nothing but a monster. A murder. No, stop, Naruto dropped his head and whispered. You know that father doesn't trust us. He is just like everyone else. He sends you away, so you're not a daily reminder of what you took away from him. You're just a monster. You are too painful to be around anymore. He doesn't want you. The fake continued. You're wrong. Naruto ran his hands through his hair and shouted, he loves me. He wouldn't abandon me. Then why are you here instead of helping him protect those you call friends? The other asked. Naruto slowly dropped his head and stared at the ground. See, the other laughed, I told you. You know what I am saying is true. They all think you are a monster. That's why they sent you here. Dad couldn't trust you. He thinks you are weak. That's why he won't let you fight. You are weak. Stop, Naruto whispered. Just admit it. You know you are too weak. You could never control the Kyuubi. Father knows it. Stop, Naruto yelled, throwing himself back into reality. Naruto. Yamato stepped forward as the young blonde screamed, but Motoi stopped him with one arm. As soon as Naruto heard his name, he noticed the other blonde was gone, leaving his comrades behind him. He was still sitting in front of the waterfall. Gaara looked at him with worry, although less than the worry on Yamato's face. Motoi shook his head, almost like he knew this would happen. Naruto stood and then walked across the water. Gaara attempted to halt him by grabbing his arm as he walked by. Naruto. The blonde kept walking past them, yanking his arm out of Gaara's grasp and muttering, "Leave me alone." Gaara sighed. Naruto. Minato leaned against a large tree on the outskirts of the large camp they set up for the night. The first day was over, and they had lost so many lives already. One of the communication team members brought over reports for Minato to fill out or read over. It was war, and he still had to do paperwork. As he started filling out the reports, Minato's mind flooded with the news he had received during the day. They were down over 20,000 already, but the Zetsu army had lost over half their forces. A few of the Akatsuki members themselves had been killed. Kankuro and his commando team had taken down the puppet master Sasori from Suna. It was a gruesome fight, but Kankuro pulled it off by attaching his chakra strings to Sasori's, forcing the puppet master to escape his shell. Kankuro pulled an amazing feat and beat Sasori's performance of 100 puppets. Although several of his team members had to be rushed to the medical unit because of poison, Tsunade and Sakura were able to save them with the same antidote they had made for Naruto years ago. While fighting, Minato heard news about the other teams fighting as well. The 1st Division fought on the ocean coastline of the western part of the Land of Lighting. Team Asuma, along with Darui, took down another member of the Akatsuki, Kakuzu. Minato hadn't heard much about the fight other than the Inoshika-cho formation played a huge part in it, and Kakuzu could use all the elements. Kakashi Division had aided both the mid-range and short-range divisions, so the number of causalities for the 3rd Division was less than the others. Minato was glad of this. There were a higher number of Konoha shinobi in Kakashi's division than in any other, plus it was Kakashi's, and he was glad to hear that his student was still alive and fighting. The 4th Division had the lightest day. They did not encounter any Akatsuki members and had even sent their troops to aid the 1st Division. Their causalities were the lowest, having almost none. The 5th Division had spent the day supporting divisions rather than fighting a separate enemy. Minato sighed as he got to his report for the 3rd Division. They were hit the hardest. Over 30,000 Zetsu were taken down by his company, with the sacrifice of 10,000 men of his own. Plus, they had run into 2 Akatsuki members, Hidan and Deidara. Unfortunately, they could only injure Hidan while they had killed Deidara. Or rather, Deidara had killed himself by blowing himself up. Minato knew that tomorrow was going to be an even harder day. The divisions were supposed to meet up and storm through AIM to get to the leader of the Akatsuki. It wasn't going to be easy. Rumor had it that the leader had the Rinnegan, and Minato had a sneaky suspicion that they would run in a man Minato hadn't seen since the night Naruto was born. Minato thought of Naruto. Their departure wasn't good. The last time Naruto had spoken to him was their horrific argument. Minato had tried to speak to his son before they went their separate ways, but Naruto was still angry with him. Naruto should have landed and been safe on the island the wreckage promised was safe. Gaara and Beast should be there as well. Minato prayed that Naruto would figure out why he sent him there. He also prayed that he would get to see his son again.